This is the New England Indoor Track and Field Championship, sponsored at the Reggie Lewis Athletic Center, brought to you by the State Running Network with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, and Bay State Running with the help of our sponsors, Marathon Sports, New Balance, with 27 retail locations, cover the Boston metro area, North and South Shores, Central and Western Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. I'm Marty Ogden, here with Ryan Moyer, soon to be joined by Tyler Sheedy, and we'll have plenty of guests to give you live play-by-play and plenty of action. This meet brings together the best of the six-state New England region, which includes Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Results will be on last time out. While our focus will be on the track, we will have cameras on the various field events. If you go to our YouTube channels, we'll get those there. So we can watch every jump, every throw, everything else right now. Right now, we've got the 55 hurdles coming up. This should be a lot of fun. What do you think, Ryan? What are you looking forward to right here in this event today?
I mean, I think overall in general, I'm looking forward to seeing the best of the best in this region competing against each other. There's only so few meets that we get to see something like this happen, and seeing it at the championship level is going to be a big thing to see. I think we'll see a lot of records get broken, as we do always every year. We saw a lot of state records get broken across New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, between our crew here, but of course I'm sure it happened.
And in Connecticut, we had a few state records broken there. We'll be breaking each one of those live as we come across. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, we have a lot of those athletes who've broken those records in these events. Looking at Heat 1, we've got Baumgart of Oyster River, Tashian of Burton Academy, Vermont. Adosian, she's the Massachusetts state record holder in the 55 hurdles from Natick. Waitneck of Woodstock Academy, Pelletier of Kingswood Regional. Williams of North Kingstown, and Perry of Falmouth. We've got 5 heats, and we're already underway.
We'll be looking at Adosian. She should easily make it as she's looking cruising across the line. Manuel Adosian, that's the Massachusetts state record holder right there. She's run a 7:92. She won this Massachusetts state meet, and she's going to Arkansas. We'll be seeing her later on in the finals.
Yeah, and that'll be how we're going to go through is we're going to have the top 8 times advance. And Adosian running 8.28. Followed by Tashian 8.37, Waitneck 8.62, Pelletier 8.69, Baumgart 8.73, Perry 8.76, and Williams 8.88. So now we're going to be moving on to heat number 2. Yeah, we've got finale of Maine Central Institute, Harris of Windsor, Rivera of Brian McMahon, Duisan of Canton, Harmon of Scarborough, Maine, Millie of Pelham, New Hampshire, and Steinecker of Pinkerton Academy from New Hampshire.
Rivera really shocked the Connecticut track and field world last week, running 8:06 for this event. She has just been improving like a mad woman these past couple of weeks. She was state open champ. She went from like an 8:24, 8:23, something like that, to 8:06. Incredible performance. Also, this Dubitson from Canton is another one. Remember, the middle lanes, for those of you at home that are new, it's the middle lanes that are the top seeds. Does not mean they're going to win, but they're based on seeds. They're who you're looking at.
Yeah, they always have the best shot, really, time-wise. So here we go. Looks like that one is going to be Pelletier,
Rivera there.
Rivera, yeah.
Yep. From Brian McMahon High School in Norwalk, Connecticut. Right now, the time to beat is 8:28. Last time out timing is our timing service. Doing a great job. Now Rivera, 8:38. Dubitson, 8:48. Top 8 times make the finals. Moving on to Heat 3. You've got Mayday Yuri from Lake Regional, Vermont. Jalen Huffman from West Warwick, Rhode Island. Al Rainier from Westboro, Mass. Deja Duncan from Bloomfield, our top seed. Amira Motique from Dedham, Mass. Sydney Schoenbach from St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Caitlin Jenkins from Ellsworth, Maine. And Jillian Lewis from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island. Deja was our state leader until the state open. She's run a best of 8:15. She's our state record holder in Connecticut in the heptathlon. Part of the Warhawk Bloomfield crowd that won the state open. She was instrumental. She's got great range. She ran the 55 hurdles and the 800 leg in our sprint medley relay. Just shows you the range. She could have also done the high jump, long jump in the state open and scored there. But her specialty is the 55 hurdles.
Here we go, get set in blocks.
Montake from Dedham, 8:38 is her seed time. She was 4th in the Massachusetts meet of champions. Those are the top 2 seeds in this heat. And there's Duncan trying to just being challenged. And it's looking like it's... That was definitely on our inside. That was Montique from Dedham, Mass. 4th place in Massachusetts State Meet. We'll get those results up on the board shortly. .835 for Montique and Duncan, 8:38. That was Heat 3 of 5. Moving on to the second to last heat. Faith Lawton from St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Grace Dow from Hollis Brookline, New Hampshire. Bristol Sherlin from Co-Brown, New Hampshire. Vanessa Anjamain is our top seed from Bloomfield. Solena Valarella from Weston, Mass. Isabella Aldi from Amity. Caitlin Diglio from Guilford, and Anna LaFontaine from Ponegantset from Rhode Island. Vanessa Anjamain, she's a top seed here. She was 3rd at the Connecticut State Open. She was 4th last year here at this event. She's going to West Virginia. She's also the top seed in the long jump. Her seed time is 8:21. Varela from Weston, Mass. 8:33 is her PR. She was 3rd at the Meet of Champions. She's a very accomplished 400-meter hurdler, running 1 flat point 84. Let's see what we got. Anjamain, very tall, graceful through the hurdles. There she is, as expected. The Bloomfield senior crosses the line. We'll be seeing her later on today in the long jump where she's the top seed. She's done over 19 feet before, but this season she's done 18:11 this season, but she's done over 19, so we'll see if she can get back up into 19s.
Let's see what those results say. There they are.
8:33 and Valeria from Mass, 8:38. Those are your top 2. Who do we got in the final heat here? Patricia Stahlbeck from Vermont, Stowe, Vermont, Ski Kingdom. Grace Jewell from Skowhegan area, Maine. Victoria Zandin from Greeley, Maine. Ariana DePietro from Catholic Central is our top seed. Tamari Gillespie from Windsor is in 5. Those are our top 2 seeds. Nina Olaway from Exeter West, Greenwich, Rhode Island. Reese Vitelli from Cranston West, and Molly Mislek from U32 in Vermont is outside. DePietro is our top seed in this. PR is 8:26. She was 2nd in the Meet of Champions, and she's going to Sacred Heart, where I coached for a short time, and I got my master's degree there. Go Heart. we have several athletes going to Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut. Gillespie, she was 4th at the Connecticut State Open. PRs at 8:29. Usually athletes, as you know, do not set their PRs in the prelims. At least not the leaders do, but let's see what we have. As expected, that was DePietro from Catholic Central, with Gillespie in 2nd place. We'll shortly get us our finalists in just a short while.
It looks like we're moving right along to the boys.
Yeah, look at this. Moving the hurdles,
yep.
Skipping on through. Yeah, there's so many officials at this meet. Some of them, here we go, DePietro, 8:35 with Gillespie, 8:50. Those are your top 2 in Heat 5. Should be getting a finalist for this event soon. Okay, we've got our finalist. Indosian is a top seed, 8:28. Anjuman, 8:33 is the 2nd seed. DePietro, who just ran, 8:35 qualified. Montique from Dedham, Mass, 8:35 was a 4th seed. Toshigan from Burton, 8:37 is 5th. Gabriela Vera from Brian McMahon made the finals at 8:38. Valera from Weston, Mass is 7th seed, and making the finals is Deja Duncan, the 8th seed, 8:38. The winner can come from any of those 8 athletes.
Yeah, a lot of those are really close. I think 5 of them looks like they went down to the thousandths of a second.
Yeah, luckily it didn't go down to the thousandth of seconds to make it. It was a pretty clear break by a 1/10 of a second between Duncan and 9th.
Yep. But just position-wise between quite a few of them.
Yeah, like none of those girls are used to being in lanes 1 or 8.
Right.
Because they're always the top girls in every field they go into. They're always in 4 or 5. But when you get the best of the best all in one place, somebody's not going to be the best.
Yep.
Moving on to the gentlemen. Preston Boyce from Nashua South is in 2. Kyle Lucikas from Newburyport is in 3. Devion Johnson, our top seed from East Hartford. He's the Connecticut State record holder, State Open champ from East Hartford is in 4. Fareed Oseni from Attleboro, Mass is in 5. Brogan Drabuski from Co-Brown is in 6. Kevin Farrell from U32s in 7, and his teammate Malcolm Rose from Vermont, U32, is in 8. But Johnson, as expected, just blew that heat away. Crushed the state record with a 7:22 at the State Open, held by 2 All-Americans. Comes in, he's got a shot at the, and here we go, 7:35, great start. Oseni, 7:73. Those are your top 2 in the first section. We got more to come. Munyi from Deering, Maine is in 2. Mateo Mora from Central Catholic, Mass is in 3. Mosley from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island is in 4. John Child from Pinkard Academy, New Hampshire is in 5. Oliver Gould and his teammate is in 6. Onassis Serrano from St. Rafe's in Rhode Island is in 7, and Nate Levitt from Lamal Union, Vermont is in 8. In lane 5, we have John Child from Pinkerton, 7:56. He was the New Hampshire D1 champ. Looking pretty smooth. Look at him just taking over the lead in that race. Jumping on to the mats. 7:35 is the time to beat. 7:73 is second right now. Those two should advance, but we'll see. $762, Childs $783. That was heat 2. Heat 3, we got Paxton Allen from Pontiac. Wayne Crowell from Keene, New Hampshire is in 3. Sean Lazenby from Bloomfield in 4. Miles Gregory from Beverly, Mass is in 5. Thomas LeBlanc from Edward Little, Maine is in 6. Henry Dimikoff from Essex, Vermont is in 7. And William Carter from St. Johnsbury, Vermont is in 8. Gregory from Beverly is your top seed. He was 4th at the Meet of Champions, and his 7:64 seat time was his personal record. There's so much precision going on into the hurdles between the position of the block, accelerating, getting to that first hurdle in 7 steps, getting that rhythm between the 5 hurdles. If you're the slightest bit off on the first hurdle, that can compound interest. Coming from behind, whoa, taking a digger at the line, but he crosses the line first, it still looks like it. Gregory, 783 with some panache at the end. Lazenby, 798. Not sure if that will make it in, because remember, it's top 8 overall. In Heat 4, Noah Madden from Hampton Academy, Maine. Kai Sorlin from South Windsor, Rhode Island in 3. Matt Fontaine from Cumberland, Rhode Island in 4. Malik Washburn from Old Rochester Regional, Mass is in 5. Jinsei Zhu from Quaban Regional, Mass is in 6, and Beckett Verluz from Essex, Vermont is in 7. Washburn's the top seed in this. His PR was 7.60. He was 2nd at a Massachusetts Meet of Champions. After this, we'll be coming in the 55 dashes. We've got 2 more heats of this, and here we go. As expected, lane 5, Malik Washburn. Seat time was 7:63. Let's see what he gets in there. After this, they'll be getting the hurdles up. Washburn, 7:57. Zhao, 7:85. Heat 5, Caleb Ramsell, South Portland, Maine is in 2. Donvion Cosme from Kennedy, Connecticut. In Waterbury is in 3. Giovanni Reynolds from Bloomfield is our top seed, 762s in 4. Hayden Spalding from Windsor, 763 is in 5. Devin Berry from South Portland, Maine is in 6. And Jakari Medina from Rogers, Rhode Island is in 7. Giovanni, his PR is 7:51, one of the top times in Connecticut history, was 4th at the State Open. As a freshman, he was 3rd in 300 hurdles outdoors as a freshman. He came within a couple thousandths of a second of winning the State Open as a freshman when he was running for Windsor back then. Spalding from Windsor is the next seed. His PR is 7:50. He ran that the Yale Invitational. He was 5th at the State Open. And last year, he was 11th in New England. So it's going to be a battle between 2 former teammates. Team in maroon is Windsor. So that was Spalding going after Reynolds. Spalding, then Reynolds to the top in Connecticut. Spalding, 763. Reynolds, 769. And let's see what we have as we take the hurdles off the track. Devion Johnson, as expected, 735 is your top seed. Malik Washburn from Old Rochester Regional, 757 is second. Jalen Mosley from LaSalle Academy, 762 is third. Freed Oseni from Attleboro, Mass, 773 is fourth. Sean Child from Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire. We just updated that. Oh, okay. So we got some changes to that. Johnson, Washburn, Mosley from LaSalle. Then we have in fourth, Hayden Spalding from Windsor, 763. Giovanni Reynolds from Bloomfield, 769. Fareed Asani from Attleboro, 773 is sixth. Rounding out the field is Devin Berry of South Portland, Maine, and John Child of Pinkerton, New Hampshire. Those are your top 8, and it came down to 4 thousandths of a second between Child and Miles Gregory from Beverly, Mass. 4 thousandths of a second. Oh my goodness. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Now we're heading off the ladies in the 55 dash. Hurdles are off the track. And Angela Sincera from Manchester Central, the Little Green Men. Elliot Musica from Brunswick, Maine is in 2. Emily Dunn from Walpole, Mass. is in 3. Sapphire Brown, the Connecticut State Open champs, in 4. Alex DiMatteo from King Phillips Regional, Mass. is in 5. Kendra Santine from Moses Brown, Rhode Island is in 6. Fiona Corbett from Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont is in 7. And Molly Mislick from U32 in Vermont is in 8. Sapphire Brown set her PR of 7:05. She's the top seed. She was 10th last year, and she was part of last year's New England's 4x200 championship team with Bloomfield. She's in orange. As she gets out, it's orange and black. Cruises across the line as expected. Brown, the junior, get her time up momentarily. She's also going to be a long jumper later on today, and in the 4x2 expected to be on those events as well. 7:05 was her seat time coming in. She'll probably, I'm guessing, here we go, 7:16, that's not bad. Coming right off the gun there. DiMatteo, 7:23. Looking like lightning that she is. Heat 2, Ava Lacoste from Belmont, New Hampshire. Francesca Justin from St. Rafe's, Rhode Island is in 2. Lavender Kozaka from Oliver Ames, Mass. is in 3. Ella Barber from Greenwich is in 4. Jada Murray from Windsor is in 5 from Connecticut. Robin Taschen from Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont is in 6. Precious Andofisi from Glasgow Ryle is in 7. Lila Fitzpatrick from Co-Brown is in 8. Ella Barber, we'll be talking about her for years to come. She was a sophomore that took second in the Connecticut State Open. You football fans might know the name Tiki Barber. That's her father. Great New York Giant and a broadcaster. And she is just a step above the rest of the field. I think that was second was Jada Murray, I think. She was 4th in the State Open in Connecticut, 12th in New England in the 100 meters last spring. 7:16 is the time to beat right now. 7:23 was second in the previous heat. Oh, Kosikad. 7:08. Murray was 7:22 and Barber 7:27. Minor upset, but that's why we run the races. Heat 3. Darlene Abedi from Colchester, Vermont. Jalen Huffman from West Warwick is in 2. Yasani Thompson from Holyoke, Mass is in 3. Thea Jackson is our top seed from Mount Hope, Rhode Island in 4. And Sarah Luma from Brian McMahon in Norwalk, Connecticut is in 5. Cynthia Singleton from Naugatuck, the Greyhounds, is in 6. And Carolyn Milks from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, she's in lane 7. Thea Jackson is our top seed in this. She's going to Northeastern next year. She's in the long jump where she's the 2nd seed. PR coming into this was 7:18. She's also seeded 6th in the high jump. She's got a busy day in front of her. There's a little on the inside there. Is that Thompson, looks like, from Holyoke, Mass. She was 6th in the meet of champions. Let's see if that's who it is. Thompson, 7:18. Jackson, 7:23. That was a bit of a shock, but this looks like Thompson just decided to run her PR in the prelims, which advances to the finals. Top 8 make the finals, so she's got a shot at getting all the way in the top 6. So now we're moving into the final heat. Brinley Gillifan from Colchester is in 1. Seneca Haney from Mount Desert Island, Maine is in 2. Mia Jacobs from Yarmouth, Maine is in 3. Kara McLean is a top seed from Stratford, 7:21. Anna Jennings from Marshwood, Maine is in 5. Macy Weisberg from Severus is in 6. And Taylor Scales from Bangor is in 7. McLean is our top seed. She was 3rd at the Connecticut State Open, PR 7:20. Last year in the spring, she was 14th at New England. She's in red, the Red Devil, but looks like in lane 2. Was that Haney from Mount Desert? I think it was. We'll let the last timeout crew figure all that out. Get ready for the gentlemen's, and Gillifan 8:19. Jennings in 2nd right now, 8:30. McLean 8:30, 7:33. Sorry about that, 7:30 and 7:33. We're going to quickly make a transition to the boys 55 dash. We'll announce the girls finalists in a second. Abraham Garami from LaSalle Academy is in 2. Winston George from Pinkerton is in 3. Sheldon Simpson, the Connecticut State Open champion, 6:30 is a top seed from Windsor. He's in 4. Curtis Barber from East Hartford is in 5. Rocco Chickamani from Deering, Maine is in 6. Osman Mohammed from Lewiston, Maine is in 7. And Evan Hughes from Essex, Vermont is in lane 8. Sheldon Simpson, we'll be hearing a lot about him today. He could be the MVP of the meet. He's top seed here, top seed in 300, and is part of the top seed 4x4. See if he produces. He set the Connecticut State Open record with that 7.30. He's going after his father's state record of 6:23. 6:23, not 7:23. That would not be as impressive on the guy's side. But his father, back in, I think it was 2001, ran a 6:23 at the State Open. Sheldon Sheldon II was 5th in the 200 last spring, and he's part of the Connecticut State record in the 4x400 back as a sophomore, where they were All-American at New Balance Nationals Indoor.
Looks like we have our girls 55- finals also set. So Singleton in lane 1, Murray in lane 2, Thompson in lane 3, Kozaka in lane 4, Brown in lane 5, Gilfillan in lane 6, Jackson in lane 7, and DiMatteo in lane 8.
Sheldon's being challenged on the inside. Winston George from Pinkerton Academy. Let's see what they come up with. That's a pretty impressive final. It's making its way out to be already. Simpson, 6, I gotta stop saying 7. 6:47, George, 6:50, and Barber from East Hartford, 6:57. That was Heat 1. We're starting off with a bang. Heat 2, Jackson Alves from LaSalle Academy. Travis Cavello from Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire is in 3. Kieran Boyle, the Richfield Tiger, is in 4. Aiden Vasquez from Bethel is in 5. Thomas Meek from Essex, Vermont is in 6. Javi Angie Souther from Cape Elizabeth, Maine is in 7. Greg Mallenberger from Essex, Vermont, that's another Essex, Vermont young man, is in 8. Vasquez is top in this heat. Well, Kieran Boyle, he's run a 6:38. He was 2nd in the Connecticut State Open. He was 5th last year in this event, and he's going to Columbia. And Vasquez, the junior from Bethel, he's run a 6:42 earlier in the season, and he was 4th at the Connecticut State Open. And in orange, that looks like Boyle there, cruising across the line pretty easily. Kieran Boyle. He's going to be a Colombian. He's going from a Tiger this year to a Colombian Lion next year. We've got heat 3 of 5 of the boys 55-meter dash. Jackson Holmes from Severus, Maine is in 2. Andrew McMahon from St. John's Prep in Mass is in 3. Justice Richardson from West Haven, the Westie, is in 4. Sean Blaze from Clinton, Mass is in 5. Ephraim T from Glasgow, Rhode Island is in 6. Shane Retz from Fairhaven Union, Vermont is in 7. Joseph Marquette from Alvarennes, New Hampshire is in 8. Gotta love a name like Blaze being your top seed in this heat. Blaze from Massachusetts, 6:45 PR. He was 4th at the Massachusetts Meet of Champion last week. Last year, he was 17th here in this event. Richardson's one of my boys from Connecticut. His first year of indoor track. Came out for outdoor last year. Solid performance, but he really took off over the summer and the winter. He was the kind of guy that made the state championships last year, but this year he's making New England's. Just incredible improvement in one short year. I think that might have been Richardson from West Haven. Uniforms are different. Hey, 6:46. Not bad for the first season indoor track. Blaze lit the fire. He was second, 6:48. Those two should advance. Moving on to heat number 4. Okama Mensa from Quabbin Regional in Massachusetts in 2. Gavin Buxton from Bow, New Hampshire is in 3. Jack Pollock from East Providence is in 4. Mikhail Bay from Essex North is in 5. Ambrosio Patu from South Portland, Maine is in 6. And Drew Frostick of U32 Vermont is out in the outside in 7. Bay from Essex Shore. He ran a 6:45, but his PR is 6:44. He was 3rd at the Massachusetts Meet of Champions. As they settle into the blocks, give a shout out to the officials and timers. Officials have been doing this all season here at Reggie Lewis, the Massachusetts Track Coaches Association, or the Officials Association, I guess. It's getting tight. Oh, it might have been lane 4. I think lane 4 just nipped him right there. Pollock from East Providence just got him at the very end, I think. He was 2nd in Rhode Island State Meet. He was 14th last year here. He was 3rd in the 100 and 200 last spring. And here he is making final, 6:49 with Bay. Identical time, down to 1,000ths of a second. I hope to God it doesn't come down where one gets in, one gets out. That was 4. Now we're on to the final heat of the oval before we go to the finals. Quinton Fortier from Champlain Valley in 2. Rodney the Crockett from Middletown is in 3. Caesar Flawn from Manchester Central is in 4. Gustavo Varela from Greater Lawrence Tech is in 5. Gavin Naughton from Clinton, Mass is in 6. And Chris Demio from York, Maine is in 7. Flawn from Manchester Central, my wife's alumnus. His PR 6:44. That's from Massachusetts. Manchester. Flawn was 6:43 is his PR. He was a D1 champ up in New Hampshire. He's the top returner from last year. Let's hope he makes it in. Varela from Greater Lawrence. He was 2nd at the Meet of Champion. It's looking like it's probably going to take about a low 6.5, not under 6.5, to make it to the finals. Right now the cutoff is 6.5. You have to get under 6.5 to make it in, it's looking like. Waiting for timing service to give us Crockett. Rocketed his way to a 6:46. He'll make the finals. Naughton looks like might be on the outside looking in. Give it just a few minutes to get the final 8. Karen Boyle is obviously in from Ridgefield, 6:42. Still waiting to find out if, here we go. Karen Boyle made it in. 642 is our top seed. Justice Richardson from West Haven, Connecticut is in 2. Rodney Crockett from Middletown, Connecticut is the 3rd seed. Sheldon Simpson from Windsor is the 4th seed. Sean Blaze from Clinton, Mass is in 5th. Jack Pollock from East Providence is in 6. Maciel Bray from Essex North is in 7. And in 8, by 7,000ths of a second, Winston George from Pinkerton Academy, the long red line, is in 8. Just on the outside is Adrian Vasquez from Bethel Weiss. 8,000ths of a second. Incredible. Now we're getting ready for the finals as we're setting up. Deja Duncan will be in lane 1. That is an unusual lane for the Bloomfield senior, going to Texas A&M. Then we have Robin Tashajan from Burr in Burton Academy is in 2. Ariana DePietro from Central Catholic is in 3. Emanuela Endozen, the Massachusetts state record holder and the top seed from Natick, is in 4. Vanessa Anjamain from Bloomfield is in 5. Amir Montique from Dedham, Mass is in 6. The outside is Gabrielle Rivera and from Ryan McMahon, and the far outside is Solana Varela from Weston, Mass is in 8. We have an all-star lineup right here.
Also worth mentioning that the New England record here is 7.76. That's set last year by Annika Scott.
That's going to be a tall order, but I got to tell you, Endozen, I've seen a couple of Steve Mazzone's interviews with her. She wants that. She wanted to get under 8 seconds. Next goal has got to be 7.
That's always the barrier here for high school girls, is under that 8 seconds. And man, I mean, if we look back, flashback to last year, Annika Scott running 7.76 is monstrous to have seen last year. So
getting under 8 seconds is fantastic, and that's the goal for Rivera and Duncan. They both talked to me. Rivera started off running like in the 8.3s, 8.4s even at the beginning of the season, and she said to me at the invitation, "No, I want to get under 8." I was like, "Whoa, that's pretty crazy," but she's very close to it. And Duncan, she had the top time coming in. She has an 8.15 best. She's going to Texas A&M next year, major D1 recruit there. And Dozen's going to Arkansas, so that's another 2 in the SEC, I believe. Anjuman's going to West Virginia. DePietro's going to Division I Sacred Heart. So look at the top 5 in that are all going D1.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to want to go under 8, this is probably the stage to do it right here.
Yeah, because if you know something, if you don't, you're not going to win.
Right, exactly. No, that's basically is like the closer you get to under 8, your chances of winning just skyrocket.
Yeah, and all these girls have been winning all year long, and here we go. What do we got?
Edozian, she's pulling away.
She's just destroying it.
Wow, and somersaults through twice.
Oh, wow. A little bit of her fans at home. That's going to go on ESPN. Highlight reel.
We'll definitely need to see that one again. Wow.
Rivera looked like she was second. Brian McMahon, senior.
With 2 somersaults, Edozian's going to be your New England champion.
And with the most graceful fall.
Yes, she gets up and just easily walks off, wait for her time. There it is. We'll check the replay here.
7.93, Rivera, 8.11. DePietros, 8.28. Montique, 8.30 is 4th. 5th, Anjaman, 8.31. And 6th, grabbing all New England, Deja Duncan. Bloomfield's going 5.6. Varela, 8.36 was 7th, and Tajin, 8.41 was 8th, making the finals. Incredible. Just, what a flourish at the end there.
Checking out the replay real quick here. There's Dozian and gets through with the somersault there.
That's style, man. That's going to go on people's YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and stuff. That's awesome. Okay, moving on to the boys' 55 hurdles. Sean Child from Pinkerton in 1. Giovanni Reynolds from Bloomfields in 2. Jalen Mosley from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island is in 3. Our favorite, Davion Johnson from East Hartford, the Hornet, is in 4. Malik Washburn from Old Rochester Regionals in 5. Hayden Spalding from Windsor is in 6. Reed Osani from Attleboro is in 7. And Devin Berry from South Portland makes his way. He's in lane 8. Devion, you're in a 7:22, Connecticut state record, 2-time Open champ. He was the New England champ last spring in the 300 hurdles. It looks like they're doing the awards here. I love it. As soon as they finish, well deserved. And Dozian, what a graceful, what an incredible athlete. Beat some other incredible athletes. Look at, they're all doing their poses. They got their peace signs. This is going to be their profile picture for a while for some of them. Washburn, his PR is 7.60. He was second at the Meet of Champions in Massachusetts. Let's just see what we have. Jalen Mosley from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island. Mosley was a Rhode Island champion. 7:45, a junior. He's got a bright future in front of the young man. After this, he'll be doing the long jump and high jump, so he's going to have a busy day, but he's going to start off his day with the finals of the boys' 55 hurdles.
That meet record here is 7:22, also broken last year.
Last year was last year was records.
It was amazing last year seeing what everybody does. So it's a tall order for this year, basically.
But hey, Johnson has done it before. Let's see if he can. It's so hard to duplicate it from one week to the next, but let's see if he can do it. At the very least, we want to get. Let's see who wins, because there's going to be one out of this. Johnson's in white. He's pulling away, looking really good.
He's got company.
He's got company, but no, he pulls away at the end. It's Davion Johnson, the Hornet from East Hartford.
It was that last hurdle. He was neck and neck with him at the last hurdle. He got over.
Let's see what the time comes out to.
Play that replay once the times come out. But Johnson, looking to be your New England champion in the 55 hurdles. And
that is
still drum roll here.
Yeah, a little
tease us for a second.
Yeah, a little anticipation here.
Give us a moment while we reset. There it is, 7:27.
Geez, just outside the meet record. Mosley, 7:37 in second. Washburn, 7:48 in third. Spalding, the junior, 782?
7:62.
62, sorry.
Yeah.
Osani grabs the final medal, 7:66. Reynolds just outside the medals, but Reynolds is in sixth, 7:74. Child shows that he's a man today, 7:77, and Barry did not finish. But now we're moving on to the girls' 55 dash finalist. The Greyhound from Naugatuck, Cynthia Singleton. First season of indoor track. She's in lane 1. Jada Murray from Windsor is in 2. Yasani Thompson of Holyoke, Mass. is in 3. Lavender Kozika from Oliver Ames is in 4. Sapphire Brown is in 5 from Bloomfield. Brinley Gillifan from Colchester is in 6. Thea Jackson from Mount Hope is in 7. And Alex Damadio from King Phillips Regional, Mass. is in 8. And we've got the awards going on for the gentlemen. Johnson right on the top of the stand.
The meet record for the girls 55, also broken last year.
Jeez.
By Lisa Ray.
That record's not going
West
down.
Warwick. Oh no, 6, 7, 8.
I looked. She set the national high school record last year.
Yeah.
At a previous meet, it was like 6. I forget what it was. It was
Yeah.
like under that. But I looked her time up. She's only a couple hundredths of a second off her best time at Georgia. She's 6th on her team. It just shows you the difference between girls track and women's track at the NCAA.
Yeah.
She's 6th on her team, but that's why she went to Georgia.
Yeah, the scale is
Yeah.
changes a lot once you move up to that next level. The scale changes
Yeah.
so much.
It's just incredible. But she's got a bright future in front of her. She's got obviously great athletes to work with and great coaches to work with. I'm sure she'll be moving up on the status soon. But here we go. As I ask him to stand up from the blocks.
I think there's another situation here where if you can get yourself under 7, you're pretty much securing a win for yourself here. I would
Well,
think.
if anybody does, nobody's been under 7 yet this year.
Yep.
So that would be a great accomplishment for any of these athletes. Getting under 7-2 scores probably.
Here we go. They are way
down right across the line.
I don't think there's anything much to say. They are all lined up. That one's tough to call.
That is why we have pictures at the finish line. Unless you want to replay
I mean, we'll replay it right now. Let's see.
You could probably figure it out before the timer does.
Let's see what we can. This one's tough. I mean, it's looking like Brown maybe from Bloomfield just by the look of it. And it's not.
It's 7-11. This slushy's for you. Kozaka, the top seed coming in, 7-13. Brown, 7-16. Jackson, 7-18. DiMatteo in 5, 7-19. Oh, top 6, Thompson, 7-21. Murray's in 7th with a 7-27. And Singleton from Naugatuck, 7-28. Pretty impressive right there. We're going from impressive to more impressive. We're going to keep going on. Each event is going to be fantastic. We're just getting started. So far, we've had a couple of finals, 3 finals now. We're getting our 4th finalist right now. And here we go in the boys 55. We got Winston George from Pinkerton. Sean Blaze from Clinton, Mass. is in 2. Rodney Crockett from Middletown's in 3. Kieran Boyle, top seed from the prelims, is in 4 from Ridgefield. Justice Richardson from West Haven's in 5. Sheldon Simpson, the 2nd. Number 1 in my heart from Windsor is in 6. Jack Pollock from East Providence is in 7. Makeo Bay from Essex North Shore Agriculture is in 8. Boyle's not beaten Sheldon. He's finished second to him a couple of times this season. It would be interesting to see a little upset here. Richardson, as I said, this is his first season of indoor track after a very impressive summer season, should I say. Boyle was 2nd in the Open. Richardson was 3rd in Connecticut State Open. Pollock was 2nd Rhode Island. We've got Blaze was 4th in the Meet of Champions. Bay was 3rd in the Meet of Champions. We've just got so many fantastic runners. And obviously Sheldon Simpson comes in with the best of 6:30. Already has the Connecticut State record in the 4x4.
Did you say he ran 6:30?
6:30. He's going to come back. He's already on a flat track. Ran 33.90. He's going to come back and run that later on.
Okay.
The 300 dash. So that ties the meet record. He did that on a flat track, so we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, the meet record in the dash is 6:33.
Yeah. So he could break it. We could see our first meet record today right here.
Yep, that was back in 2017. Mark Doyley of Weaver.
Oh, biggest smile. Any kid I've had an interview, he always had this huge smile. He was like the Cheshire Cat with a big smile. And here we go. Who's going to smile at the end of this race? Oh, it looks like Sheldon just at the end nipped him.
Wow.
Boyle was
lean.
had it the entire way, but boy, geez, it was like It's like just acceleration each step. He kept
Right there.
into it.
Yep, that final stride going into the finish.
They're all
Definitely
just
did it. Let's see what we get for the time.
I mean, Boyle's going to be running really fast here in second.
Yep.
But Simpson, 6:35, just misses.
0.02 off.
Boyle was second, 6:38. Crockett rocking his way to 6:39. Blazed his way to a 6:46 for fourth. Bay, 6:49. Fifth, Pollock, 6:50 is your final New England medalist. Richardson from West Haven, 6:51 was seventh. And George, 6:59 was eighth. And we got some more medalists up here. Wrapping up on the infield. They're getting their due as we're about to move on to the oval. Yep.
And we'll have our 4x8s. First relay of the day.
Yep, we're starting off with the girls 4x8s. It'll go the order of events today for those of you at home. Write it down. It's on all four of our websites. We have the order of events, but it's going to go 4x8s. Girls, everything's girls first. 4x2s, miles. Then it's going to go the 1,000 meters, 600 meters, 300 meters, 2 miles, and like every great track meet, you always end with a 4x4.
Yep.
It's not a track meet unless you end it with a 4x400 meters. Sheldon Simpson right now is getting his award. He gets a plaque. Everybody else gets medals. Just barely missed the New England record by Mark Doyley. It'll live to 10 years next year. It'll be 10 years. Kieran Boyle, the Tiger from Ridgefield, just on the New York border. He probably had one of the farthest trips of anybody to get to, except for maybe Greenwich. Or then again, there's always somebody all the way up in northern Maine. Anything in northern Maine takes 4 hours to get to anywhere.
Yeah. Worth mentioning here that now we are setting up high jump, so we'll have live stream set for that as they get ready. If you want to check out any of our field event live streams, you can head over to our YouTube channel, which you're already on right now. You can just click on over to one of the other 3 streams happening right now. We have got shot put, long jump, and high jump going on over on separate streams. And if you are here joining us right now, feel free to join us in the chat. Be here monitoring that. Any shout outs, any of your questions, any of your favorite memories, I guess, from New England Championships that you'd like to share, all feel free.
That was a hot race. They were blazing. Of course, you're getting lots of those little emojis going on.
Yeah, again, come join us. Love to hear from y'all.
This is the New England Indoor Track and Field Championships at Reggie Lewis. We're brought to you by the State Running Network with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, and Bay State Running. Those are the 4 websites that cover the greater extent of New England. With the help, we've got to appreciate our sponsors that have been allows us to give free coverage all year long. The various sites, Marathon Sports and New Balance. Marathon Sports has 27 retail locations covering the Boston metro area, North and South Shores, Central and Western Massachusetts. Several stores in Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. This is Marty Ogden here with Tyler Sheedy. Ryan Moyer will be joining us later, and we'll probably get somebody else. Oh, we got everybody else.
Tyler Sheedy's on right here. I was about to say we should introduce him.
Yeah,
here we are.
We got Tyler up in the booth there. He got his mic on.
Excited to be here, guys. Those were some great dashes. That was pretty exciting to see all those somersaults and dive to the line.
Yeah. Nips at the end, coming from behind. This is something we want to see. We want to watch a slow motion replay. Mm-hmm. This is how it's done.
What I liked was everyone who fell was the winner usually, which is nice.
What I like is no injuries.
No injuries.
There's no wood here. I don't know, but knock on metal. But
I think the floor is considered wood. I think.
Yeah.
There we go.
Knock on wood. Yeah, I always like when I see trainers sitting on the sides and they're reading a book, and I always tell them, I hope you finish the book by the end of this meet, because that means they had nothing to do.
Yeah,
I agree.
We want to see healthy athletes setting PRs, and our first relay race on the track, the 4x800 meters. For you old timers, it used to be the 4x880. A bit different though.
Yeah. So we've got 3 heats.
So in Heat 1, we've got Portland, Maine, Cheverus, Maine in 2, Portsmouth, Rhode Island in 3, in 4, Cranston West in 4, Scarborough, Maine in 5, St. John the Baptist Memorial is in 6, in 7, Hamden Academy, Maine in right out there, and 8 is Lincoln Senior, Rhode Island. Hartford, Vermont comes in lane 9. Thetford Academy, the host of New England's in cross country, beautiful location, is in 10. And of course, then we have Falmouth, Maine. They're out in lane 11. These teams are sated at between 10:08 and 10:34. So on the boys' side, on the girls' side, let's start off with the girls' side. We've got some really great things. We already saw the 55 the 55 hurdles, and Dozian won that as expected. Beautiful performance, a little tumble at the end. In a few minutes, we're going to see the 4x200 meters. Bloomfield has a time on a flat track at the Floyd Little Center in New Haven, 1:42.33. Danbury has the meet record. That's getting kind of long in the tooth now. That was set in 2010, 1:41.47. They're within a second of it. It's going to be a tall order, but I really think Bloomfield can at least get under 1:42.
Yeah, they just started off with a 72.
Yeah, so starting off with 72 for the first heat, that's on sub 2:30 pace right now. We're going to see momentarily, this is down your alley, we've got New Hampshire, Exeter, Ready broke their state record, 9:15. They're coming as #1 seed. Can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah, no, they're coming in hot for sure.
Well, and they broke it on the 160-meter track at UNH.
Oh yeah, geez, what's that worth? Like 850 on a regular track?
I think the conversion was like 905.
Is it really?
I think the conversion was 905, is according to their coach.
Okay, for us Connecticut people out in the audience right now, we've got a Connecticut connection to this team. Jeff Moretti, former Guilford All-State runner, back in the day, moved up to New Hampshire and is kicking butt, taking lessons he learned in Connecticut, moving up to New Hampshire, doing great.
So let's see what this opening split is. It'll be right around 226 to open up.
Starting off sub 10-minute pace, you gotta love it. We're also looking at a chance for the meet record in the girls' high jump. Heather Francis, I remember her when I was a young coach, from Dartmouth, Massachusetts. She jumped 5:10. This is before Reggie was even open. I think that 94. I think that was at BU or something, maybe Harvard. I forget where it was. But we have a girl, and also Bayek from Westboro in 2018. They both jumped 5:10. Ella Palisano from Mount Anthony Union, Vermont, has jumped 5.925. She's the defending champ. So on the infield, we're going to be watching her soon. So keep an eye on the high jump. When it gets high, we just might see a record there. The girls 2 mile, I'm excited for because, the thing, it's great about the distance events and not so great. You have a lot of different events. You got the 2 mile, 3,200, 3K. And a lot of these athletes, top athletes, go down to Boston, run against college kids. You have to really look deep into the results. So Lauren Perry is the top seed at 10:44. She's coming into this event fresh from Glastonbury. But you have Zoe McNabb from Champlain Valley. She's run a sub 10 3K, which is equivalent of about a 10:40 right there. Then you have Alexis Paterna from New Hampshire, Exeter. I think she's going to be in the 4x8.
She is anchoring that 4x8.
She's anchoring the 4x8. She's run a 4:44 mile and a 10:26 for 2 miles at the MSTCA Northeast Invitational. So she got the fastest time in the field. She could be a winner We'll see if that record 10:09 by Goggin back in 2018, that goes down. That might be kind of tough, but it's going to be fun to watch. There's going to be some great running in that girls 2 mile.
Well, and the cool thing is, I don't know if that record's going to go down, but they're from the same high school, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing about New England is too is for most, except for Massachusetts, all the other teams run on flat tracks. And as you said, New Hampshire, it's a 150 track.
Only for the 4x8.
Oh.
We only did the 4x8 on a 160
track.
We had everything else on a 200-meter flat track. Yeah.
I think Vermont has like a 160 track maybe.
Yeah, UVM is 160 flat, and that's awful.
I mean, we have developmental meets in Connecticut on that, and the top kids won't even run it seriously because they're like, you can't run faster. I mean, we've had kids run in the 8:30s for 3K on that 150 track in Wilton. So you can run faster, but it does make it awfully tough. So all those teams, they're just chomping at the bit to get on a fast track. We've had U.S. Nationals here at Reggie Lewis. I mean, this is a fast track.
Didn't Danny Simmons run like 13:30 here or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. I remember watching Mary Kane when she was in high school, winning U.S. Nationals, and I think it was a 3,000, I think it was. But yeah, it's kind of cool when you see like NBC covering events here at this facility and watch it on TV. You're like, oh, I've been there before.
Boston's a very special place for indoor track.
Oh, you can't get a more track-centric place than, I think it started with the Boston Marathon, but it's such a running town. You run up and down along the Charles. I don't care how good you can be. There are some great runners here. You can get rolled up. You might be off running, 6-minute miles, and you get rolled up on someone running 5:40 pace.
Yeah.
Because there's all these world-class runners and world-class running clubs around here.
I ran the Charles this morning, and I saw Gary Martin.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go, from Virginia.
Yep.
Yeah.
3:48 miler.
Gary Martin, broke sub-4 in high school, and he's continued his development. He's still young, and he's on that cusp. I mean, 3:48 used to be world leader.
Right.
Now it's on the cusp of top of the world. But looks like he's on the trajectory. Gary Martin, like you said. What's he up for?
So they have the ACC championship at New Balance.
New Balance, yeah. Yeah, because within 5 square miles of here, we've got this facility. We've got New Balance. We've got
the iconic BU.
BU. Harvard is even a good track.
Harvard's great, yeah.
We had New England's there. I want to say back in '96 we had New England's there, and then I think MIT has a track.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Yep,
it's track.
I would say Harvard's probably the 4th best track in Boston, and it's one of the best tracks in the world.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Somebody put up a list of fastest tracks in the country, and they didn't include a single list. Nobody from Boston. Now, I usually don't post on these kind of comments, but I was like, how can you not include a Boston track? I mean, indoor track, it's getting bigger in the rest of the country, but it started in the Northeast. In the cities, they'd run in these armories.
Yep.
Basically the reason why we do 200 meters is this is the space that you can put a bunch of horses in. And you put the guns and everything for the National Guards in these places.
Now, who was on the list for if you didn't have any Boston places?
There were
I'm sure the Armory in New York.
What do you call it? Arkansas. Arkansas is a great track. That's a great track.
Great track.
I think there was something in South Carolina. I'm sorry, no indoor track in the Southeast should count as a great track. They don't go indoor track ever. What is it? Get down to under 50 degrees, they might maybe go inside for a little bit.
Well, I also think, I feel like a lot of the pros often say that BU is the fastest track in the world, so I'm a bit surprised that it wasn't on the list.
What I'm amazed at BU's track, not the world records I set there, which have been world records set, but when you go to some of these meets, you go into the 8th heat and guys are breaking 4-minute miles. There might be 50 guys in a single meet breaking 4 minutes for the mile.
And I think that the thing about BU is that the energy there is unmatched. It's just so good that you feel like you're just in a cave of fans the entire time and you're flying around the track.
Yeah, I mean, I am not any type of physicist or biomechanical engineer or anything like that, but I read some article, I couldn't understand it, but they talked about how it's designed that if you're going 55 to 55 second quarter mile, whatever that comes out to, 16 miles per hour, it's designed at that tuned of a pace. So if you're running that fast, it actually helps you. Yeah, they actually had some biomechanical.
That is very cool, yeah.
But yeah, it's funny. Sometimes I think some of the fast indoor tracks are faster than the outdoor tracks. People all the time set their lifetime bests that are never broken on an indoor track. And we're on the bell lap right now, folks. Kyle, you're covering it. Who's in the lead right now?
I thought it was someone who was further up ahead, but it might be. There's somewhere over there. Let's see as they come around.
We're in just over 10 minutes at the finish line.
Here we go.
And there's a kicker's race here. We got a pair of runners.
Pretty sure it's Portsmouth here.
First race. There we go.
So Portsmouth, Rhode Island comes in.
Pretty sure. I think it was Cheverus, Maine, who was our number 2 seed who finished first. We'll have to see what.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the times are.
Still got some runners out on the track here.
I believe that was our 2 seed Cheverus of Maine.
Is that Cheverus? I gotta get. You know, it's funny. I gotta get up to some of these towns that I talk about.
I feel like it would be Cheverus. I don't know.
Cheverus Snape.
More Harry Potter.
A lot of Harry Potter talk today.
And we've got our last runner coming in right now.
We got 1 lap to go.
Got 1 lap to go. Okay. Trying to break 12 minutes. 3 minutes a half mile.
Right along that barrier there. Right now. Onto the home stretch. So we got another heat coming up. This is our first of 3 heats.
Okay, now we got on this Heat 2. We've got in lane 1, Bedford, New Hampshire. In 2, Greenwich, Connecticut. State Open runner-ups as a team and State Open champions. Windsor is in 3. They should probably take it out really hard. They always like to take it hard. Bishop Girton, New Hampshire's in 4. Weston, Mass is in 5. Weston, Connecticut, my old school I used to coach at, is in 6. In 7, Wakefield Memorial. In 8, Melrose, Mass. 9, Canton, Mass. And 10, Albert River. Now, I really think there just might be a scorer coming out of this because I know some of the teams are taking people and putting them into this.
Yeah, actually last year, our current top seeds, Exeter, they scored out of this heat. They were 4th place.
34 seconds through the opening lap.
And you're right, Windsor is taking it out pretty hard.
Yeah, this is what they do. They put their best runner first. I believe that's Donzala. She's like a sub 3-minute 1,000-meter runner. They always seem to put her first. They get a big lead, and then they try to hang on as long as they possibly can.
I feel like that usually doesn't work. I would say on an indoor track, it's better to do that than an outdoor track. Get yourself out well and get out of trouble for the other handoffs. But yeah, looks like they are doing what they wanted to do so far. They've got the lead and trying to hang on to that.
Taking it out in 69.
Greenwich right now is just sitting there in 2nd. They've got a very deep middle distance crew. They won their conference meet. They won their class meet. They were 2nd in the state open, mostly on the points of the sprint medley, 2-mile, 4x8, all those events with the thrower thrown in there.
We're getting a sleeper from Greenwich could score in this. Could be the scorer from this heat.
Well, I think Greenwich, that's Dunzellic, and that's Greenwich right there. That's
Yep, so they're not far away.
Greenwich, they're putting in. They took one runner out from the state open when they ran. I believe they ran 9:48. Yep, 9:40. Yep, excuse me. But their best is 9:46, and I think they could probably break 9:40. So if that doesn't score, yeah, I mean it should, but we'll see.
Yeah, and in these early heats, there's no tactics here. You're just trying to run as fast as you can, get yourself as much of an advantage as you can time-wise, and hope that the top heat doesn't run that fast.
2:18 for Windsor.
That's a great leg.
And a 2:21.7 for Greenwich in third right now.
Off to a blazing start in this leg. So they've opened up a giant gap.
Is that Weston Mass there? That's lane 5.
Potentially. That was a 30-second lap right there, a 31, something like that. So she is out hard.
This is their personality of their team. Like, teams race with certain personalities. They like to get out hard and hang on. Greenwich is more steady and consistent, methodical. Weston Mass only about 15-20 minutes outside of here. When I was coaching at Weston, I wore a Weston singlet, and when I was coming through the town, people were going crazy because I was Weston, Connecticut. Weston, Connecticut right now is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th place right now. The Warriors from Weston have an enormous lead right now. Greenwich is some 40 yards behind with Weston right in their toe.
Yep, it's a good battle for second place right now, and with the race potentially coming back to them later on in the last 2 legs, that's a great spot to be.
Goes Windsor, Greenwich, Weston. Weston from Massachusetts and White coming up behind the pair in second and third is the second Weston team from Connecticut.
So if you're one of the Weston runners and you hear someone in the crowd yell, "Go Weston!"
Yeah.
Who knows if it's for you or not. All right, here's our handoff. That was another great leg. That was a 2:25 or 26, something around there. So they're going to have 8 seconds up on the rest of the pack.
Greenwich, that was a 2:29 for Greenwich. Weston, Connecticut has moved into third right now.
All those teams are knocking on the door for potential sub 940. You want to be 450 through your first 2 legs. And it's starting to close down now, I'd say.
Here comes, about a 5-second gap between first and second.
Still Greenwich chasing. They've been in second place the entire time with the rest of the teams marking up behind them.
That looks like Weston, Mass has just gone into second place now. Greenwich in third, Weston from Connecticut in fourth. But they are eating into the Windsor Warriors lead right now.
So we're halfway through our leg now, and it's going to be, it's Weston taking the lead. That's Weston Mass, you said, has the lead now?
Yes, that is Weston Mass, yep.
Yeah, they're not going to just sit behind. They're going to try to make the pass and build a gap. And Greenwich is going to try to chase them down as well.
That looks like McCoo from Greenwich moving it into second place. Just getting past Windsor. But Weston Mass is in 1. Greenwich is in 2. Windsor 3.
This is a great leg from that Western girl. Not only did she catch the Windsor runner, but she also was able to pull away from the rest of the teams too.
Yeah, if you're in the lead at the halfway, you're past that at the anchor, you're good chance you're going to hold it.
So here we go. Speaking of the anchors, they are up now. So here's Weston getting the baton. They're going to be at 7:12. Greenwich.
That was a 25 for Greenwich.
So 7:12, that's a pretty good good mark right there. If you can run a 2:20 for your anchor, that's around the 9:30 mark, which is very impressive.
Well, like I said, you know, I even talked to one of the coaches in the fast seat. They said, well, we need to get at least 5th because you know this team is going to beat us from the previous seat.
And it is very much closing down now. So Greenwich is going to go into the all-important first position of winning the second heat.
Wait, that's Weston still in the lead.
Weston's still in the lead. Greenwich is now in second. Yep.
Weston Mass has run 9:45. The Wildcats versus the Cardinals.
Two laps to go. That gap has closed down a bit, but it's not closing much right now. I'd say Weston's actually in a good spot if they want to try to hang on to this lead.
Melrose just moved into 3rd for Massachusetts. That looks like Weston's in Connecticut's in 4th.
Weston Mass might hang on to this. She looks good still. 1 lap to go, 8:57. Putting up a good time right now.
This is Eliana Doplin, though. She anchored the state open winning 4x8 team coming from behind over the last 100 meters.
100 to go. I think Weston's going to hold on.
Yeah, Doplin hasn't made a run for it.
On to the stretch.
Weston, here we go, winning heat 2. Unofficially, 9:31, 9:33 for Greenwich. Here comes Weston Trojans of Connecticut in 3rd. Sub 9:40, Melrose 9:42. Western Connecticut girls are pretty ecstatic that it looks like they broke 9:40.
Up on screen is your previous times of the 4x8 results. We'll be waiting for the second heat of the 4x8 coming up soon.
We still got one team on the track now. 10:02 was the time to beat. That was easily beaten this heat. Still can't post the time up until we get this heat over. But here we go on the home stretch. Still a pretty good time. Just about 10:30.
Just got a thank you from Charlotte Engelman for the jumps and throw streams. Absolutely no problem. Glad to. We got a thank you for setting up those jumps and throw streams.
No. Hey, it takes a village to do all this. This is not done by me and Tyler, any of us here. It's done by everybody. We have so many little minions all over the place helping out. Thank you, Team Minions.
We are everywhere. Photos, videos, interviews. You can head on over to a bunch of our Instagrams, Ocean State, Bay State, New Hampshire Cross Country Track and Field. We're going to have a bunch of interviews with a bunch of athletes today around, champions and top finishers. So here we go.
Okay, we've got Exeter, New Hampshire's in 1. Billerica from Memorial in 2, Franklin, Mass in 3, New Canaan Rams in 4, North Kingston, Rhode Island in 5, Glastonbury's in 6, Pinkerton Academy's in 7. Trumbull is in 8 from Connecticut. LaSalle, Rhode Island's in 9. And Barrington, Rhode Island is your 10th seed. These guys are going to be smoking it right here.
Looks like Franklin to the front early on. For Exeter, that's Bree Paterna. She was the runner-up in the 3,000 meters in New Hampshire and third place in the 1,500.
I think we'll be talking about Exeter a lot in this.
Also, we got Alyssa Parento of Rhode Island LaSalle. She was the winner of the 1,500 down in Rhode Island and second in the 1K.
Just got mentioned in a comment that Cheverus is a high school in Portland, Maine.
Good to know. Let's go Portland. Didn't we have New England's there recently? Was it Portland, Maine? I think we had New England cross-country meet in Portland, I think.
Is that near Portland? I know that I've never been to the main course for cross-country, but I know it's up at, somewhere in there. All right, we're closing up at the front here. Can have a lap to go, and it's like once they come through the line. It's a close race so far. 1:42 on the clock right there. That's a pretty solid 600 time by itself.
I know, don't you love that? These girls are running times that would make this meet in this, and they have a lot to go.
So Exeter now going to the lead. Once again, that's Bree Paterna. Actually being held off. Really fast leg here. We're at 2:10 on the clock right now. .216. Really fast leg right there. That's a great start.
Izzy Bremer for Exeter now.
Bremer was the 600-meter runner-up in New Hampshire. And if anybody has any knowledge on the Franklin runners, we'd love to hear it in the comments. Being from New Hampshire, I am a bit more knowledgeable on those athletes. As Bremer is starting to open up a gap now. And they ran 9:15 on a 160 track. Halfway through this leg. So that was about a 104 opener. That's pretty hot.
You say Franklin?
I believe so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trailing right now by about 15 meters or so. Exeter, then Franklin, and LaSalle. So Bremer, one lap to go with 3:55 on the clock. Tell you what, we might want to keep an eye on that meet record. It's 9 flat or 9:01, something around there, right?
No, yeah, it was set by Glastonbury 2 years ago. 9 flat, .29.
So we got Bremer coming on the stretch now at 4:24, so we're going to be right around 4:30 when we hand off. It's going to be Eli Cross getting the baton right here. 4:33, that was a 2:19 leg, or 2:17 leg actually, so they went 2:16, 2:17. Bill Ricca now going to be in second place, followed by LaSalle, then Franklin. That's Exeter with a giant lead. Eli Cross was the 1,000-meter runner-up in New Hampshire. Trying to build on that lead and keep the time going.
What we never know is who puts in somebody that was like a sub 3-minute 1,000-meter runner or like a 138, 600 runner, like somebody that was good, but they decided to put him in the relay here.
And what order they put them in.
Exactly.
Well, coming up on the anchor leg is going to be Lexi Paterno, who's run 2:10.
Yeah, she's the girl coming back in the 2 mile, favorite of the 2 mile.
So we'll see what Eli can do to set her up here.
It's kind of cool when you have a 2:10 anchor. You know, if you're within like 5 seconds, you've got a great shot.
So that was 5:44 coming through there, halfway through the leg. And I have 300 meters left. LaSalle is starting to close in a little bit.
But you don't only have to get close, you have to be in the lead.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else has a sub 210 left.
Oh, there's
here.
no one else, yeah.
I mean, there are other girls that have run sub 210 here, but they're probably doing individual events.
So here's Cross finishing up her leg. Coming around the last stretch. So we got 6:46 in the clock.
Okay, runners are coming up.
Lexi Paterno gets the baton, 6:55 as they come through there. So I'll tell you what, they're going to beat the New Hampshire state record, that's for sure.
Yeah.
9:15, that's going down.
Yeah, even if they run a 2:15.
2:20, you get it.
Yeah.
So Lexi was the 3,000 meter champion in New Hampshire and the 1,500 meter state record holder. State record breaker.
Look at her eating up the track, going through her first quarter in about 30, first 200 in about 30 seconds, upper 30s.
LaSalle and Bill Ricca in a great fight for second place right now. Franklin's in fourth. Paterno looks strong though. She looks pretty good.
I know, she looks so smooth.
So we're going to come through at around 7:59. That's 1:04 for her opener.
High.
Yeah.
So she's definitely under 210, I'd have to say. She's doing this all by herself. All she has is lap runners to go after, which is helpful, believe it or not. It gives you something to focus on.
Yeah, as long as there's not too much work to go around them, as long as you can chase someone down, that's great.
About a 120 through 500 meters. She's on the home stretch. We're about to hear the bell.
So going to be a bit outside that meet record, but the New Hampshire state record's going down for sure. She's 8:33 right there, flying around the track.
137, 600 split.
That's ridiculous. Lexi Paterno of Exeter, down the backstretch.
Bringing pride to the Granite State.
8:50 on the clock.
Here she comes, coming on the final turn. Here comes Exeter, easily our New England champions.
New Hampshire state record is going to end up being 9:07. Congratulations.
2:10.8 I got for the final split.
Bill Ricca, a great finish there. LaSalle, right at the line.
That's third.
Your results for Heat 2 of the 4x8 is up on screen. We're awaiting the results for Heat number 3. And your New England Championship time, unofficially right now, 9:07.
That is nothing to shake a stick at. That is a fantastic performance here. New England Championships are starting out with a bang. The whole state of New Hampshire is cheering for him now. And just remember, everybody, you can get on over to our other streams. We're about to start the high jumps in a few minutes. We got the long jump going on. And of course, in the far corner, we have the shot put going on right now. No pole vault today at New England's, unfortunately. A few pole vault fans.
There was some pole vault at Massachusetts States. I believe
Was
it
there really?
Rhode Island States for sure.
Yeah, no. It's Massachusetts, the one that's holding us up. They don't.
Okay,
host it,
yeah.
And Patriot pole vault team, they have, I think it's Westboro, they have one of the best pole vault clubs. They have so many runners, so many vaulters from coming all over New England come there and compete and practice.
Well, I'll say one thing before
got
we
the
go
scores
on.
right there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
906.
that's incredible.
83 New Hampshire record. Billacra 919. LaSalle. And remember, we have the previous heat too, 931. We got to wait to see how they factor in as well. LaSalle 921.
Oh, they're going to score. Yeah.
929 for North Kingston. New Canaan's fifth, 930. That'll be close.
So Weston, Mass, I believe, was going to be 931. So they should get 6th place.
Yep, we have the final scores now. Bellacre was second, LaSalle third, North Kingston fourth. New Canaan holds on for fifth at 930.76. Weston, Mass gets sixth, 931.20. Franklin just in the outside, Mass 932. And Greenwich was eighth, 933. Those are your top 8 finishers. What a great day of 4x8s already. And we're only halfway through the 4x8s because now we have the gentlemen now.
We've gotten quite a few shout-outs here. Shout out over to the BMHS boys. Simone Pinella says our family in Brazil is waiting to watch Brian McMahon. 4x8 boys. Go Team BHS in Connecticut.
What was that?
Well, I do
shout
want
out over to BMHS boys. Did you both hop off?
Yeah, we got a little shout out from the Thetford coach.
Yeah.
They have a great course over there. If you actually want to check out a course preview that I made, you can go watch that on our New Hampshire Cross Country YouTube channel.
Yeah, Tyler's got like all these courses, previews of different courses that people run on. Well done. It really tells you ins and outs. He rates the courses. Oh, I always agree with the ratings.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the fun part about it, though.
It's everyone's different opinion, right?
And we've got, looks like they're getting the 4x8s up on the victory stand right now.
So I'll say one thing about the Exeter team. So last year I was interviewing them at this exact meet, and they ran 9:30, and I, for some reason, read the time wrong on the state records board, and I said to them, "Congratulations, you got the state record." Turns out the year before Pinkerton had run 9:27, and they didn't find out until afterwards, and I felt so bad, and so luckily I did apologize to them, and I'm very happy now that it doesn't matter because they have the record and have it by a ton now.
I've done that. Everybody's done that. Sometimes either you read it wrong or sometimes it was listed originally on the scores on the heat sheets. The girls' 1,000 record was Sophie Corrigan a couple years ago, who just set the NCAA record in the girls' 1,000 that was listed. And I wrote
Strauss
about
got it
it
last year, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But then Brooke Strauss broke it last year. And
it wasn't updated,
but it's been updated now. So we know about Brooke, who's doing great things. As a matter of fact, she's got Big East going on this weekend.
Yeah, it's happening right now, probably.
Yep, it's happening right now. So Gorian just broke the NCAA 1,000-meter record, 237?
Yeah, crazy.
I mean, insane. I mean, we've got some fantastic runners coming from the Northeast. You know, we're not a very large, we think we're large, but compared to some of these other states, we have no perception of distance because it's a long trip for me to come for 2.5 hours up to Boston, but there are places in Texas, 2.5 hours is your local invitational.
Yeah.
That's
wild.
That's your conference right there. Alaska, you have to fly to some of the places to go.
Yeah. There's no school for hundreds of miles.
We got some shout-outs over to Exeter, specifically Bree and Lexi Paterna's grandparents in Connecticut watching. Saying congratulations. We also got Lorna Donna also congratulating Exeter.
You guys have 2 very impressive grandkids.
And don't worry, Brian McMahon. Trust me, you're on my radar. We're going to be watching Brian McMahon in 2 more heats. We got some time till the Brian McMahon boys come up. We'll give shout outs wherever we can, folks.
So right now is the podium for the girls 4x8 on screen as the official results of the entire field. As we are also getting ready for the boys 4x8, we'll start to introduce our first heat up on the track. I can go for it. Let's do it. So, first heat, we've got Bishop Hendricken, Rhode Island, South Portland, Maine, Londonderry, New Hampshire, Nashua South, New Hampshire, Scarborough, Maine, Thornton Academy, Maine, John Baptist, I assume that's got to be John Baptist Memorial, of Maine, Marshwood, Maine, Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont, Thetford Academy, Vermont, and Montpelier, Vermont. Top seed in this heat is 8:28.24. Meet record here, 7:47.62, Ridgefield, Connecticut. Members of that team were Hergenrother, Nelson, Manley, and Lovett, set 2 years ago on March 2nd.
Nelson's back. We'll be seeing him in the mile later on this afternoon. The rest of the boys are off to their respective colleges. Hergenrother's doing great things for Princeton right now. I think is this the Ivy? Is this the Hebs weekend? Was that?
I can look that up real quick.
Yeah. It's funny, they don't have like a conference weekend throughout the nation. There's like
I don't know, like
conference
America
month.
East happened last
Yeah.
weekend. I know that. Atlantic 10 is happening this weekend. If you look for this weekend, looks like they are happening this weekend. So today and tomorrow.
Yeah. Bishop Hendrickson, the powerhouse of Rhode Island and New England, multiple New England titles. They're the top seed in this, and they're going in the green and yellow right to the front, the Hawks. Never count out Bishop.
Yeah, and any doesn't matter the event even. I mean,
I know,
distance events,
sprints,
cross
throws,
country,
yeah,
sprints.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter,
exactly.
yeah. They're not like just a distance team. Although cross country fans, that's what they know them as. But man, they've had great throwers throughout the years. Coming through a sub 60, about a 59 seconds.
They have company though. It's not
South
not
Portland,
gone yet.
Maine. As expected, these are the top two seeds in the heat. Londonderry seeded third. They had a great cross-country season. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that they had always three guys who were way up there, and that's something that can really help you out at a big meet like New England's.
Bishop Hendrickson still under 130 pace, under 130 for the 600. It's right around 2 minute half mile right here. Great start to heat one of three.
Yeah, if you can have all your guys running 2 minutes for each leg, that's pretty darn good and puts you in a great spot to not just compete for a scoring spot, but compete for a win potentially.
About 2 flat or so. Got about a 5-second lead. It is kind of funny watching the long jumpers on camera as they're kind of racing the runners.
Yes, I was get confused watching that. Someone's making a big move. Oh no, they're just jumping.
That was about a sub 29 second lap there, someplace in the upper 28s for Hendrickson. Now somewhere in here they've got to have a 206 guy or something because, you know, why are they running each? I mean, I know the thing about Rhode Island is so tough to predict. They get to run 4 events in their state championship, which means most of the runners, 59, most of the runners are on tired legs.
Yeah, and I can think of 4 different guys on Hendricken who can probably run right around 2 flat. So it really depends if they're putting in their A team or not.
Yeah, so if this is their A team, Danny Brennan came up before and he told us, I just don't know all the different runners, like maybe Somebody like Steve Mazzone probably knows. But it looks like they're putting their pieces together into this relay. They could score from this heat. Another 129 through 600, so we might have another 2 flat half-mile leg right here. They can get to the halfway point in 4 minutes.
And I do see Colby Flynn on their anchor leg, it looks like. One of the top runners for cross country this season and overall in the state in track. Won the 1,000 meters in Rhode Island. So it looks like Hendricken's going all out on their 4x8.
201 flat. So they're still, they could possibly break 8 minutes. They are just about going to lap the field almost.
Yeah, it could be some chaos right here when other teams are handing off.
What's good for Hendrick right now is he's in his second lap right now. So these runners that are just getting baton, you always go fast in the first 100 meters, so he has somebody to race with for a little bit. Just gives him somebody to chase down.
Makes a move right there, but there's a kid in front of him. And here we go, halfway through the leg. He's going to go out and right around 58.
7?
Yeah, because they're a little bit over 4 minutes at the handoff.
You could see a sub-8 that usually scores, unless this is a particularly deep year, which, hey, it happens all the time.
Well, and everything gets faster and faster, too, where, maybe a while ago sub-8 was incredibly rare, and now you're seeing it, pretty often. Not terribly often, but it's not shocking to see.
Nobody's broken 8 minutes in New England yet. 129 again. These guys are like robots hitting the exact same split by themselves.
We have a lot of cheers in the chat for Bishop Hendricken.
Go Hawks. We're cheering for you from afar.
Yeah, I always love to see a team come from the slower heats and end up putting up a great time.
Well, you're seeing it right now. Here he is. He's trying to struggle to get in. He's like trying to get rid of the baton.
There we go. So 6:04. So it's going to be a tall order.
2:03.4 approximately.
This is going to be our 1,000-meter state champion, Colby Flynn, with the baton on the last leg.
Can he go 156, 155?
Potentially. He's definitely more of a long-distance kind of guy. He ran a great race for that 1,000-meter title. He was kind of just hanging out in the pack, and in the last lap, it seemed like he was the only one who had anything left. So now he's got a bunch of guys to go around, out at an aggressive pace. There's a long jumper racing him right there.
Looks good on camera. I don't think he even notices him though.
Right, here we go, 6:55 on the clock. Gonna have 2 laps to go once he comes around here. He's out in 56.
55.6.
Yeah, that's incredible. So can you hold a 1 flat or even sub 1 minutes?
Well, you said he's a strength guy. Let's see what he's got. He doesn't seem any worse for the wear. Going through 5. Usually, if you're going to see the falling off, you're going to see it from the 400 to the 500 mark.
Yep.
I don't see that happening. He still looks strong.
So 7:29, 7:30 on the clock. He's under 7:30 for the first time.
Went through 125 through 600.
So he's to hang on for a little bit longer, and you're going sub 8.
He looks aggressive too. He doesn't look like he's just hanging on. He looks aggressive. He's still got the knee lift, staying tall. Here comes Bishop Hendricken coming in last 50 meters of the race, driving for every second because they know every second matters.
Man, that's an impressive time, just above 8 minutes. So they're going to put themselves in a very dangerous position for these top heats.
156.4 anchor. Coach's splits are official, so don't come up to me and say that the guy that broadcasts, coach splits are probably better.
You can always watch it back and get your better mark for that. So what is our top seed in the meet overall? So I'm curious how much that's going to challenge.
Let's get to the boys here. Well, Brookline, I corrected. Brookline ran 7:59.99. Is New England #1. So, but I think there are people that are right on the cusp of 8 minutes that can definitely go under. And especially, here's another thing that makes it happen too, is now all of a sudden, you're not going to be by yourself. If you're running too flat, you're not going to be taken off on the field like you might have in your respective state, because now you have 3 or 4 other runners running too flat or 159. You get dragged along.
Interesting. I see Jason Roby out here for Pinkerton, New Hampshire. He was the double 3,000 and 1,500 meter winner. And I'm pretty sure he's coming back in the 3K later on.
Just had somebody in the comments say that the Bishop Hendricken was pretty far off of Ridgefield's 4x8, but that was also just the first heat. So
yeah,
stay tuned.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm not sure if anybody's going to go down to under 750 today.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean,
we're still going to see some faster times, I think, than that.
State records aren't. I mean, New England records aren't broken every single year in every event, except for last year when I think we had like 8.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be a meaningful record if it got broken every single year.
That's
right?
true. Although some of these were broken every year.
Yeah.
Okay, in Heat 2, we got Natick, Mass. Pinkett Academy, New Hampshire's in 2. E.O. Smith, the Panthers are in 3. Brian McMahon is in 4. Portland, Maine is in 5. North Kingston, Rhode Island's in 6. Bishop Girton's in 7. Pilgrim, Rhode Island's in 8. Barrington, Rhode Island's in 9. And Nashua North in 10. That was at a 28. They took it out. Track inflation doesn't just happen in the upper levels. The depth right now. I mean, it used to be, back when I started coaching, we were getting all New England these events running like 820s. That won't even make the fastest anymore. Like the depth, not just the stars, but the depth is just incredible right now, and it's indicative in a relay like this.
And the big thing is you get more stars. Everyone, who would have been middle of the pack before is now becoming a star because it's running so fast. You never know who's going to have a great day.
Natick and Pinkerton are going 1-2 right now, both in red. Natick is black shorts, Pinkerton is red shorts. Natick's hanging on, going through 129 through 600 meters.
Starting to build a gap now. Definitely surprised to see Roby out here for Pinkerton. Would have thought they wanted to keep him fresh for that 2 mile.
Hey, you know something? These kids have had a lot of chances to run individual events. This might be the one chance to run a great relay.
That is true, and run a fast. It's hard to get a relay onto a fast track as well.
Yep. 158 low for our leader. That's Natick.
So our top 2 are kind of away from the field, then our next group is kind of bunched together.
Looks like McMahon is in 3rd right now.
That lead's starting to close up now.
Brian McMahon has a 156 guy in anchor, so let's see if anybody else has something like that.
Yeah, if they're right around that 6-minute mark when they hand off.
60 seconds through the 400s. McMahon leads the second pack.
believe Pinkerton's going to end off with Joe Gustafson, who was the 600-meter champion in New Hampshire and ended up running, I think, a 155 or 156 800 meters last week at Harvard.
Another 130 through 600.
And the gap is growing out again. These two are very far away from the pack.
But there's a battle just off camera, though. There's about 6 people within striking distance of each other for third place.
And you can see them coming around the corner now. Here's our handoff.
Another 2
Natick.
flat. They're sub 359 through the halfway. We often talk about an accordion in the relays. People stretch out and then come together based upon where you put various runners. There's always somebody that's, they always have to put their weakest runner someplace in there. Maybe they put them first and then they come from behind the rest of the way. Maybe they put them in the middle of the race. Right now, Natick doesn't look like they have any weak runners right now.
No, they're running great right now. They're well on their way at challenging that time from Hendricken.
E.O. Smith has moved into third. That's Max Mattingly. The Panthers from Storrs, Connecticut, just outside of Yukon. But still, it's Massachusetts in the lead. Followed by New Hampshire, then Connecticut.
And it's always a fun battle, not just between the teams, but between the states too. You kind of get to see which state has the best athletes.
We're always trying to play for our home states.
And it's also kind of fun when you're in an individual battle because you have maybe someone who's on a different team, but from your same state, you kind of want to root for them as well and work with them a little bit.
You ever notice that people in the conference meets battle against each other? When you get to the state meets, you kind of root for people in your conference.
Yes.
When you get to New England's, you root for people in your state.
Then you go to nationals. Hey, you were at New England's, weren't you? Let's work together.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah. When I get to interview kids at nationals, for DISTAT, I always take pride in getting a New England kid. I got to interview Ndozi, the 55 hurdle champion, just now. And that was a thrill for me. I saw Lisa Ray. That was a thrill. Local kid doing well.
And here we go, Pinkerton now. I believe this is Mayu, who had a great leg there. And as you said, New England's a pretty small place in relative terms, at least.
Yeah, it's a very small corner of the country, but we're very proud of all of us. If it wasn't for religious differences in the 1650s or something, whatever it was, we would be all one state. Thanks to freedom of religion, we are 6 different states.
And 6 distinct states, too.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So Pinkerton now with Gustafson, so they're looking to go sub-8 here. And that's really the mark you kind of look at in this race.
Well, we started off with an 8 flat, so if you want to score, you've got to get under 8.
Well, and our top seed in the entire meet is going to be 759.99.
I have a feeling we're going to see some magic happen. So Pinkerton has the lead, Natick's in second. Is that E.O. Smith in third. Fourth is McMahon. About to approach the bell. Here we go, 1 to go in the second of 3 heats.
7:28 in the clock, nice.
That was a less than enthusiastic bell.
It's been a very quiet bell today.
Yeah, you got to get some enthusiasm in the bell ringer. It really brings the place alive when you hear a good bell.
If I were given that job, it would be a privilege.
Oh, yeah, my first official's job, that's what I got to do. I was kind of nervous.
All right, here we go, on the stretch. We're going to see a great time right here. 7:57, that's awesome. Really good run there. So that's now the #1 time in New England. Natick puts up a great time as well. They're going to be #3 overall behind Hendricken. So I asked the question earlier, why would Roby come in and run the 4x8 if he's one of the top seeds in the 3K? Because you might have a chance to win the 4x8 in this event.
Well, this is everybody. You know something? I always like to say, if you're not in the huddle, what that means is if you're not on the inside of the team, everybody has different personalities. They might have said, you know something? I'd rather focus on the 4x8 today.
Yeah.
And then come back for nationals or something for the 2 mile. I always, I always question teams why they do certain things, but then they tell me why. There's like, oh,
yeah,
that makes sense.
There's always a reason for it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Up on screen now is the results from Heat 1 previously. We're going to wait on the results from Heat 2 that just finished as we now get set up for Heat 3.
In the chat, somebody wants us to add Kenya's New England's. I think that would kind of skew the results if we had a public school in Kenya come up to New England.
Yes. Maybe a cool comparison.
Yeah. See what 16-year-olds do in Kenya.
We also just got a question of how close we are to the 1K.
Well, if you go to any of our respective sites, My Sports Results, Bay State, New Hampshire Track and Field, all of us have a fan guide, and it tells you what the order of events are. There's approximately 3 heats of all the distance events. There's 36 entrants, 6-lane track. You figure out, do the math yourself. The 1K will be coming up. But coming on now, this is maybe for all the marbles. So I got to tell you, those first 2 heats put up some numbers. Brookline is number 1, with 7:59. Xavier and Brothers is number 2. Greenwich, the State Open champions of Connecticut, is number 3. Concord, Carlisle is in 4. North Andover in Mass is in 5. East Lyme, Connecticut is in 6. Charahoe Regional in 7 for Rhode Island. 8 is Greater Lowell Tech in Mass. 9 is Ellington. And 10 is Xavier, the Falcons from Middletown, Connecticut, making the fast heat.
So 7:58, well, at least I'm going to look at it real quick, for our time from Pinkerton in the last heat. 7:56.83, that is really fast.
That's the New England leader. Let's see what they got.
Somebody in the comments mentioned that may be the number 2 all-time in New Hampshire.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Not sure if Sauhegan in 2013 or other teams have faster times, but supposedly that may be the number 2.
We went from Greenwich. Now the X-Men are establishing themselves. Xavier. Xavier's doing something special. Sub 58 approximately.
So Bedford ran 7:54.22 in 2024. That's what I believe is the state record for New Hampshire.
Xavier was second in 2025. That was a great race between them and Ridgefield. Ridgefield came from behind the last 200 meters. Greenwich is in second.
Well, they're out hot.
I believe that's Nolan O'Connor from Ridgefield, a sophomore. He's the future of the Falcons. Mateo Chisera from Greenwich is the opening leg for the Cardinals. That looks like East Lyme now, just sneaking in from behind. About a 157 for the 3 teams.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a shakeup at that handoff. So they're on pace so far.
Looks like Oliver Eaton, followed by Jack Faish. Jack Faish, father, is a college teammate of mine who went on to become a very successful coach at Guilford. Connecticut's going 1-2-3 right now.
Look for Brookline, our top seed in 4th place right now.
we always like to say, you don't know who puts who in what where's the strongest runner. Vaish, up until recently, was known as a distance person, but he got subbed in for the class meet, and he's been doing a great job.
Look at this. There's about 6 teams all within striking distance right now. This is a really good race so far.
Hey, and even 7th isn't far off either. But like we said before, this is why you bring the best of the best together. It brings out the greatness in each individual athlete. Cardinals are holding on, sub 130 here.
There's also that pride of you want to show out for your town on a New England scale.
Just getting here. The teams that brag on this, like we finished 22nd, just making it here is an accomplishment. Yeah. Greenwich is holding on. East Lyme's trying to creep up. Greenwich isn't far behind.
Look at this finish here. It's going to be a hectic handoff. 5 teams all in a row.
Hope there's no drop batons. There almost was. Still sub 2 minutes.
That was a phenomenal handoff by Brookline. It seems that their runner jumped off a bit in front and it made sure they got out of trouble before they got the handoff.
Well, they're sub 8 right now for the top 5. 6 might come from an earlier heat.
Remember, you got to be 756.93, I believe it was.
That's Ben Hayes from Greenwich leading the charge right now. Greenwich was state open champs in cross country for Connecticut. They have just been having a run at it. They were class double L champions in indoor track. They are just having this fantastic year right now. This will be known as their dream team for years to come.
This is a great team right here. They're looking strong.
Still about 58 seconds for the top 2 guys.
Pretty sure that Brookline's handing off to the Massachusetts 1,000-meter champion. See what kind of time that last leg can put up. But right now, Greenwich is trying to put themselves in a position to lead this race and try to go for the win. .527. Well, I'm sure Pinkerton Academy from New Hampshire is watching very closely.
Is that Ridgefield just moved into 3rd?
Is that, you know better than I would. Now in a 2nd, Xavier perhaps? East Lyme.
Oh, East Lyme. The Vikings.
So East Lyme now in the lead.
East Lyme has East Lyme as the defending New England champion who did not qualify. That's Sam Leone. He won New England's last indoor. He was 2nd New England's in outdoors. He's been off a little bit.
That's a pretty good anchor to have. But now it's going to be Greenwich back into the front. Brookline now on the shoulder. They're on a good pace right now.
Ryan Newcomb took a lot of the relay legs the past few weeks. He's a 232,000-meter runner, 123 for the 6. As I'm sure, here we come. 2 to go now. Brookline's inching ahead.
Yep, there we go. That's a big move right there. That's Harry Flint, 1,000-meter champion from Massachusetts. He's now opening up a gap. That could be the winning move right there.
We still got some room, but it does not look like anybody's going to go for it.
Just got to hang on a little bit longer. Right now we're at 7. Oh, they're going to run fast right here. 7:22 on the clock.
It's going to be at a low 50. Even for the next 2 teams, it's going to be in mid-50s.
This is an incredible anchor leg.
coming from behind, put your killer at the end. Great move for Brookline. That's exactly what you got to do.
Our top seeds are going to maintain that top position. There we go.
750.
Celebration at the line, too.
53, 54 for second and third. 58, 59. We might have just squeezed in from one of the previous heats. We might have got a top 6. We'll wait for the final results to come out. It looks like one of the previous heats might have squeezed out a medal.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
That time was 7:56.83 for Pinkerton from the last heat.
Oh, Pinkerton definitely got some hard work coming into them. Hey, we got fans in Wisconsin here. Wow. Oh, we're multi-region.
Any relatives or just fans from Wisconsin?
They just said that they're cheering on New Hampshire.
Nice.
So, Korthal's, it's Logan.
Oh, nice.
Logan Korthals, we know who he
Of
is.
course. My fellow Packers fan.
Yeah, he was a great runner over at Milford before he moved on over to Wisconsin.
A great runner in Wisconsin too. Yes, senior this year.
Yeah.
I'm jealous living out in that cheesehead country.
And there we go. Final results: Brookline 751.03, Greenwich 754.19, East Lyme 754.55, Pinkerton sits in fourth 756.83, Concord Carlisle 757.63. And we're gonna scroll on through. I'm not gonna be able to get through all of those, but those are, I believe, your top 6. I think we have our shot put finishers up on the podium now.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It's just a guess.
I think those guys are the 2-milers.
Well, I don't think that's a good guess because the 2-mile hasn't happened yet.
Let's see what we have here. Coming up on the stand in a moment is going to be Jake Bassey from Bangor, Maine. 54 feet, 5 inches.
That's really impressive.
Wow.
Kyle Francis from Bloomfield, 56 feet, 11 inches for the Warhawk. Stoneham, Mass brings us Thomas Wood in 4th place, 58 feet, 4 inches. There's I don't know, you can even tie. You're supposed to go your 2nd and 3rd and 4th best throws, but they have a tie here for 2nd place. Ari Levine from Hopedale, Mass, and Liam Sweeney of Bacon Academy, 58 feet, 6 1/4 inches. And our champion with a monster throw of 62 feet, 1 3/4 from Albert Ames, Massachusetts, Mitchell Callender. Look at these athletes.
So I may be mistaken, but I think Callender actually outthrew the weight throw champion last week in Massachusetts.
In shot, he outthrew the weight. Really?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I guess if he's throwing 60, yeah, that would still be a good throw.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, the weight throw champion threw 58 feet.
Wow.
And which won, but he threw 62 feet in the shot.
That's incredible.
We thought that was an interesting sight there. So yeah, I believe that was Callender last week who did that.
Yeah, last night at Big East, the Connecticut top thrower last year, Marshall Potter, just won Big East for UConn. So kid from Simsbury, freshman, winning a Division I, big-time Division I college conference championship. Let's see if any of these guys can do the same thing next year.
Nice little smile there.
So next up on the track right now, we are getting the girls 4x2 set up here. You're going to have a total of 9 heats for the 4x2.
9 very fast heats.
Yeah, this is going to be rock'em sock'em, crash test dummies.
Yeah.
The key to doing well in the 4x2 is just getting to stick around. Without getting disqualified, there's just so many people that do not perform well because they either get cut off, they get bumped into, drop a baton, false start, whatever. So every coach just holds their breath on this relay in particular.
Yes, the meet record here at 141.47 set all the way back in 2010.
all the way back.
All the way back.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel that long ago, but that's
Yep.
That was yesterday,
16
right?
years now. Oh, yeah.
God, that was 16 years. These kids were born that might, try to break this team.
Feels like yesterday I was 7 years old at a 2010 New Year's party.
Son of a gun. I'm not going to tell you how old I am. But anyway, we've got Bedford Academy here. We got from Vermont, we got Essex, Vermont, we got St. Johnsbury, Vermont.
It's a pretty long drive.
Yeah, St. Johnsbury is pretty far up there.
I think you take 93 pretty much the entire way down, so.
It's just, I think it's on the way to Northern Kingdom Running Camp, I think. It's just a little south of them, up in Lindenville.
The top seed in the event coming into today is Bloomfield with a 1:42.33.
Giddy up. Those girls, they just won the State Open in the event. They won the State Open as a team. They've won, 16 straight Class S titles, which is the smallest division.
16 straight?
16
I don't
straight.
care how small your division is. That's incredibly impressive.
What makes it, yeah, they're a small school. They only have like 20 kids, 25 kids on the team every year. But of those 25, like 12 are all New England, caliber athletes.
Yeah. That's what they say, success breeds success.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. You build a culture. You have, between the boys and girls, they have like 4 or 5 coaches that are just incredible. Just great role models, great technicians, enthusiastic, set high standards, and then the athletes buy into it, and it just feeds on each other, where the seniors teach the freshmen. It started off a long time ago, but it keeps going and going and going. I think they would have had the same streak in outdoor, but the year we got back from COVID, I talked to their coach. 155 is our winning team in this heat. When they got back from COVID, the coach told me she didn't have the contact with them because, they were out of school so much, and when they came back, they kind of lost some of that, and it took a while to rebuild it. They lost by, I think, a half point. They got beat in the 4x4 the last event of the day. So there's some enthusiasm there from Thetford.
Seems they got underneath 2 maybe for the first time. 159.9.
Okay, let's make sure we keep up the heats now because this is going to come fast and furious. Heat 2 is People's Academy, Vermont. Cheverus from Maine in lane 4, and Colchester, Vermont is in 5. Cheverus comes in with a 151, Colchester 150, and People's Academy 154.32.
We had a little flinch there. We're going to reset. We also got pronunciation, Bangor instead of Bangor.
What is it?
Bangor.
Bangor?
Bangor, yep, it is.
That's right up near UMaine, correct?
There's nothing worse than New England pronunciations.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what it sounds phonetically, we have our own particular way to say it.
When it comes to Massachusetts, it's all over with that one.
And we also just had our 4x8 podium just come up. We had a little New Hampshire banter. Will Whitley just called Logan Corthell's washed.
2 guys that are now in new states. Will's running for, I'll forget what school is in Mass now, but it's great.
Yeah.
Some guys I got to interview last year at New England's when they, I believe it was the 4x8 or 4x4. They both had pretty good teams competing here. So we've got a good race here in this leg.
They're all the way out in lane 2. and have been the entire way.
Gonna look back after she got a baton.
They are still out
Lane 2 and
in
3.
lane 2 and 3.
So hopefully you slide in here.
Probably. Nope, they haven't slid in. They're still in lane 2.
Oh. You'd think if you made it this far, you would kind of know.
And yeah, they're still there. All three of them have been out in lane 2 and 3 this whole way.
Well, they won, so
Either way.
can't fault them for that.
So last heat was St. Johnsbury 154.41, Essex Vermont 158.29, and Thetford 159.90. And now we move on to get results for heat number 2.
Let's go Ryan, our hometown of Dover's in this heat.
Yes, they are.
Okay, besides Dover, we have lane 2. We got Mount Desert Island. I hope I pronounced that right. You know?
Yeah.
Is it Dover or Dover?
Dover.
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 Those with the accent do call it Dover.
And just to confuse us all, we got a Bedford, New Hampshire, and a Bedford, Mass.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's a
Yes.
few states that have the same, like Portland, not quite sure. Like Sean Gray, who was supposed to be in the 2 mile, but he's scratching. He's from Portland, Rhode Island.
Portsmouth.
Portsmouth, that's it. Portsmouth, Rhode Island, and Portsmouth, Maine. In New Hampshire. New Hampshire has one.
Well, Mount Desert Island's a very long drive up there in
really
Maine.
far north of here, right?
That's right. That's in Acadia.
Yeah.
I assume they're in Acadia. It's on the island called Mount Desert Island. All right, we'll see how it all shakes out after the staggers.
You always like to see the official just watching and not putting the flag up.
So that's Bedford and Mass out in the lead right there, followed by Dover, then Bedford, New Hampshire. And actually, Bedford, New Hampshire's taken, maybe not. And Mount Desert Island's in 4th. There we go, maybe a move from the green wave here to get into the lead. Last leg, and this is the 3rd heat or 4th heat? Third heat. So there we go, nice battle between Bedford and Dover. Bedford, Mass now in the front. Down the stretch. Got a nice kick here from Mount Desert Island.
So that's going to conclude Heat 3. Heat 2, the results were Colchester 151.10, and we're going to move on over to the results of Heat number 3. Bedford, Mass 148.58. I don't have the full name there. Mount Desert Island 149.87, and Bedford, New Hampshire 153.19. Oh, sorry, Dover 149.87. Going on to Heat number 4.
And on the track now, Heat 4, Scarborough, Maine. They're in 2. Herman, Maine is in 3. Yarmouth, Maine is in 4. And Glasgow, Rhode Island is in 5. All under 150, so we're slowly creeping down, getting faster and faster. All 3 in the 149s. So it doesn't look like there's any one standout team in this relay.
That's what kind of happens in these heats. As you get towards the middle of the pack, you have everyone's really bunched together. There's no outliers. They're down to the point where it's just a list of teams that are all really close together, and they're going to see who can move up or move down.
These handoffs are key.
I don't know what that was. A weird handoff for our leader team. The girl ran past who she was handing off to, but they got the lead either way. So I don't even know what happened there. It looked clean, but it was not at all.
Sometimes you just got to be fast. That's all that matters. Just be fast. Approaching halfway.
And they still have the
Did
lead.
it again. Ran right into it. She did not take off at all. But yeah, they're fast.
Like it's weird. Like that was the most untextbook like handoff I've ever seen, but it works somehow.
Hey, if it works, you don't say anything.
Well, hey, they talked bad about the Fosbury flop for a long time.
That is true. Mr. Fosbury just passed away, by the way. Yeah, that was sad.
The last year or so.
Yep. Yeah, runs.
Yeah, gee whiz. Whoa, cool.
Wow.
I love that.
That is a new style. They've invented something.
So you do it once and you think it's a mistake. You do it twice and you're like, oh, that's kind of weird. 3 times it's intentional, but they're actually getting caught right here.
They're handing off in front of them, coming from behind.
And you see, she did like a fast feet before she got there. Oh, please hang on for the win here. They're actually going to get caught here. But that was a very cool new style to see.
That was Yarmouth?
Yarmouth?
Yeah. Oh, we're going to have to look into that.
That was really cool. So yeah, I guess that, whatever works for you is what works for you, right? Like that's.
Yeah. Maybe somebody can't bring their arm back for whatever reason. I mean, hey, you got to sometimes improvise, adapt, overcome, as the Marines say. In lane 5, these warriors now, we have Hope, Rhode Island in 2, Barrington, Rhode Island in 3, Nashua North in 4, and St. Raphael, Rhode Island in 5. They're still in the 149 seed range.
Just got a comment asking about the long jump stream, and there is a part 2 hidden in the playlist. If you head on over there, the part 2 of long jump will be available if you are looking for it.
This is a great start right here from lane 2. They've got a pretty giant lead right now. Looks like Hope.
Those are more traditional classic handoffs.
Can't wait to watch that back. That was really cool to watch.
Just the handoff coming from in front of you, yeah.
The ingenuity there.
Sometimes you have to know your athletes. It works for them. Hope is not giving anybody else any hope yet.
Nashua North maybe hanging on to a little bit of hope. Look at this kick right here. Coming from 3rd place.
Wow.
Watch out.
There might not be any hope for Hope. There is no more hope for Hope. Coming from way behind.
Really nice run there.
That
is going to be St. Raphael, right?
I think it was lane 5, right?
Yep.
Yep. So that was Hampton Academy, Maine.
No, that was St. Raphael.
St. Raphael?
Yeah.
I thought it was lane 5.
It's either uniforms.
Previous results for Heat 4 up on screen. Heat 5 results incoming.
If St. Raphael was in this heat, that was them who got it.
Heat 5 results. St. Raphael 148.32. Hope 149.16. Nashua North 149.31. Barrington 149.54.
I was looking at the wrong heat. So Heat 6 we're going in. That's why you got to stay on top of these heats. Portsmouth, New Hampshire's in 2. Exeter, New Hampshire's in 3. LaSalle's in 4. And 5 is Hampton Academy. That's why I thought it was lane 5.
Well, maybe they'll get the win here.
This is Heat 6 of 9. This is where we just might see something come out of the woodwork.
Because you got 9 runners ahead of you after this heat, so if you can put up a good time, then you're in a good spot.
Well, because often what happens is the faster teams, because they're going so much faster, there's less room for error. And if there's a little bit of error, they drop the time, they get cut off, whatever.
Yeah, especially in the 4x2.
Definitely now, we're definitely sub 149 now. coming up to the final exchange.
So Sal, in front of Exeter.
Sal's got a slight advantage. Exeter's coming
Trying
up
to close,
strong.
yep. It's not over yet.
He's got one more shot. If they can slingshot off the turn onto the home stretch. Here we go.
Great kick by Exeter.
Use that coming off the banks to their advantage. Okay, we're in the final 3 heats coming up. In 7, we've got Heat 7 in lane 2. We've got Milton of Massachusetts, Pittsburgh, Mass, Wilmington, Mass, and Lexington, Mass. All seated 145.99 to 146.42. So they're pretty tightly bunched.
Looks like Milton was the first to hand off. On the inside.
Milton was 8th in the meet of champions. Their season best was 145.34. Let's see if they can get under that today.
As Lexington moving to the lead.
The Minutemen, they were 5th in the meet of champions. Just nipping under that 146 barrier. Looks like somebody must have done something good on the high jump. The high jump right now is up to 6'3" on the boys' side. Coming into the last exchange, Lexington maintains the advantage. Trying to get under 146 again. Closing tight now between 1 and 2. Lexington in the lead. Coming on the home stretch.
Milton's going to try to get him.
Oh,
Milton got it, yeah.
Just barely got that one there.
Nice finish.
Previous heat results: Exeter 147.18, LaSalle 147.44, Portsmouth 148.48, and Hampton 148.91. Heat 7 just finishing up on the track, getting ready for Heat 8.
In this one, we got some Connecticut teams in here, with 1 Massachusetts. Andover is in 2. Then we got 3 Nutmeg State teams, Hamden, Greenwich, and Naugatuck in lanes 3, 4, and 5.
Both those last 2 teams appeared thrilled with their runs.
And why shouldn't they? They've been having just some incredible performances.
Here we go, first leg. If you win this heat and you take the top time, you're guaranteed to score.
Looks like Naugatuck put Lauren Kropo second. She's a state open champion in 600 meters. Last year, she nearly pulled off a 600, 355 triple at the state open. Got third in the 55, coming up right after the 600 though. Or the class of New England. Here come the Greyhounds from Naugatuck. Crisp handoffs, Hamden, Green Dragons in second. Cardinals from Greenwich in third.
That's a great mascot, the Green Dragons.
Yeah. It's pretty nasty, you know? I always like teams with unusual mascots.
Well, they're trying to close down, but I don't think they're going to get there before the handoff. Here we go, last leg. .145 flat, the time from last heat.
Nothing much has changed, but anything can happen. It always seemed to come off right off the turn over the last few meters. Naugatuck, Hamden, Greenwich is coming up. Naugatuck's maintaining the lead, crossing line under 144.
Heat 7 results: Milton 145 flat, Lexington 145.04, Fitchburg 147.42. Heat 8 just finished on the track.
Looks like it was around 143 high they got. This is the final heat.
And we've got Moses Brown coming in with a 144.66 seed. Manchester 144.12. Windsor from Connecticut 143.6. And the Connecticut State Open champions 142.33. It might be a long shot, but the meet record of 141.47 isn't too far off.
Let's see how these opening legs go. Got some great hair colors in this leg. Open lane 3 and lane 5. Pretty even handoff there. This is going to be a very close cut-in. Bloomfield barely gets into the lead on the curve. We're going to be halfway through the race now.
Here comes it all. Getting this is Vanessa Angerman. She's the all-New England hurdler.
And she's building that lead, I think.
Just eats into the track.
Look at this leg in third place right here.
Looks like
One lap to go.
So we had a clearance of 6'3" in high jump.
Last leg, 1:15 in the clock, looking for a New England title.
That looks like Deja Duncan on the anchor.
It's not over yet.
Duncan already got all New England hurdles. Trying to add another New England championship. Bloomfield's the defending champions. Let's see if they can hold on.
Clock.
Look for the inside. Oh! What a foul coming from behind.
And that was a great time too. 141 high, I think.
We said the meet record was in question.
What a finish.
Meet record 141.47. They're going to get pretty darn close. Previous heats results: Naugatuck 143.29, and there it is, 141.52. They are only 0.05 of a second off that meet record.
Pretty soon, the Danbury record will be graduating with the birth years. You know, some of these kids will be graduating soon if they keep lasting with this. Windsor, that was a bit of a mild upset there. Not a huge one, but a mild one. Bloomfield ran great.
Yeah, 141.66. Yeah. Manchester 143.44. Moses Brown 145.64. That'll close off the girls 4x2. Moving on to boys 4x2.
Bloomfield just knocked off like 0.4 of a second off their season best. And what can you do? You know?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that round.
So meet record for the boys is 128.90 by the Xavier and Brothers, Massachusetts, set back in 2024, only 2 years ago.
Setting up in Heat 1, we got Mount Mansfield Union, Vermont, St. Johnsbury, Vermont, Bedford Academy, Vermont, and South Burlington, Vermont. It's like the Vermont State Meet transfers to a faster track.
It is. That's probably the toughest event to have on a flat 160.
Oh. Try to stay on the inside lane. I've been watching kids running these flat tracks. They're usually, I don't know what it is in Vermont, but the tracks move around on their gym surfaces, so they can't wear spikes. And I've seen kids not physically able to stay in lane 1. They get forced out into lane 2 and sometimes 3 because centrifugal force just take them out there. Oh, the same thing. Look at that coming from in front. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
I do know that Vermont it's an actual track, so they can wear spikes there.
That's a bit of an advantage.
But everything other than that is not much. Okay, so here we go. First heat, final leg.
And we're about to do the awards for the girls 4x2. So there'll be a little break in the action as they do the awards for the girls 4x2 next. And as they get on the award stand, Greenwich 143.98 earns a 6th place medal. Hamden in 5th place, 143.58. Manchester, they're 4th, 143.44. Nagata Greyhounds are your bronze medalists, 143.29. Then you had a top 2, came really close to the meet record. Bloomfield nipped at the line, running 141.66 with the Windsor Warriors. 141.52 is your New England champions for 2026. Back on to the boys. Thetford, Mount Mansfield, South Burlington, St. Johnsbury.
Got some more Vermont. It is a hard thing for Vermont, with that track being a bit tougher to run on. Probably going to result in a bit of a slower seed time you get coming into this race.
But that's the cool thing about coming up here. It's like such an advantage as you're going from a slow track, and it just feels so much better to run these faster tracks finally in the season. It's almost like you're guaranteed to set a season best. Four handoffs, all clean. These teams all ran between 140 and 142. Let's see if we get somebody under 140 here. Get in the 30s somewhere.
The last heat was sub 140. One leg to go. 110 there, so they're going to be under 140 for sure. I also wonder if they end up running a 4x160 for their races.
And some conversion. Yeah. Well, in Connecticut, we have 2 tracks. One's a 150 and one's a 160. They don't run 4x150 or 60. They run 4x225 and 4x240. Oh, look at that, 133.
Nice, and a great kick, too, in the line. And there's our celebration on the stand.
Results for the boys' first heat: 136.99 for Thetford, Mansfield 139.10, South Burlington 140.66, St. Johnsbury 141.46. Heat 2 results: E32 132.96, Essex, Vermont 132.98, Greeley 134.14, and Merrimack 137.37. Going on to Heat 3.
Sohegan, New Hampshire. Sohegan. Sauhegan. Cranston West in 3, Portland, Maine in 4, and Gorham, Maine in 5. Between all in the 134 range. Handoff there.
So Sauhegan's in front.
Now these officials don't have flags on them. I don't know if they're calling it or not.
We always talk throughout the season, at what point do you get to a meet where you end up calling that? I feel like the first couple meets of the season, smaller dual meets, you end up letting things slide. But once you get to New England, that's a no-brainer you call. And if you see a DQ, you're done.
Well, I honestly think that it should be called even the earlier season meets, because what happens, I see a lot of state meets, there are finer things of the track meet that aren't called throughout the regular season, and then they get called for at the track meet when the stakes are higher. I'd rather add some developmental.
I agree with you on that one, yep.
Yeah, some developmental, ding them there, they learn, and then they won't have as many DQs at this level.
The one I like is right around the end of December. You'll see a false start, and our official Bob will say "Merry Christmas," and I'll give them another chance.
At the very least, inform them.
Of course, yeah, definitely got to inform them.
132 high, approximately.
So we're getting faster as we go.
As you would think, as we get through the heats.
This is heat 4 of 8 coming up. Classical Rhode Island's in 2. Barrington, Rhode Island's in 3. Brunswick, Maine is in 4. Alverine, New Hampshire is in 5.
It's just Alvern.
Alvern?
Alverny, I like that. That's cool.
Alverny. That's how it's Alverny.
Alvern.
Alvern.
No E on the end.
Silent E.
Yeah.
One of the jobs I do is I also teach ESL, and sometimes I have to tell the students, like, just accept it. It's English. It's messed up. Sorry, I apologize for it.
Of course, yeah.
You know, there's no rhyme or reason to it sometimes.
Just accept the town name is New England.
Yes. Where's Lowell at? Out just north of Boston, an old factory town. Somebody's asking where Lowell's at. I don't know if you know like where they are at this meet. I don't know if they're competing today.
There's a few of them.
I haven't seen them.
I saw a few of them on the entries list. Also a pretty big university there, UMass Lowell, who just won their conference meet at America East.
Oh, Gary Gardner at Lowell. I've known him since he was coaching Division III. Did a great job at Division III. Went to Lowell in Division II. Did a great job there at Lowell. When they moved up to Division I, it took them a year or two. They took their hits, but soon they have been doing fantastic things at Division I level, getting kids to NCAA at the University of Lowell, and most of the kids are from New England.
Yeah,
most of them are. Yeah, they've even had people in the Olympics coming from Lowell, people in the Olympic trials.
No.
That's our first of the day. There's nothing worse than coming all this way and just having a drop baton.
Hopefully they're from the Boston area.
Finishing is better than not finishing.
To their credit, they are going to finish. All right, so here we go. We got one more leg to go. A little bit of a weak bell ring there. All right, now around the back stretch. Hopefully.
Oh, he still gets up.
What an incredible save. I only saw one step on the infield, so hopefully they're not DQ'd for that. Very interesting.
Steve Manzone was there with the camera, so we'll have to check out that camera shot.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
All right. Honorable finish.
Yeah. So heat 3 results, we had Portland 133.14, Cranston 133.71, Souhegan 133.75, Gorham, Maine 134.34. Heat 4 just finishing up with a few miscues by a couple teams here. Let's see what those results say.
Moving on to Heat 5 of 8. Xavier from Connecticut is in 2. Pinkerton Academy, New Hampshire's in 3. Southington, Connecticut is in 4. And Farmington, Connecticut is on the outside in lane 5. They're all coming in with 132 seat times. And as we said, most of these athletes are coming from flat tracks, so we could see a 131 finish. Top seed is Farmington, 132.04. Their coaches told me right before the state open, our relays are going to do something special today, and they did. They did a great job in the 4x2 and the 4x4. Looks like Southington's in the lead in blue.
It looks like Pinkerton may have missed the zone over here. But again, as you said, there's no flags by any officials, so I don't see, no idea if they're actually calling any of this.
Well, we'll get the official results up, it'll say it. It's still Southington in blue. The X-Men and Farmington, 3 Connecticut teams. They faced each other last week at the State Open. They're coming once again. Southern's got a slight advantage, but here comes Farmington right in their hip pocket. Xavier's not far behind. Southern is trying to hang on. Here comes Farmington, one last shot. Coming from behind. Oh, and here comes Southington. Get those times up shortly.
Yep. Heat 4 results: Brunswick 134.06, Alvern 134.49, Barrington 137.17, Classical 146.37. Heat 5 just finishing up. Heat 6 on the track.
Shelton, the Gales.
Pinkerton was officially disqualified for that lane violation, or
Okay.
zone violation, excuse me.
Monomy Regional, Mass is in 3, South Portland, Maine's in 4, and East Providence, Rhode Island is in lane 5. East Providence was second, Rhode Island, with their season best of 131.86. South Portland 131.87. This really is like a choreographed dance. It's funny, going to my daughter's dance competition, the precise movements you have to have in dancing, and you can't make a mistake, because if you do, it throws everything else off. Same thing here. The athleticism and the handoffs are just remarkable. I just wish the U.S. national team would practice a little bit and we'd win more Olympic gold medals. That's Shelton. Shelton came in as a 4th seed in this heat, but they're in the lead right now. The Gales. Beautiful handoff, beautiful stick. Nobody's within the same zip code right now. Here come the Gales. Trying to put up a season best, 131.99. Definitely under 131.
So Heat 5 results: Southington 131.28, Farmington 131.54, Xavier 132.01, and of course Pinkerton with that disqualification for the zone violation. And that was Heat 6 that just finished up. On the track now, Heat 7.
Now, these are the heats based on seeds, are the ones that we should get the medals for, but we've got some fast times previous to this. Hamden's in 2. Lowell is in 3. There you go. There's Lowell. In 4 are the Hatters from Danbury. In 5, Revere, Massachusetts.
Meet record again, 128.90. We've already had a 130.94 just in the last heat.
Revere's run a 130.76. Season best at the D2 Massachusetts meet. They were 7th in Meet of Champions. Hatters, though, have run a 130.3. We'll have to wait and see if Mackay Henry's on the anchor. They were the Connecticut State Open champions. They're supposed to be orange and blue, but it looks like now they're gold and white. Don't see any orange there. Looks like Danbury's about to be overtaken. Here comes the Green Dragons of Hamden. Followed behind by Danbury with a botched handoff. Took 2 looks. Hamden is just pulling away. Here comes the town just outside of New Haven, coming in. 130 point, season best. Get that time up just shortly.
Yeah, so Heat 6 results, Shelton, Connecticut, 130.94, South Portland, 132.96, Monomoy, 133.27, East Providence, 133.59, Heat 7 just finishing up there.
Heat 8 on the track, we got Essex North from Massachusetts. In 3, we got LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island. In 4, Acton Boxborough from Mass. And in 5, Clinton, Mass. Now remember, these teams all ran up here last week, so they were on a a bank track, sorry. They all ran in the 130 to 131.0 range.
130.28 is a time to beat from Hamden in Heat 7.
Clinton was 3rd of the media champions. They ran their season best of 137.4. Acton Foxborough, 130.93, 5th in media champions. LaSalle, 130.99, and Essex North was 6th in media champions, 131.0. They better get moving because those previous heats have laid the time down.
So that's Garrett of LaSalle, top 300 meter runner in Rhode Island.
Trying to get a huge lead. Clean handoff. Underhand handoff. There we go. And all the way around. We're halfway through. Looks like the other team's going to try to eat into the LaSalle's lead, but the Rams are bursting their way through. Coming up to the final exchange. The runner's just chomping at the bit. Here he comes. Final exchange. Nice.
Awesome handoff.
Very disciplined, very focused. And the Rhode Island State champions have got a good 10-yard lead.
It's closing down though, but I think not enough.
Muscle his way through, he's gonna have enough room, and he does!
Wow! Only almost a second off that meet record. They get under 130.
Tell you what, he was celebrating at the line, but he should not have done it. It was close. It was very close.
You got to know when your fastest runner is second, the other teams are going to come after you. They're going to catch you. Time to beat right now, 130.28. We just got a clearance at 6'5" right now in the high jump.
See if we have the Braintree contingent right below us.
Two teams go under 130. LaSalle 129.53, Clinton 129.75, Essex North 131.29, and Acton Boxborough 132.64. And those are your final results right up on screen, 1 through 8. In the boys 4x2 as we now get back into our individual events on the oval.
And just in a few moments, we're going to get all the 4x2 runners on the podium. 6th place was Southington, 131.28, a hundredth of a second ahead of Essex North. In 5th place, the Danbury Hatters, 130.97. In 4th place, Shelton Gales, 130.94. Hamden is 3rd, 130.28. Clinton, Mass, 129.75 is your runner-up. And LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island, 129.53. Outstanding efforts.
All right, so now we're getting ready for the mile. Now some states might not do this, but we have the full mile, so you're starting 9 meters back of the finish line for your first lap.
Yeah, Massachusetts is very particular about keeping the full mile.
And I love it.
3,200, not the 3,200, but the 2 mile. They do the 400 meter hurdles outdoors.
So yeah, if you are unaware, typically you might have 4 laps for the mile. That's 4 laps of 400 meters. That's 1,600 total. The mile run is 1,609 meters. So that's why you see a bit of a gap between these runners and the finish line. They got to go those 9 meters first, and then they'll have 4 laps to go.
we're going to get underway with the girls' mile here. We have 2 heats. In heat number 1, we've got Waziolek of Mercy, Connecticut, Kavanaugh of Oyster River, New Hampshire, O'Shea of Messinic Regional, New Hampshire, goodness, Westburg of Falmouth, Maine, Monticelli of Scarborough, Maine, Deeb of Hanover, New Hampshire, Chabot of Exeter West Greenwich, Rhode Island, Reminar of Burr and Burton Academy, Vermont, Tig of North Kingston, Rhode Island, Adams of Portsmouth, Rhode Island, and Broadley of Green Mountain Union, Vermont.
I'm seeing a lot of scratches in this heat. Specifically, all the New Hampshire runners are not in there.
I was gonna say I was looking around and I didn't see many.
So our top seed.
I was just mentioning that that's the list I have in front of me, but that doesn't mean those are the runners. Wow, we only have 2 runners on the main line, and then we have the rest in the barrel.
Yeah, so I think typically you'd have the barrel be 8 and above, but because there's only 2 runners that are 7 or lower.
Yeah, so it looks like we only have Monticelli. I can't see Chabot, and then I think we have 8, 9, 10, and 11, I think.
I did see Olivia Kavanaugh. Oh, there they come. So these girls weren't even aware they had their race coming up.
Well,
Wow,
okay.
I don't know what happened there.
So usually they, as we know, being athletes who have run here, they usually set us up on the gymnasium, line us up. So that's weird that they weren't ready at all.
Hopefully it's not something that's specifically their fault, just because they are all together and it's not just, like one
Yeah, I
school.
mean, but it's interesting that they got these 6 athletes out before they had the rest.
And how did they get separated is the
I
question.
know, that is interesting how that happened. So
hopefully they'll give them a minute to kind of like relax when they get to the line. Once again, not sure whose fault that is, but hopefully it's have a fair race for everyone.
well, luckily they are taking the time to just get everybody out here.
There's Aria Deeb of Hanover.
Yep, so Waziolek is out on the line now.
See a few more getting
O'Shea
their
of
spikes on.
Messinic is out. Aria
There we
Deeb
go.
is getting a quick stride out. Smart.
Yep, there's a few more coming up. So quite a chaotic scene right there.
Yep, but we'll nonetheless.
Just quickly scrolling through my social media feed, I just saw that Quincy Wilson breaks the U.S. national national record in the 500 meters. Ran a 60 flat .22 at the University of Pennsylvania. That just took place down in Philadelphia.
Oh my gosh, that's so fast.
Yeah.
Who's backed Salvador's 60.49 national record. Now the 6th fastest man in U.S. history in the event. Incredible.
Yeah, he's something else. I think we actually may have posted that over on the Bay State story. So if you want quick access to that post, I think that's over on our story right now. And again, check over to Bay State, New Hampshire, NHXCTF, Ocean State Running for all the interviews for all of our top state finishers in each event.
I would have loved seeing Quincy competing at USA's today and tomorrow. It would have been interesting, but
Yeah.
it's happening down on Staten Island at Ocean Breeze.
Also worth mentioning, the meet record here is 4:48.45 by Chase Gilbert of Old Lyme,
She's
set
competing.
last year.
So we'll see if she can approach that today in the second heat.
Yeah. So could see, yeah, so she comes back with a 4:56.85 top seed for this event.
So Aaron O'Shea with a quick start out of Messinic. If Mike Smith is watching, which I feel like there's a good chance he is, I'm sure he's cheering on Aaron, one of his former athletes.
Mike is one of our world famous commentators over in New Hampshire.
The late, great Mike Smith, as was incorrectly said by our commentator Gavin Demas at the cross-country championships.
No hate, Gavin, no hate.
I don't think Gavin's watching this, if I had to guess.
No, definitely not.
All right, so it is going to be O'Shea in the front. Now we've got to move, a little bit of a move from the back. Looks like Reminar
I feel like the O'Sheas have gotten really aggressive championships-wise. Like both
Yes.
of them got aggressive at the state championship meet a couple weeks ago, and now we see Erin taking the front of the New England's pack.
And if you do hear us saying Erin O'Shea, it's because she has a twin sister named Caitlin, who is also very good, maybe a little bit in the shorter distance events. So it's Erin leading over Reminar.
I think we're going to get some movement on the back straightaway here.
Yeah, I don't know why it's bunching up so much. I feel like I just want someone to take it and start putting it at a hot pace. And as I say that, we actually have our top seed, Waziolek, who goes to the lead.
Yeah, so it looks like 4 of them move around O'Shea to start picking it up.
Yep, now we got Kavanaugh moving up. We got Westberg moving up, or 157. So they're under 5:20 pace. We're looking on pace right now for around a 5:12 or so.
So as I think they've just decided to feel each other out through these first few laps.
Yeah, it's definitely stringing a bit,
Yeah.
which is what you want to see. You don't want it to be a giant bunched pack, because that's when trouble happens. And that means we're slowing down too. But Waziolek has a top seed, her seed time's 5:13.50. She is at the front. We're going to come through halfway here. We've got a good idea of where they're at. So they're going to be at around 2:38. That's 5:16 pace for the mile. But of course, that is a tiny bit over halfway because they had that 9 extra meters to run. So that's 8:09 at 2:38.
And I'm honestly shocked by how slow they've gone up, because I would have assumed in the first heat you would want to push this pace to try to maybe sneak into.
Yeah, I don't know. They're running right around their PR pace. And I think that there's a lot of girls here who feel like they might do better with a negative split kind of race. So Waziolek still in front, leading over Reminar. Reminar's been in second place the entire race. Kavanaugh's kind of stalking in third. Looks really smooth right now. Come through 1,000 meters under 3:20. But you are right, Ryan. They're not going crazy fast.
No.
They might want to get going in a few minutes, or within this minute even. There's Kavanaugh now going around. Olivia Kavanaugh, she was a double winner, correct?
Yes, 3K
Yeah.
and 1,500 at Division 2s. Or D2s.
So here we go, coming up to 400 meters left. Olivia Kavanaugh of Oyster River's now in front. We're going to be 3:57. So if she runs a 73 on these last 2 laps, she's got her seed time, and she's stretching it out now, looking pretty strong. Once again, Sydney Reminar is in second place. She's been in that position the entire race. And now we have Waziolek, our number 1 seed, now getting up on the shoulder of Reminar. Maybe trying to go around, but Kavanaugh has a gap. She's going to have 1 lap to go, starting to stretch it out now. Winding up her kick. Going to be 4:35. That was a great lap right there, about a 37. And now here we go. What are we going to see for this final 200 meters? Olivia Kavanaugh really stretching out now. She's got a solid lead right now over Waziolek. Reminar is being closed on by Deeb for 3rd place. As Olivia Kavanaugh, 5 flat on the clock, rounds the last stretch, and now driving for the line, looking for a low 5 teens, or even under the teens. It's going to be 5:11. Wow. Phenomenal last lap, 36.71 for those last 2 laps. She runs 5:11, crushes her seed time. So great run there.
Let's see what those results come out to be. So 5:11 unofficially is going to be the time for the next heat to beat, and if we know how things go with Gilbert, she will most definitely get under that, and we'll see who else can follow. Next heat, we've got Gilbert, Old Lime, Driscoll, Scarborough, Maine, Tursuk, of North Haven, Connecticut. Shirley of Manchester, Connecticut. Alexander of Cheverus, Maine. McNabb of Champlain Valley Union, Vermont. Carroll of York, Maine. Plant of Hamden Academy, Maine. Donahue of Champlain Valley, Vermont. Butterworth of Carver Middle High, Mass. Donzella of Windsor, Connecticut. Kwiatek of St. Mary's, Mass. And McMorrow of New Fairfield, Connecticut.
So I think if Gilbert's going to win this race, she's not going to leave the front.
Well, Gilbert is a traditional front runner. She likes to go out front. At the State Open, she went out on meet record pace, but then she just fell apart when nobody else was around her, kind of. And she said in her interview afterwards, she was a little disappointed in that performance. But she still likes to get out in front.
Well, and I love seeing Driscoll going with her. That's going to, even if she's not in front of her, that pressure you're going to feel by someone right behind you is going to really drive you towards that faster pace.
That's definitely going to help both athletes, just having some company. She was 6th, Driscoll was 6th last year at this meet, 2nd in Maine. She's run a 4:54.
We are out really quick right now. That's 4:40 pace to open up.
Well, Chase Gilbert does, as you said before, has the meet record of 4:48. She ran a 4:47 this season. Last year, she ran a 4:44 for 1,600, set the state open record, and beat the future national champion, Brooke Strauss. So, this is within Gilbert's wheelhouse.
She has the keys, just needs to put them in the lock.
Yeah, I love that.
All right, here we go. So she's maintaining this pace, going to be at 36 on that lap. So it looks like Driscoll's starting to fall off a little bit, whether that's a conscious decision or not. I think there is such a thing as, going out with someone who's going a bit too hard of a pace for you and hoping that maybe they're going to tire out and you can get them later on.
Sometimes it's also good to let's face it, if she's going to try to break 5 minutes, she can either sit in the pack, but I don't think the pack's going to go much under 5 minutes. So you might as well go with somebody that she's already run 4:54, so she's within range of Gilbert. If Gilbert was off today, maybe she can get her.
So 2:23, we're on 4:46 pace. Driscoll comes through around 2:26. Here's the pack coming through now. So they're right around 2:32. That's 5:04 for the mile. Gilbert looks really strong right now. She's going to have 3 laps to go once we come around.
Who's in third? Isn't that lane 2? Isn't that Driscoll?
I thought Driscoll was in second place right now.
No, that's lane 6.
Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry.
That's lane 6. Oh, that's Zoe McNagg of Champlain Valley.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
Great story about Zoe. She used to do soccer, basketball, and ultimate frisbee. And she decided to come out for cross country, and she made top 5 on a team that made NXN.
Yes.
So she's still playing basketball right now. She's gone over 1,000 points in basketball doing indoor track.
Wow, and about to be hopefully second place in New England.
And she's going to, from what I understand she's going to give up ultimate frisbee to stick here with this, to do outdoor track.
2 laps to go. I do apologize. I saw the red jersey and got confused.
Yeah, because she's still way up there.
But here we go. Chase Gilbert was around 3:37 coming through that lap.
Remember, Chase Gilbert is a Brooks national finalist in cross country. She made full acre last year, transferred sponsorship to Brooks.
And
Here
Virginia, correct, is where she going to school?
Yep.
So here we go, one last lap. It's going to be 4:15 on the clock. Well, she is all alone, got a full straightaway and then some.
This might be a meet record broken here. McNabb still in second.
Yep, she's got a solid lead over Driscoll.
Driscoll staying local, going to UNH next year.
But here we go, on to the home stretch. Chase Gilbert.
All eyes are on the senior from Lyme, Old Lyme. Crowd is on its feet. Chase Gilbert 4:53. She looks back, McNabb's coming in second, and there's a plethora of runners fighting for that third, fourth, fifth, and sixth spot.
Ooh, great kick right there. So it is going to be Driscoll holding on. Then I believe that may have been Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley. So they go 2-4.
So Chase Gilbert breaks her meet record back-to-back.
No.
What?
Nope. She
Is
ran
it-
fast last year. Meet record was 4:48.
Sorry, 48. Yep, sorry.
Just a few seconds off.
Yeah, just a few seconds off. My apologies. For a reason, I remember reading 58, but that made no sense.
I've done that before. I'm not going to say anything about that. I've done it many times.
So we're waiting for the official results from the second heat, but we're going to move on to the boys. First heat of the mile.
We've got
Now on the track.
Josiah Connolly from Concord, Caleb Davis from Simsbury, Connecticut, Ben Stone from Hopedale, Massachusetts, Colby Napolitano from Barrington, Rhode Island, Jackson Ciccanelli from Mount Hope, Carson Fitzpatrick from Londonderry, Ryan Herlick from Barrington, Rhode Island, Tate Heyman from Plymouth Region, New Hampshire, Frederick Brill from Falmouth, Maine, Cody Young from U32, Jack Schneider from Champlain Valley Union, Vermont, Jacob E. Soder of Bellows Free Academy, Vermont, and rounding out the field in lane 13 is George Rhoda from White River Valley, Vermont. Heat 1 of 2.
So Josiah Conley in third place right now tends to have a really great kick at the end of these races, which is somewhat interesting considering he's also a really, really good long distance runner.
Well, maybe they should try him in the 600 or something, the 800.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a little something in those legs that we're not even trying.
But he's actually going for the lead right now. Now, I'm pretty sure Josiah might be able to correct me on this. I think he's broken 15 in the 5K, which is extremely elite for high schoolers. But he's done a lot of the mile this season. We also got Carson Fitzgerald in there from New Hampshire. He's in fourth place right now. So we're going to be approaching the halfway mark as they come around the finish line their next time.
Josiah's run of 4:07 1500 and 4:25 for the full mile. Trying to see if he's run the 5K someplace. Doesn't look like he's run the 5K.
It may have been unattached when he did that, so might not show up.
Let's see what he got unattached. Yeah, because sometimes you get these teams, these athletes go off and they don't even get their names listed in the athletic net or anything else.
I know at least he ran like a 15:05 as a freshman, which I was super impressed by.
Is that across country or not?
No, on a track.
Well, in the fall, he was 17th at New England's. So he's legit.
We got Carson Fitzgerald moving up. He's going to UNH next year. Trying to chase down Conley, who came through about 2:45 at the 1,000-meter mark. So it's Concord and Londonderry right now in 1-2. And we'll see what kind of time they can put up to challenge this top heat.
Yeah, the top heat with 13 runners in it. You know, you have to. It's going to be awfully tough to get into it when they have 13 runners in the top heat. Yeah,
it's going to take at bare minimum low 420s, but I think it's going to be. We're going to see a few guys from that top heat run under 420. So Conley still with a gap over Fitzgerald. It's really spread out among these top guys. These top four are all far apart from each other and even further apart from the field. As we get our girls podium as they run by right there. 3:51 on the clock there. Fitzgerald's coming through now at 3:54.
Once again, an uneventful bell.
Yeah. Caleb Davis of Simsbury is in third, followed by Ben Stone. And Fitzgerald's starting to close on Conley. Could be a good finish. Here we go to the line. So Josiah's going to hold on. A little bit over 420, going to be around 422 high.
I think that's his personal record.
Yeah, should be.
Not sure with all the conversions and all that, whatnot, but
Yeah, you also don't see many mile runs in New Hampshire. But it's definitely a good run for him right there.
here we go. One more on the track, and we'll be getting up to the hot heat. We got the outside lanes up. Now we're going to get the inside lanes.
On screen right now is the final results for the girls' second heat of the mile. Be waiting for the boys' first heat results as we get the second heat up on the track.
In the second heat, we've got Henry Rivard of Marshwood, Maine, is our top seed. Now we have a bunch of athletes, like their seeds are all 419, 420, but
Yep.
there's a bunch of athletes in the just sub 420. Ellis Wood from Deering, Maine is in 2. Andrew Sharon, the Connecticut State Open champion, is in 3. Julian Silva from Fitch is in 4. Brooks Mello Yellow from Barrington is in 5. Aiden Nelson, the Tiger from Ridgefield, is in 6. Max Markowski from Fairfield Ward, the Mustangs, are in 7. Ryan Boldick from Thornton, Maine, Thornton Academy, Maine, in 8. Enzo Giampaolo from Lewiston, Maine, is in 9. Atticus Merriman from Scarborough, Maine, is in 10. Jeremiah Moon is over the moon from East Greenwich in 11. Hayden Burke from Portland, going to Southern Connecticut next year, is in 12. Brandon Serchik from Bishop Hendricken is in 13. And the Shermanator, Joel Thornton Sherman, one more.
Shermanator the third.
Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, out of the
Yeah,
they're
I
all-
believe
they're
there's
all
4
good.
of them.
They're all
Quite a lot.
fantastic. Finally got to meet the Shermanator parents as the pack goes through in 33 seconds. Met the Shermanator parents up in New England's cross country. Such enthusiasm. I'm sure they must be. They get all their kids to be so strong
Oh, yeah.
in the distance, middle distance, and distance events, and the hurdles. One of them was a very good 300-meter hurdler for a while.
So we're looking for probably around a 420 pace to open up. In the lead right now, that's going to be Aiden Nelson of Ridgefield.
Now, Aiden, we talk about those open races. He's run a 4:14 up in Boston against college runners. So he's run a 1:53.05, I think it was, against college runners. He hasn't won anything against the high school runners yet. He's got faster PRs than all of them. This might be the day he does it. It's part of that 4x8 that set the New England meet record last year. It was All-American last year.
Well, he's definitely going to try to set the pace today. It's not crazy hot to start out with. He's followed right behind by Sarachek from Bishop Hendricken and Henri Rivard, who's going to URI next year. He is on the inside, our top seed.
Hendricken, no matter what, they even on down years, they still have people represented in the fast heats.
Yeah.
And that great 4x8 earlier today, 2:13, not particularly blazing. That's why you have so many people up in the front pack. This can come down to a kicker's race.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this finish. I mean, there's still 12 guys plus who are still in this. So we'll see who wants to go to the front.
That's Sharon, I believe, from Darien.
Yep, Sharon, followed by Rivard.
Sharon's a Connecticut State Open champion.
Nelson now is in the best spot, perhaps. Rivard's been in a great spot this entire race. You don't want to lead if it's a slow pace right until the very end. Well, actually, it's not the worst thing to lead if it's a slow pace. If it's a faster pace,
Hey,
you kind of want to be in second place.
Somebody's got to lead.
Right, exactly.
Sharon was 8th last year here at New England's in the mile.
So some experience there. And yeah, honestly, Conley has a shot to win this race if they don't get going here. They've really got to get going here if they want to beat that last seed time.
3:22, yeah.
They're going to run a 60 on this last. Oh my gosh.
This is going to be tactical.
They got to go now.
Sharon's got to stretch it out. He started to stretch out, but
there's Rivard going around now.
Their coach is probably screaming at him, you're not going to win, you're not going to win.
So you got Josiah Conley probably watching this very closely to see if his time's going to hold up. So Rivard's now is easily in the lead. 4:22.93. He's got to run a 29 last lap. Oh my gosh.
He's run a 1:55 half mile, so he's got the turnover, and he's extending his lead right now. Nelson just can't go with him. He just went too late.
The lead in this heat doesn't matter. You've got to get through the line first in a fast enough time.
How shocking it would be. 13 in the first heat, and here we go.
That'll be 4:22.93.
Here's Rivard.
I think he's going to do it. Wow, barely got it. Oh my gosh. What a finish. Sub 60 on that last 2 laps, I think. I wonder if he even knew. Wow.
We've got a clearance and hides up for 6-7. We got the family right in front of us.
Yeah.
Insane. Must be a personal record.
That was one of the most exciting blowout finishes I've ever seen in my life for that last lap of that race.
Because they were all running against the Ghost.
Yes.
The Ghost of Heat 1.
Yeah, the time to beat was 4:22.93 from Conley.
And he did get that.
Yep.
He celebrated the line too, which I don't know if he knew he got it, but he definitely got the time he needed. He was through well under 4:23.
Not quite the race I thought would come out, because I thought there'd be somebody get this down to like 4:16, 4:17.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on to the girls' 1,000 right now. Heat 1, Anna Sinclair of Bishop Girton. Marley Cantizzi from Mount Desert Island in 2. Madeline Cook from Oyster River. She's in 3. Lacey Dinsmore from Brunswick, Maine is in 4. Mabel Carrero of Hopedale, Mass is in 5. Parker Knowlton from Pinkert Academy is in 6. Livy Nielsen from Champlain Valley with her teammate Isabella Gravina Budis in 8. And Emily Dahl from Essex in 9. This is the first of 3 sections.
So you got 2 kind of breaking away early on. So we're going to approach our first lap. Top seed time in here is 3:07. So you'll want to be around 1:15 to be on that pace, and they're well under that right now.
And the meet record in this event is 2:46.05 by Brooke Strauss set last year.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, she beat Sophie Gargan from Rhode Island, her meet record. Sophie just set the NCAA record. Brooke is running Big East right now. So we'll have to see what she's doing today. Brooke Strauss went on to win New Balance Nationals last winter. Coming through 600 meters in 1:50.
Now we have a pass on the back stretch. Looks like that's going to be Dinsmore in the lead right now. You got Cook of Oyster River coming up. She was the D2 state champion in New Hampshire. So it's going to be Dinsmore, Carrero, and Cook, our 4, 5, and 3 seeds. Then Sinclair of Bishop Girton. Should be up for a pretty good time here. 2:55 on the clock. Here's some fans cheering for her down the line. It's Lacey Dinsmore. Looking right around 3:05. Nice run. Natty Cook going to be second place, 3:09. And it's going to be Mabel Carrero, Anna Sinclair. Good sprint finish right there.
Dinsmore comes in with a seed of 3:08. So, move upon that.
Results for boys' second heat of the mile are up on screen, waiting for the girls' first heat of the 1K. Second heat is on the track.
Heat 2, Jackie Matos from St. Mary Bayview, Rhode Island. Addison Elliott from Hamden Academy. In 3, Rebecca Langlis of Talland. In 4, Charlie McHugh of Cumberland, Rhode Island. In 5, Ellie Cross of Exeter, New Hampshire. Ella Johnson is in lane 6 from Herman, Maine. From LaSalle Academy, in lane 7, we have Olivia Wahlberg, followed by Laura Driscoll of Scottsboro, Maine. In 9, we've got Ellie Jackson from Pontiac, Rhode Island. In 10, Georgia Moon from Falmouth, Maine. We got 10 in this heat. We got one more heat to go. All afternoon long, we've been having teams and athletes scoring from the slower heats. It doesn't matter where you're seated, it matters what you run today. Jackie Mattis comes in with a 3:01.66 PR. She was third in the Rhode Island State meet. Addison Elliott from Hampton also ran a 3:01.70. She was the Maine state champion. She ran a 2:15. They run the 800 meters in Maine, and they move up to the 1,000 for this.
So we'll see how that conversion works for them.
And that's Rebecca Langlis, the junior from Talland. She was 6th in the state open, running her PR of 3:02.23. One of my buddies from Foss Running Camp up in Torrington, Connecticut. You guys are invited. You get some cameras up there or something.
What time of year is Foss?
It is August 14th, I think, through the 19th in Torrington, Connecticut. Our meet director, Rich Cates, down in the finish line area. He's the current now camp director.
All right, we got right behind her, that's going to be Georgia Moon, now going to the front.
Running on the outside, trying to pull ahead. Langlis' mom is a very accomplished runner as well. She's trying to hang on. Moon is in the lead. Langlis is hanging on in second. Looks like about to be passed.
Yeah, we got a great move right here. We're going to have one lap to go when we come up to the bell. That's going to be Elliott, our number 2 seed. 2:25 on the clock.
So that's going to be right around 3-minute range there. There's an outside shot of breaking 3 of somebody's eating their Wheaties today, and they do look like they are accelerating.
They are moving around this last corner. Look at this kick coming up.
There's going to be 3 across at the finish here. It's anybody's race.
Yep.
Who do we got?
Look at Johnson coming up from the outside. I don't know who's going to get it though. At the line. Oh, that was a really good finish.
Sub 3 minutes.
I think Moon may have held on, but Elliott was right in that fight as well.
Winner of Heat 1 was Dinsmore, 3:05.76. And the rest of the results from Heat 1 up on screen. Heat 2 finished up, moving on. Heat number 3, heater heat.
We've got the Tiger for Mercy. Sarah Roberts is in 1. comes in with seed of 253.32. Nikita Berry from Bedford, New Hampshire, 254.95 is in second. Alexandria Morgan was fifth last year from Fairfield Ward. She comes in at 257.30. In fourth, Sophia Halabaska from South Windsor. In fifth, Megan McKenney from Groton Dunstable in Massachusetts. Annabella Lameau from Sutton, Mass. is in sixth. Meriden Algie from Cheraho in Rhode Island is seven. Caitlin Kumpf from Wheeler, Connecticut is in eight. Alyssa Parento from LaSalle Academy is in nine. And finding out the field is Molly Musselman from Stonington in Connecticut.
So Makita Berry, as she loves to do, is taking the lead and making it a very fast pace. She's followed right behind by Morgan. And then it's going to be Roberts trying to go around now, but it looks like these three are trying to get separation. Berry was second here last year.
Yeah, to
Brookster House, yep. Not a bad person to lose to.
Third in cross country for New England as a junior. Sarah Roberts moves into second place. She's going to Marist next year. She's run under 210. And last year, she scored the state open in the 600 and the 3,200 meter distances.
That is some range right there.
She came to the state open. She could have gone to either one, but she stuck it with the 3,200 meters, where she got sixth place in the 2 mile, all New England cross country. But yeah, she could be all New England if she wanted to, in the 600 as well too. But her interview last week at the state open, she really likes the middle distance events. She does everything for her team.
All right, Barry's starting to get a bit of a lead right here. We got 1:42 on the clock, 2 laps to go.
Morgan stalking in third place. I don't think she's ever beaten Roberts before. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Well, they're both going to have to get going soon if they want to catch Barry. Right now we're on 2:50 pace, which would be under the seed times. And Barry now has about 10 meters or so trying to get her first New England title.
Roberts was the first state open champion for Mercy High School ever. And look at Morgan. She's trying to creep to the outside. They got 1 to go.
Makita Berry is flying up front. She's really opened up that gap now, and she's kicking stronger than the rest. Hasn't lost that stride at all.
100 meters to go, final turn.
And keep an eye on the clock too. It's going to be a great time. 2:40 right now. She's going to look at maybe sub 2:50 if she can really get going. Onto the stretch, Makita Berry of Bedford, New Hampshire. New England champion, 2:50 flat.
Here comes a pair of nutmeggers. Roberts holding on. Morgan in third. LaSalle in fourth.
That's Parento in fourth.
Still, you had to get under 3 minutes from the previous heat. Room 257, fantastic time from the previous heat. I don't think she was under 3 minutes before this, so big time PR.
That's great, yeah.
She's gonna be over the moon when she gets home. Dad joke.
Well, congrats, Makita. That was a great race. The New Hampshire pride there.
Go Granite State. Live free and run fast.
Yes.
That's been a new motto.
So we're on to the boys' 1,000 now.
Let's see who we have the first heat. We got Ben Howard Chae from Nashua North in 1. Ian Guzman from Freeport, Maine in 2. Joseph McFarland from St. Raphael, Rhode Island in 3. Colton Orr from North Kingston, Rhode Island in 4. Derek Mallon from North Springfield, Rhode Island in 5. Brian Stocker from St. Johnsbury, Vermont in 6. Toby Hurto from Bellows Free Academy, BFA, is in 7. Manny Fleigelman from St. Johnsbury is in 8. Efren Mayakowski from Mount Mansfield, Vermont is in 9. Orrin Winters from U32 is in 10. Followed by Jude Waddington from Mount St. Anthony there in 11. And the 12th seed is Liam Alexander from Portland, Maine.
Meet record here is 225.14, set back in 2001.
2000,
Ahmed.
2000, you said 2001. That was, that's now 20, that's a quarter century old.
Before I was born.
I
It
think
was also before I was born.
Syed was running for Congress, I think, something like that, or he's very active in like community involvement and stuff. He's very accomplished, no longer a young man. Now he's in his 40s. He's young to me though. I was coaching for many years by that point.
So our leader right now is Stalker, followed by Hurdo.
Yep, Tim, this is me.
Good move right here. Trying to build a small lead right now. So Stalker remains in front. Now we've got McFarland in second place as they hit the bell. See if they can go under 240. They were around 207 when they got to one lap to go. We got a few guys up there right now who all look like they're ready to take it. And we got 2:30 on the clock, so they're definitely going to beat 2:40 right now. Some nice run for Stalker of Vermont. I believe that was Stalker. May not have been. I may have read the bib wrong. Actually, my apologies. That was actually Fleigelman. Stalker was in third place. We have McFarland finishing in second.
Moving on to heat 2 of 5. Jamel Rodriguez from Charles E. Shea.
Nice high jump clearance there, it appears.
We're up to 6 feet 9 inches.
Wow.
We will not be offended if any of you decide to go off to the feed to watch the high jump right now. We don't know how many people are left in there. Anyway, in heat 2, Jamel Rodriguez from Charles E. Shea. Antoine Dube from Gorham, Maine in 2. Judah Machado from...
I think you're reading the wrong heat here.
What is this?
Well, I will mention that the high jump record is 7 feet and a quarter inch.
This is heat 2 of the 600.
Oh,
And we just had another
heat 2 of
clearance at
the
609.
1,000. Heat 2 of the 1,000, we got
I'm sorry.
Melo Berdicia of Dover, my hometown. We've got Nolan Harris of Newton South, Landon Rubano of Xavier. We've got Gavin Morton of Keene, Cohen Brinker of Cranston East, Michael Lawlor of South Portland. We've got Bowden Paul of Bacon Academy, Asher Valentine of Hampton Academy, Dylan Asuncion of Stratford, and Arthur Ferris of St. Raphael. So shout out to Mello Dover, just committed to Springfield College. 1,000-meter state champion of D1 in New Hampshire. He's in second place right now. Chasing down Rubano of Xavier. Seems we're on a pretty good pace so far. A little bit above 30 seconds a lap.
Let's see if they can hang on to this pace. If you're going to run fast, you got to set yourself up fast, but let's see if the planets align and they can pop something off today.
A few years ago, we had, I believe it was Jacob Redmond and Andrew Thornton Sherman win
That's
the
right.
1-2 from the slow heat.
That's right.
2:27.
Same thing happened last year in the 600 as well,
Yeah.
too. Rubano was fourth in the Connecticut State Open, second last year in the 4x8 at New England's.
There's Mello to the lead. Going to be at 800 meters here now. 103 or 203. We'll see who has the kick. Mello looks pretty good. Around the stretch, 2:34.14 is his seed time. That's also his school record. Down to the line, 2:30 on the clock, 2:31, 2:32. There we go.
New school record.
New Dover High School record.
I love bringing attention to that.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, that's the most personal thing you can do, because it might be, your coach might have coached him 10 years ago, and you're part of the school's history where you grew up.
I'm actually a former holder of that record.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm glad I'm no longer a holder of that record.
Not
It wasn't
too
all
many
that good.
generations ago, but it wasn't too long ago, but still.
He stole it from me last year. I say stole, he earned it from me last year.
Yes. Okay, now we've got the hot heat. We've got your defending champion, Alex Medina from Hamden, Connecticut State Open champion. He's running 2:27 against college runners, but he comes in with a 2:30.04 seed. Harry Flint from Brookline.
Those guys are seed .07 apart.
He was first in the Massachusetts meet. So we got the Connecticut champ versus the Massachusetts champ. Emmett Kristoff from Rockville was second in the State Open. Ryan Monahan from New Canaan was third in the Connecticut State Open. Robert Bieto. Robert was third in MIA championships. So he at the Meet of Champions. Alfie Cognata from Maine in sixth. Mateo DiOrio from St. John's Prep. Alex Paragides from Westfield. Peyton Jocelyn from Monadong. And Nicholas Leslie from Amherst.
Well, it looks like Piper Gertis is in the lead right now from Westfield.
Now, in the white and green, mostly white with some green and black shorts, that's Alex Medina. He likes to kind of stay in the pack the first couple laps. He's run under 130 for the last 600 meters. So
that's a very smart way to do it.
I think at the State Open, I think he ran 57 low for the last quarter. So don't think he's ever out of it.
Well, and that's also the way that you end up winning, a championship meet.
Yes, and really, times are important, obviously, but it's more important to win. I mean, I've got to tell you, like, there's a former Hamden runner that still has our 800 meter record in Connecticut. He was a national champion, 4x8, DMR, all that kind of stuff. And he told me he'd always come from behind and win. And he said, I would rather just win. And as the competition gets better, I'm going to get faster, but I've got to focus on winning.
Well, Medina's in front now, takes the lead with 400 meters to go, and now he's starting to make it a bit of a bigger lead.
Yeah, this wasn't very particularly fast. I mean, these guys should be going through in about 130, and they did not. They went through about 132, 133.
I expect to see a fast close.
Well, and that's something Medina's definitely capable of doing. Here he comes. We're approaching the 800-meter split. 2:02. He could put off a 20-second last lap. He might be able to break 2:30. Medina, look at him. He looks so strong. He has such confidence. 100 meters to go.
It's not over yet, but he's definitely stretching it out now. Looking really strong right there. Very fast closing speed.
Here comes Alex Medina. Takes a quick look back, but he's going to put his arms up. Here's your defending and now New England champion.
Monahan, a great run. We had Jocelyn coming up as well, I think in fourth. Watch for that last heat, the seed time from Mello. He ran 2:33.47. That may have been good enough for a potential fourth place in there.
This is happening often today. Just shows you the depth, though, of New England. It's like you could not be, you could be like 15th seed and you can still get a top 6. Because that's how tight they are. There's not a lot of room between them. We went from 5 laps on the track. Now we're going to 3 laps on the track. The girls' 600 meters will be up next. But it looks like we have the results of the long jump. Let's quickly see if we can get some results of the boys' long jump now. Okay, in 6th place, Ethan Rich of Lyman Hall, 22 feet even to 6th. Derek Lloyd of Rogers, Rhode Island, 22 feet 3 is 5th. Oshanshi Wabezi from Pelham, New Hampshire, 22 feet 3 3/4 is 4th. Caesar Flan of Manchester Central, New Hampshire, 22 feet 8 3/4 is 3rd. Then we have both of them broke the meet record. Jalen Mosley of LaSalle Academy, 24 feet 3 inches. And it came down to the second jump. Aaron Rich from Lyman Hall, Connecticut, 24 feet 3 inches. Both are co-meet record holders. That's, I believe, our first meet record of the day in the boys' long jump. We did not, got to introduce quickly Liv Portena from Colchester's in 3. Sam Henschel from Linden Institute is in 4. Hadley Perry from Falmouth, Maine is in 5. And Fiona Colbert from Burton Academy, Vermont is in 6.
And she's also in the lead right now.
She comes in with a 144.38 seed. I'm going to quickly look at the other field events. If anything else has been put up there yet. Girls shot put is finalized. 6th place in the girls shot put. Well, we'll let this finish up here.
Yep. There we go, a nice finish there.
Sub 140 for our leader.
That's actually really, really good. That's Corbett, who takes 4 seconds off of her PR. That's incredible.
We'll go reverse order. The New England champion in the girls shot put, Taylor Schneider from North Kingston, 43 feet 6 3/4 inches. Ainsley Cuthbertson from Lexington, 41 feet 4 inches. Georgia Condi of Manskama Valley Regional, 40 feet 5 inches. And we've got the high jump going on right now.
We got the camera right on there.
That is Aaron Rich, who just won, or that's probably Owen Rich, who just got 6th in the long jump. Going up at 6'11", it's his PR.
Oh, love seeing the entire stadium get in on that.
Yeah, he's done 6'8" several times. He obviously cleared 6'9" because we do things differently at New England. We go by that odd inches there. So now he's going for 6'11".
You know what I enjoyed seeing was they stopped the race so they could have that moment for the high jump, and
Yes.
even the girls on the starting line were clapping along with the crowd.
That's exactly right. In 3rd place, Georgia Condi, we said that. Isabel Zukowski from Auburn is in 4th, 40 feet 2 1/4 inches. Sloan Gardner from Cape Elizabeth, Maine, 40 feet 1/2 inch. In 6th place is Nala Williams of West Springfield, Mass, 38 feet 6 1/2 inches. That's your top 6 in the girls' shot put.
Should also mention the girls' height over at high jump right now is 5'9", and there was just a clearance of it just now.
So if she goes up to 5'11", well, the meet record is 5'10", I believe. We talked about that earlier today. So if she's in the lead, if she's winning right now, we don't know how many athletes are over there. If she's winning right now, she can go to 5'10"1/4 if she wanted to.
I believe it looks like there's 3 athletes over there.
Okay, so they're not going. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That
It looks
means
like anyway. I
3
I could be
athletes
wrong.
Cleared 5'9".
Yeah, so one girl just missed the clearance. The 3rd one is up on deck right now to make an attempt.
Here we go, around the stretch onto the final 50 meters or so. It looks like that's going to be Kudo of Moses Brown. She's going to win this heat over Gravina Budis of Champlain Valley.
And our 3rd jumper just missed that height of 5'9".
And here we go, another high jump attempt.
There we go. Attempt at 6'11".
Oh, he looks like he has a chance at it. He's a smooth jumper.
Yeah, that's Ethan Rowe of Bloomfield. He's done 6'8", I believe. No, he's done 6'6". His teammate has done 6'8", Jesse Singleton.
Now we're on to the full heats of the 600.
Looks like
Heat 2, right? Isabella Gravina Budis from Champlain Valleys in 3. Eden True from Freiburg Academies in 4. Rose Cotto from Moses Brown is in 5. And Maddie DeSantis from Hampton Academy in 6.
I believe we are actually on Heat 3.
Did I just mess it up again?
Oh, good.
I'm going
Yes.
back.
We're going
different
between
times.
3 different events right now, so.
Sophie Rowe from Erskine Academy, Maine. Carolina Turletto from LaSalle. Sydney Schoenbach from St. Johnsbury's in 3. Aubrey Jarvis from Pilgrim, Rhode Island's in 4. And McGraham from Freeport is in 5. And Lane Stevens, another one from LaSalle Academy, is in 6.
So that's Graham in the lead right now. We've got some more high jump happening as we go around the track here.
Looks like both girls over trying to clear 5'9" have another attempt each.
This looks like Ethan Rich. He's cleared 6'10" in his life. Excuse me, 6'8". He's never done this before. He's got 1 minute between to do his jump, so he's got time to walk back. It might be less. It might be more than that because there's 3 athletes left. He might have more time than that.
All right, here we go. A few girls are still in the fight for this heat. Entering the final stretch. Looks like Turlotto of LaSalle is coming up. She's going to have a great finish. Awesome kick to the line, right about 140. Or that could have been Stevens. I forget, I didn't see the number on there.
Looks like the girls have 1 jump left, and there's another clearance of 5'9".
Whoa.
So now we have 2 athletes remaining as we give on the track the 4th heat of the girls 600.
This is 4 of 6. Julia Ritchie from Dover, Searborn, Mass. Abigail O'Neill from North Kingston, Rhode Island in 2. Rosalie Naveau from Nashua North, New Hampshire in 3. Avery Parkinson from North Attleboro, Mass. is in 4. Elodie Musica from Brunswick is in 5. And Sarah.
So here's the high jump. Here we go. Oh, just missed it.
I was here 2 years ago when Khalid Antoine from Hill House jumped the 7 feet and a quarter inch. The entire stadium erupted. Everybody waited for it, and it was one of the most electric moments I've been here at Reggie Lewis when he did that.
Right, there we go. It's going to be 1 lap to go for Aubrey Jarvis, or, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong heat again. That is going to be Avery Parkinson.
For girls high jump, we have an attempt at the meet record.
Remember, the meet record is 5'10", co-held by Heather Francis and Agolia Bayak. One was set in 94, the other one was 2018, 5 feet 10 inches.
As Abigail O'Neill crosses the line there in front of Julia Ritchie. And they're both going to put up good times there.
Got 12 athletes remaining right now, 2 more heats. Kaylin O'Shea from Masonic Regional, New Hampshire is in 1.
Scenic.
Scenic. Like a scenic town. Sure it is scenic. Zadie Buckley from Bedford is in 2. Julia Ramsey from Winchester, Mass. is in 3. Gemma Hardwick from Greenwich, fresh off their 4x8, is in 4. Deanna Moore from Hill House is in 5. And Camilla Murphy from Sacred Heart Academy is in 6.
So Caitlin O'Shea chopped 6 seconds off of her PR to finish 2nd place at the D2 New Hampshire meet. It was probably the race of the day. She was the number 2 seed and supposed to lose by 6 seconds and made it down to a sprint finish. It's awesome. So it's pretty spread out right now, except for our top two are really close together. So it looks like coming down here, it's going to end up being Murphy and Buckley. Murphy a little bit ahead right now. But now Buckley may be trying to go to the lead.
Murphy comes in with a PR of 137.79. She was fifth in the Connecticut State Open, trying to get top 6 here today.
Seems they're both tying up a bit, but they're running really fast right now. Look at that finish by Buckley. 136 or so. That's going to be a phenomenal time.
She came in with she had a PR of 135.57, was fifth in the Massachusetts Meet of Champions.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and say this heat right here is going to be our race of the day.
There is a lot of anticipation around here because there's a lot of athletes that are very close to one another. Kayla Burney from Canton is in 1. Vivian Bergman from Sutton, Mass is in 2. Alexandra Golder from Hall in 3. Then we got our big 3. Skylar Maxwell from Moses Brown, 133.69. Penny Blumenthal from Newton North, 133.51. Lauren Croppo, defending champion, 133.58. Let's see what we got. We got 3 girls in the 133 range.
Blumenthal's off to a great start right now. She's going to have Croppo right behind her, and Maxwell is going to be marking up behind those two. Croppo's now right on the shoulder.
Lauren Croppo, known for her ponytails. She's got little ribbons in her hair. She's going off to UConn next year. Go Huskies.
Blumenthal looks really strong right now. She's at around 43 seconds at halfway. That's ridiculous. Maxwell's now closing back on these two. It's going to be a great last lap.
Croppo's trying to get around it. We can't quite do it.
We're sub 60 at the bell.
Trying to do it on the last lap. Lauren Croppo's going wide.
Blumenthal holds her off. Maxwell's now coming up. All 3 of them are going to be in the fight. Now Maxwell's trying to go around Croppo, but Blumenthal still holds the lead. Maxwell now on the shoulder. It's Maxwell to the lead, but she has to get around in the curve.
Got 50 meters to go. Maxwell's looking like she's going to grab it. Hanging back, and here she comes. Surprise.
131 high. What a time. 131 high. Are you kidding me?
Just about a second off the meet record. Incredible performance. Maxwell's going to Boston University, staying in the town next year. Came in with a 133 seed.
What a run. That was a really, hey, I said race of the day. That was definitely up to it.
We were talking with several coaches before, and nobody could say. Everybody had their own favorites. Moving on. Staying with the 600, the boys' side. Zachary Jackman, kind of like Hugh Jackman's son, from Essex, Vermont, is in 1. Jacob Sayer from Mount Mansfield is in 2. Hayden Gilbert, also from Mount Mansfield, is in 3. Adam Arichico from Gorham is in 4. Joss Wanda from Portland, Maine is in 5. And Jules Harris from Prout, Rhode Island in 6.
Harris flew out of the gate. He's got a gigantic lead, but I think it might catch up to him a little bit. May have been a bit too hot. We'll have to see.
Hey, sometimes it's like throwing spaghetti against the wall, see what sticks. He's able to hang on to this. He's out for a fantastic performance.
Over at girls high jump, I was able to figure out that one of them is New Hampshire state champion Danielle Bates from Timberlane.
That makes sense. She's a very good high jumper.
Can't you say that about everybody in this building?
Okay, that's true, yeah. She's an All-American now.
Well, maybe everybody's a good high jumper.
All right, here we go. Harris is trying to hang on to that lead he built from the start.
You got to admire him.
Absolutely. You know, honestly, it's not going to turn out too bad for him. He's going to get past her, but still put up a good time. Fighting to the line now. That's going to be Gilbert, who hangs on for the win.
We just had an attempt at 5'11".
Near miss at 5'11". That was the second attempt for both athletes now over at girls high jump.
The fact that we're up to 5'9", we have multiple athletes in, is an incredible accomplishment. Shows the depth of the region.
I also mentioned this, Danielle Bates only came in clearing a height of, I believe, 5'6".
So this is a bit of an improvement.
I think she's done 5'7" before, if I'm correct.
I believe so, but I'm just making...
For seed time at least, yeah.
Jamel
More time.
Rodriguez from Charles Shea is in 1. Antoine Dube. Wait, we're in Heat 3 now.
No, we're Heat 2. This is Heat 2. You're right.
Antoine, just a name sounds familiar. Antoine Dube from Gorham is in 2. Jacob Machado from Scituate, Rhode Island is in 3. Maxwell Catrambone from Cranston East is in 4. Eamon O'Brien from LaSalle is in 5. And Finn McDonald had a farm from Londonderry is in 6.
So it's O'Brien right now in front. And here we go. O'Brien's looking really strong right now. He's got McDonald chasing after him. And those two are kind of pulling away from the pack. But especially O'Brien's pulling away. He looks very smooth right now. All the way to the line. He hasn't broken form yet. He's looking great. Going to be a 123. That's a fantastic run right there. 123 puts you in contention right around that second fastest heat. So that's a pretty good spot to be.
Bates misses her third attempt at 5'11". If the next jumper does not get it, I believe Bates should be your New England champion. Are you able to see the bib number?
No, but I'm just saying, how did you know how many misses there were?
I've been watching.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Heat 3. Jamison Ryan from Winnicott, New Hampshire. Ryan Newcomb, fresh off that 4x8 from Greenwich, is in 2. Sam Prescott from Bishop Girton, New Hampshire, is in 3. Caden D'Alessandro from Bethel is in 4. Josh Morit from Ludlow, Mass. is in 5. And James Hatch from St. Johnsbury is in 6. And it looks like the Wildcat bursts into the lead.
That's a giant move right there.
D'Alessandro comes in with a 124.17 seed.
They're getting some cheers for the high jump.
Bethel is up there.
There we go, you can see it right there, and she's just gonna miss it.
This is a 3-ring circus here, guys. We've got the high jump going on, the shot puts over the corner, long jumps going on, and of course on the track. So it's like a 4-ring circus right now.
All right, so he made a great move after the first lap. Coming down to the line now, that's going to be D'Alessandro.
Winning his heat at New England's.
Here's Prescott moving up from BG. 123 right there. 122, I think.
His former teammate got second in the slow heat last year and got second overall in New England. So he was trying to probably try to do the same thing. Okay, now we're on to heat 4 of 5. Got to watch out for this heat because there could be winners from this heat. Jack Sir from Gorham, Maine is in 1. Colin Lindley from Quabaden Regional in Mass is in 2. Henry Stockwell from Barrington Islands in 3. Mackay Hayward from Hillhouse is in 4. Sean Parham from Norton, Mass is in 5. And Mr. Hart, William Hart from Portsmouth, New Hampshire is in 6. If anybody gets the paper chase reference, you got to be pretty old to understand that reference.
Yeah, I just thought you were doing a funny accent there.
No, Mr. Hart, enlighten us with your knowledge.
Well, he's in second place right now.
Let's hope he enlightens us with his speed.
He's chasing down Stockwell. I believe Will was mixing up around second or third last year in the 800 meters outdoors in New Hampshire.
Stockwell was the Rhode Island State champion, his 11th last year here.
There goes Will into the lead. All right, and there we go. He's trying to open up a gap now over Stockwell. Stockwell's not going away, though. Well, Hart looks really strong right now.
Hart, 20th last year, trying to move up a few places. Trying to break 123. His PR's 122.95.
I think they're coming back to him a little bit. Is he going to have enough? Stockwell got past, is trying to go back. This could be a big lean at the line here. Stockwell got it. That is really impressive. I feel like once you're past in the last lap of a 600, you don't usually come back on someone. You're usually all gone. But he was able to find it at the end there and was able to regroup and get back into the lead.
We just saw the race of the day on the girls' side. This is the race of the day on the boys' side. Adam Lewis from Medford, Mass. is in 1. Landon Wall, the Brookfield school record holders, in 2. Nico Perkett from Arlington's in 3. Joseph Gustafsson from Pinkerton Academy, 121.31 is the seed. Yandri Ruiz, 120.67, the Connecticut State Open champion, just nipped Charles Dallas, the defending New England champion at the line of the State Open. Charles Dallas, 120.75.
So that's Wall into the lead to start. We've got Dallas now right behind him. We got Ruiz in 3rd.
The Bobcats trying to show, he said he thinks he had a shot at winning the State Open. He was 3rd. Let's see if he can win New England's, but he's putting it all out there. 38 seconds through 300 meters.
Now it seems like Dallas wants to make a move back around, and just like that, we're approaching the bell.
But watch Ruiz on the last lap. He does not give up.
And he's actually going to take the lead right here. Gustafsson's now trying to go into 3rd.
Oh, a little contact made. He pushed him to the outside. Great job, Charles Dallas. Ruiz is going to have to do another shot at this.
That shot's coming now, but Dallas is trying to hang on that inside.
The Blue Devil versus the Hornets. It's neck and neck, just like it was in the State Open. They're shadowing each other. Ruiz has one more shot. Dallas is trying to hold on. Here comes Ruiz. Dallas trying to hold on, and Dallas defends his title at the New England Championships. Yeah, it's very difficult when you see two great runners going against each other week after week for not to have a switch in the placings, and that's exactly what you saw. Ruiz winning the State Open last week, Dallas taking New England's this week.
It's like what happened in New Hampshire in cross country. We had
the girls.
Paterna won the Media Champions, and then Lane won the New England's.
Yeah. I forget which one. One won the first one. They kept going back and forth the whole time.
Or it's like back in the day, we had a few cross-country runners, Mortimer and Downey, switched off all the way to nationals.
One won a dual meet, one won an invitational, one won the division meet. The other one won the New Hampshire meet. They went to New England. It was just all the way up to nationals.
And then 1-2 at nationals. Crazy. That was a great race. So, yeah, it looks like the time overall, we'll get that in a minute.
120.51 PR for Dallas, and Ruiz 120.65 PR for Ruiz.
Gustafsson, nice 3rd place for New Hampshire there. And then Stockwell coming out of the second to last heat is going to run 122.55. It's funny, it's ironic calling it the slow heat at New England's, because that's absolutely not what it is.
There is no slow heat.
Yeah.
There's fast heats and faster heats.
Got the boys 1,000 heading up to the podium now.
120.51. That moves Mr. Dallas as the 6th fastest time in state history, Connecticut state history. Behind Ruiz, who's already run 120.38. 3 of the top 8 times in state history have been run this season in Connecticut. As we're getting around to the other side of the track, the start of the 300.
So here's our boys 1,000 podium. Nice job, boys. And here comes the 300.
Now this is seated kind of unusually. Paige, according to this, it says Paige Wilson with a seat time of 40.46 is in lane 2. Sophie Beck from People's Academy, 44.49 is in 3. There's a pretty big differential there. Fiona Corbett, 44.21 is in 4. Baylor Fryer, the only thing I can think of is the 4x4s coming up. Maybe they put her in an earlier heat.
I don't know why they would do that, though, but yeah. So we could see an absolute blowout in this heat.
And then from Vermont, we have Robin Tashin of Burr and Burton. Yeah, so if this runs to form, lane 2 should be able to win handily. She's ready made at the stagger.
Yep, so it seems like that's how it's going. She's in contention to score and have a shot. She's within a second of the winning mark, potentially.
Yeah, Paige Wilson was third at the Connecticut State Open. She won the Connecticut State Open last spring in the 400. And she's easily going to win this heat.
39, 40, so 40 mid, it looks like. The other girls not running too bad themselves. So that was pretty weird. I don't know why she was in that heat, to be honest.
It's got to be a special. Let's see something here. Well, she was part of the winning 4x2. She's not in the 4x4. So, I don't know. Maybe we want to get out of here early.
Yeah.
Avery Kerrigan from Exeter is in 2. Jasleen Faridas from Tolman, Rhode Island is in 3. Kate Pierce from Barrington, Rhode Island is in 4. Kathleen Lynch from Dover, New Hampshire is in 5. Tori Calero from LaSalle Academy is in 6. These athletes all come in with 42-second range.
Good start for Kathleen of Dover. Definitely not biased towards a green wave runner. But she looks great right now. Made it the stagger and then some. Around that home stretch. Well, she can hang on. Down the stretch. 40 seconds, 41, and it's going to be, I think, just under 42 seconds. Awesome run there.
Well, that's what we're here for. Here for some personal records.
And here's our 600-meter podium. Skylar Maxwell winning that race. You know, Steve Mazzone, the first thing he said to me when he walked up here, he said, pointing at Skylar, he says, she's going to win the 600.
Yeah, he said the same thing to me. I thought that was a little hometown, rooting for the hometown team.
Yeah, that could be a bit of both.
Yeah,
could be a bit of knowledge and...
Okay, in Heat 3, Samaj Grier from Bloomfield. She's in 2. Ava Lacasse from Belmont, New Hampshire is in 3. Elliot Musica from Brunswick is in 4. Dana Sweeney from Milton, Mass is in 5. And Jacqueline Diallo from Robert Trape in Maine is in 6. Lap and a half around the track. Just enough time to make, it's a sprint, but it hurts like the dickens.
We'll mention for fun, Lynch just broke the school record in the 300 again from a few weeks ago as well.
Gotta love it.
Congratulations.
School records all around. You get a school record, you get a school record, everybody gets a school record today.
This is the place to do it.
I feel like Oprah Winfrey when I'm doing that, you know?
Yeah.
You get a car, you get a car.
All right, here we go. So it's going to be our lane 3 runner. That's going to be Lacasse of New Hampshire. So a bit of New Hampshire dominance right here. I think that's enough for me to say best state in New England.
It can be argued.
Well, what's your...
It could also be, counter-argued that perhaps Connecticut is the best state.
Yeah. I want to hear your, not to do with running, but just overall, what's your 6th New England state ranking?
Oh, I'm not going there. I got too many fans in too many different states. I'm not doing that. I'll stick to mine. Okay, Heat 4. Lydia Taber from Cheraho is in 2.
We got Dutra of Seekonk. We then have
Juliana-
Sarah Luma of Brian McMahon. We've got Justin of St. Raphael and Weisberg of Chevreuse, Maine. It's hard to tell who's in the lead right now due to the staggers. Maybe on the outside, Weisberg. Potentially look at Tabor on the inside as well, but it is going to end up being Weisberg. Oh, sorry, no, that's actually going to be the St. Raphael athlete. That is going to be Justin.
Francesca Justin. Yeah, the outside lanes are fastest based on C's. So it goes 5,
and 6 and 4, I believe.
Yep. And then 2 and 3. And then 2. Okay, Avery Barreto from Freiburg Academy is lane 2 of heat 5. Angelica Seska from Manchester Central.
Sineska
is in 3. Macy Sawyer from Guilford, New Hampshire is in 4. Zahaya Brown from Hope is in 5. And Seneca Haney from Mount Desert Island, Maine is in 6. Lap and a half, here we go. We got one more heat after this one, so we might see some scorers out of this. Some people are gonna get the medals on the medal stand. These athletes have all run 40-point high right here. It's gonna take a 40-point low to score. Let's see what we got. Is that looking like Brown? 40-point mid.
For Sawyer?
Is that Sawyer?
Sawyer was in second place. I believe that was Brown.
And finally, the hot heat. Yasani Thompson, Holyoke, Mass. is in 2. Selena Varela from Weston, Mass. is in 3. Brinley Gilifana from Colchester, Vermont is in 4. Chloe Elder from Natick, Mass. is in 5. And Samaya Edie is in 6. Elder comes in with a 38.67 seed.
Only person under 40 seconds, so she's a huge favorite to win this. We'll see how she does.
Edie, the Connecticut State Open champ. Elder, one of the best runners in Massachusetts. Elder was second in Meet of Champions, 4th last year at this event. 53.73 PR.
Gilfillan is still right there, but I think Elder is going to have enough to hang on to win this race. Down the stretch, and Elder is now pulling away.
39 and about 40 low, so we're gonna have to see. There's gonna be some mixture from the other heats probably. Quickly going to the boys 400s. Emmett Terry is in 4. Jacob Evoluth from First Thetford Academy in 4. Evoluth in Freiburg, Maine, and Sam Burhan from Lake Region, Maine. We just heard the high jump. Let's announce the boys' high jump real quickly. 6th place, Jesse Singleton from Bloomfield, 6'5". 5th place, Brendan McGough from Braintree, Mass, 6'7". Incredible, 5th place at 6'7". Brody Scott from Waterford, Connecticut, 6'7". Top 3 are at 6'9". Ethan Rowe from Bloomfield, Carlos Quintana from Central Catholic, Mass, and Ethan Rich is your New England champion from Lyman Hall at a height of 6 feet 9 inches, personal record.
URI commit, correct?
Is that
pretty sure he's going to URI next year?
Yes, both Rich brothers are going to URI next year.
They just had a very dominant Atlantic 10 championship down in Virginia.
Yeah, URI definitely knows where they're going here. Okay, let's get back to the oval real quickly. Second heat of the boys, 300. Jordan Oge from Lowell, Mass. is in 2. Cannon Crocker from Greeley, Maine is in 3. Jack Foster from Burlington, Vermont is in 4. And Brozo, the 2 from South Portland, Maine is in 5. And Caleb Burnell from Mount Mansfield Union is in 6. We love to give shout outs to the girls' long jump as well. That's been wrapped up. 6th place, Avery Strickler from Central Catholic, Massachusetts, 18.6.5. Mara Saiku from Manascomet, Massachusetts, 18.725. Anna Jennings from Marshwood, Maine is in 4th, and here we come. $18.775 is 4th. Danette Nabusu from Acton, Roxborough, 18.1075. Top 2 over 9. Lavender Koska from Oliver Ames, 19 feet even. And your New England champion is Sapphire Brown from Bloomfield, 19.525. Back over 19 feet again, and she hasn't been in 2 years. Okay, moving on to heat 3 of the boys. Osman Mohammed from Lewiston is in 2. Matthew Mallory from Essex is in 3. Ewan Nickel from Kingswood Regional, New Hampshire is in 4. Justin Jardine from East Providence, Rhode Island is in 5. And Rocco Chikamensi from Deering, Maine is in 6. Top seed, 36.81. And it's looking like lane 3, Matthew Mallory from Essex, Vermont, drops a bomb. Heat 4, Ryan DeRico from Cranston West is in 2. Andrew McCarthy, he must be pretty in pink, from Bishop Hendrickson is in 3. Matt Fontaine from Cumberland. You guys don't get that joke either. The pretty in pink joke. You missed it.
Nope.
You guys are too young. Cumberland, Rhode Island. Matt Fontaine is in 4. Joshua Pentagel from Milford, New Hampshire is in 5. And Thomas Meek from Essex, Vermont. Mr. Meek is in 6. Let's hope he is not Meek out there right now.
I think you're going to see the biggest difference coming in the 300 off of a short flat track to a banked 200 track. Of any event, at least.
Especially the 300. 300 and 4x2, that's where you see the biggest differential in times.
And look at that, he is actually the one in front.
From Essex, Thomas Meek just showed his stuff. It was the opposite of Meek. I don't know what the antonym of Meek is, but he was it. We have 7 heats, and we're on heat 5. Ryan Stoloff from Cranston West is in 2. Whelan Pagan from Essex North Shore Agriculture is in 3. Quentin Fortier from CBU Vermont is in 4. Lucas Nolte, the Tiger from Daniel Hand, is in 5. And Kieran Boyle, we saw him in the 55 earlier today from Richfield, he's in lane 6.
Do you think maybe the word bold would be a good antonym for Meek?
Bold. He was bold in his racing. Kieran Boyle was 2nd in the 55 dash. Let's see if he can move up in spots here.
Well, Boyle is definitely the one in front right now.
He definitely has a huge lead. He's got the speed. Does he have the strength? Here comes Kieran Boyle from Richfield, Connecticut. Meek won last heat in 35.68. We'll wait a few minutes to get
2 heats left to go.
Yep. Heat 6. Brody Smith. Sohegan, right?
Sohegan.
Aiden.
And it pronounced the H in that as well.
Sohegan. Gotcha. Aiden Calcano da Silva of Abington, Mass is in 3. Then we have the Mustangs Immaculate. Brendan McCabe is in 4. Nathan Calcano da Silva, they must be related, from Abington, Mass is in 5. And Sean, blazing on the track, is out in lane 6 from Clinton, Mass. There is a great battle in lane 5 and 6.
Yeah, Cocano de Silva, but look on the inside, McCabe's coming up. I think McCabe's actually the one in front.
McCabe scored 2 years ago as a sophomore. He was injured last year, and it looks like he's going to grab this heat.
Well, he's definitely going to score again.
There's
34.
Brendan McCabe. Looked like he's going under 35 seconds. That time should hold up.
And we're on meet record watch as 33.9 is sitting right there.
Okay. Nazar Andre from Cromwell, Class S record holder in Connecticut. He's in lane 2. Ross Stevens from Conval, New Hampshire is in 3. Aaron Rich, who won the long jump earlier today, is in 4. Then we have the man we're all looking at in lane 5. We have Sheldon Simpson. He tied his school record of 33.90, which was the state open record in Connecticut last week. That would also be the meet record. And we have Garrett Giroux Pizzello from LaSalle Academy, the Rhode Island champion.
So Simpson the second in lane 5.
Simpson the second is hopefully going to be Simpson the first.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's already eaten into the lead. He's pulled away from the other runners.
Drew Pizzulo is also looking good, and Stevens on the inside, but Simpson the second. Oh, Pizzulo's trying to hang on to that lead, actually.
Coming off the turn, here comes Sheldon Simpson. No, it's going to be
Pizzulo. Trying to hang on to that lead. He's going to.
The Ram from LaSalle upsets, wins the 300 meters at the New England Championships. 34.50 is the heat before. We'll have to wait a few minutes.
That was quite a race. Definitely an upset there.
Well, it was, yes, it was, but not a huge. It wasn't unsurprising. I kind of thought Sheldon would win this, but it's hard to come back 2 weeks in a row. And when you have somebody only a couple tenths behind you, 33.87. That's a new meet record.
Wow.
34.24. Simpson second. Andrade 34.97. So it looks like McCabe for the previous heat is going to get in the top 4.
There is our new New England record holder, Garrett Giroux Pizzulo. I mean, I was just shocked. You know, I was working at the Rhode Island State meets, and he is just flying around that track. I mean, it's ridiculous. The speed he has around those curves, he maintains it into the stretch. I don't see how we can beat him.
They still haven't posted the final overall results. I would like to see how everything kind of works its way out in this. This was, I thought, a very important race. National implications.
So time for some 2 miles.
Okay, here we go. Giroux Pizzulo from LaSalle Academy, 33.87 meet record. Sheldon Simpson does not break the meet record. 34.24 was second. McCabe from Immaculate, 34.50 is third. Kieran Boyle from Ridgefield, 34.72 from Heat 5 is fourth. Sean Blaze, 34.85 is fifth. And Nazir Andrade from Cromwell, 34.97. I wrote this in my preview many years ago. My first year coaching, I coached a kid that won New England, set the meet record in New England, and held for about a dozen years. That was 34.90. That was the meet record until like 2002 or 3. And now that doesn't even score anymore.
It is crazy how the times change.
Yep. For the better. Okay.
So 2 miles coming up. Well, and coming up right now.
It is on the track. Claire Hall from Westboro's in 1. Anna Bianchi from Cumberland is in 2. Karen Higgins from Lincoln Academy is in 3. Sabrina Gamawali from LaSalle Academy is in 4. Satya Mohan from LaSalle Academy is in 5. Kate Morrison from Portland is in 6. Abigail Gilly from Pacific, Maine is in 7. Sydney Ramonar from Burton is in 8. Zoe Kohler from Bishop Girton is in 9. Julia Dowling is in 10 from North Smithfield. Madeline Deo from CVU Vermont is in 11. Layla Masson from Bishop Girton is in 12. Stella Pelageo from LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island is in 13. And the final seed is Desi Broadley from Green Mountain, Vermont.
So very Rhode Island heavy heat. And right now we've got Higgins of Maine in front, 2 LaSalle girls right behind her. In 4th place right now is Bianchi, and so she won the Rhode Island State meet last week, or 2 weeks ago. And complete upset. She was the 7th seed coming in, had no idea she was going to be able to win. And then in the last couple of laps, she just found something, bridged up to the top group, and ended up being the winner. So we'll see, maybe she races today with a little bit more confidence and can pull up even faster time.
Yes.
So that was a big breakout race for her.
Sometimes you don't know you can do it until you do it. There's a time when you weren't a sub 11-minute 2-miler until you break 11 minutes in a 2-mile.
The best race of my life was cross-country media champions when I was a sophomore, and I was moving past guys that I was, as I would say, a fan of. And I was like, am I allowed to do this?
Well, that is what I like about records and record lists. I've had kids come up to me and I say, oh, you bumped so-and-so off the record list. No, he's really good.
Yeah.
Well, that means you're better. And it just blows their mind. You can see their mind go, push. It just explodes their brain. But that is really what it's about. I mean, track and field is one place where the other athletes help you to be your best. It's not like football where you're trying to take something. In football and basketball, you're trying to take something away from somebody else. Not in track. It's the one place other people are trying to help you be your best.
Some of my favorite races that I've ever been involved in have been other people's races, and it's just so fun to watch someone have success.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Higgins in lane 3 from Lincoln Academy, Maine, in the lead. She comes in with an 11:30 seat time.
So she's not afraid to go out to the front. That's the weird thing about having many heats, is that unless you're in the top heat, you cannot make it tactical at all. If you're in this heat, you have to go to the front and make it a fast pace, because you want to find a way to compete with that top heat. So they're 1,000 meters in.
Let's see what Miss Higgins, Professor Higgins here. She's run a 5:17 for the full mile and 11:15 for the 2 miles. And she was second in the main Class B championships. This is her first year running track.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, finding instant success.
I'd say so.
Yeah, she just came out for cross country this year. Was second in the main Class B meet in cross country, 87th in New England's.
Well, right now she's on right around 11-minute pace for her time so far, which is a really good mark to be at so far in the race.
This is a name we have to watch out for because she's so raw. When you start seeing success like this, obviously there's not a lot of work behind it yet. Once you put in a year or 2 of running, that's when really good things happen for you. So if she can find this success this immediately, this is a lot of raw talent. I don't know, maybe she's been running road races since the time she was 8 years old.
Sure.
Who knows? But
yeah, I think oftentimes it's someone who discovers a sport ends up being incredibly good at it. Really nice battle in this pack behind here. Got about 6 girls all right in there. All working together. The 2 LaSalle girls are working together.
that's what you do as teammates.
Well, and also the question is, you know that based on seed times, you should be up with Higgins. So you kind of have to trust yourself. She's going to come back to me. She's going to come back to me, and I'll be able to get past her eventually.
Well, for their sake, they're kind of hoping she went too fast and she starts falling back, but 5:30, so 5:31.
That's a great pace to be at.
5:30 for the mile, I guess.
And yeah, she's running so fast right now. It's surprising to see this pack is actually on a really good pace right now as well.
They're all running up about 11:20 pace approximately,
which is faster than all of their seat times.
All their seat times are like 11:20s.
And you know, some of these athletes, this might be their first time on a banked track, which is such a cool experience.
Yeah, but it doesn't, at the slower pace, it's not the 2 miles slow, but at this relatively slower pace, it doesn't quite have the same impact. It's just so hard when you're running fast, like sprinting fast, to stay in that lane 1. It's easier the slower you go. So while there is some advantage to running on a banked track at a 2 mile pace, it's just a greater advantage when you're in the sprints.
So we're now less than a mile to go. She is all on her own. Looking at the pack behind, it looks like in our second place position is going to be Gamrari, followed by Hall of Westboro, Mass.
Gamrari
of LaSalle
has run 10:43 for 3K, so that equals out to what, 11:23 approximately, add 40 seconds.
Around there, yeah.
Yep. She was third at the Rhode Island State Meet.
And also with them is Julia Dowling of North Smithfield.
And Grimwally she's a stud in Rhode Island. She was 8th at their cross-country state championship and 36th at New England. Just missed out on all New England.
It is interesting to see how New England success translates over to track success.
It's funny how sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. Like there's a lot of stud cross-country runners that are top 15, say in their state meets, and they don't score in the state meets in the indoor track. Sometimes people have the long cross-country season, they also kind of just back off their intensity. It's just not the same.
There's also, I know at least for the northern states, there's a lot of cross-country skiers you see who might make that their primary sport and not worry too much about running, even though that would help out your running quite a bit.
I got to tell you, I am just amazed at all you guys that are out there still training right now. I mean, like in Connecticut at least, we've had some very successful sprinters this season because it's relatively easy. They can run that in the hallways. They can do 30s and 40s in the hallways. But the distance runners, I mean, yeah, you can get out there and run the track if you have it.
Yes.
But to get out a 10-mile run, like I was talking to the Danbury coach, they have like one option for the runs. They have a side street near their house, which is about near their school, which is about maybe 2 miles, 2.5 miles maybe, and then they do laps in the parking lot, and there's no track going on because the tracks have like 3 feet of slope.
Yeah, and it's been a really rough winter too.
Especially Rhode Island,
Yes.
I mean, even if you wanted to shovel your track, that's a lot of shoveling to do.
Yeah. All right, so now Hall is, not definitively, but certainly got a small gap into second place, followed by Dowling and then Gamrari.
All these runners just trying to get a PR, trying to pop something off, finish off their season. Some might be going to, I mean, maybe not this heat, but some might be going to nationals the next heat.
And if you're watching this and you skipped out New England's to train for nationals, you're lame. New England's great.
I'm not going to say that, but I will say I'm amazed at the number of people that skip out of this, and they have, like, we talked about this before on air. You're a 420 miler. Okay, you're good. You go to nationals, you're going to be 80th, 90th. You know, you come here, you had a shot at a medal. I mean, what I always like people to peak for, whatever the level is, they can do the best at. Like, if I had a kid that's, say, a 4:36 miler, I would peak him for his conference meet because there's a chance you can score in that. But you're not going to peak for the state open. if there's no chance of, fourth or sixth mile even making the state open.
Yep.
One
Right
to
here
go.
we go, 1 lap left.
Now that's a good bell. We got a new bell ringer there. That brings excitement to the crowd. To the athletes, it's like a Pavlovian response. They hear the bell, they salivate, and they just go for it.
We had an interesting article. I really like this. I talked about this a few times on air on our website recently about indoor versus outdoor hearing the bell, where you start your kick when you hear the bell, but if you can start your kick 2 laps to go indoors, it's the same thing as starting your kick with 1 lap to go outdoors.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do notice that. Like, people will go when they hear the bell on the outdoor track, but they won't do it with 2 laps to go on the indoor track.
And you can get a huge advantage if you do it that way. All right, coming to the line. So it's going to end up being Higgins all the way, wire to wire, 11:22 on the clock. Here comes the kick. It looks like it's going to be Claire Hall coming in around 11:30 over Julia Dowling, followed by Sabrina Gumrari. Then it's going to be Anna Bianchi, followed by out of Champlain Valley. That is going to be Madeline Deo. So now we're heading off to our fastest heat. A few more girls wrapping up their 16-lap journey of the Reggie Lewis track. And now here comes the next heat of girls. Very curious to see how this one's going to play out. Will they make it fast? Will it be tactical? A lot of girls unsure of where the actual line is for the 2 mile mark. Once again, 2 miles, well, this track is 200 meters. If you do 16 laps, that's 3,200 meters. A 2 mile is 3,218 meters. So we'll see the gap back from the finish line to where they're starting is 18. In this heat, we're going to have Lauren Parrott of Glastonbury, Connecticut, Sophie Pasilaspa, Greenwich, Connecticut, Nancy Vleeks of Daniel Han, Connecticut, Hazel DeLucia of Lyman Memorial, Connecticut, Sarah Bogdan of Staples, Connecticut, Zoe McNabb of false start. Hopefully no one's disqualified. Yeah, that can happen. Oh boy. Everyone take a breather. Hopefully there's no disqualifications. Keep going through. We have McNabb of Champlain Valley, Cameron Mooney of Farmington, Lexi Paterna of Exeter, Maya Boyington. No cards coming out. Luckily, we're all still there.
Yep.
Boyington of Orono, Nora Schmidt of Portland, Lydia Donahue of Champlain Valley, Sophie Juan Soto of Cambridge Ringe and Latin, Olivia Coronello of Lunenburg, Brie Paterna of Exeter, Margaret Tripp of Thornton Academy, Gabrielle Bedard of Pinkerton Academy, and Charlotte Crum of Champlain Valley. So here we go with our 2 mile. As Tim Cox just texted me, he predicts that Lexi Paterna is not waiting around and she's going to go straight to the front.
And she has.
So our 8 seed coming in, based on her time from the state championships, but she was 2nd place in New England's by a hair and has run a 4:44 mile recently. So she is definitely the favorite, and they're all letting her go. It looks like Pasalacqua and Parrott following up in 2nd and 3rd. And we got Paterna straight to the lead. Didn't catch the split in that one, but I'm sure it was very fast. So my question is, how far under 11 minutes is she going to get?
Well, my question is...
Oh, sorry, how close to 10 minutes, I say?
Well, my question is, how much can she do on her own? That's the tough part, is doing it on your own. It looks like Parrott is trying to make it go, and at least let her hear footsteps, at least.
Yeah, I love to see that.
Yeah, Parrott got pulled out of the 4x800. 76, that's, what is that? That's 5:04 mile pace there. Parrott, this is faster than she's ever gone out in a 2 mile.
Yep. Well, and that's going to be a huge advantage with Parrott. Even if you're, say, 10 seconds, behind a runner, if you're just following them the entire race, that can make up that gap and close that advantage down.
Parrott and Pasalacqua have been racing buddies now. They're both sophomores, came in last year, were top 10 in the state open, only a place apart, only a couple places apart in New England, did the same thing all through outdoors. Pasalacqua finally got her at the state open for the second, with Parrott getting third in the fall. But, Pasalacqua, she's got some good foot speed towards the end.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, because Parrott, obviously is going out at a very aggressive pace. Hopefully she's able to hold on to it, but if she's not, then Pasalacqua is going to have that kick and be able to use it to get past her towards the end. So we'll get a really good idea of where they're at when they come through here in a few minutes. Paterna was the anchor leg of that New Hampshire state record and New England champion 4x8 earlier today, 2:34. So that was about 4 hours ago or so when they ran that.
But that's 5:08 pace right there, which is 10:16 2-mile pace. Parrott has her best of 10:40. She set the state open record. She's never established herself like this. She's taking a chance, but big risk means big reward.
Yes.
It's kind of cool because in Connecticut you don't have anybody else going out like this. So she might as well take advantage of it, at least at this higher level of the sport.
Well, and also at this point, I mean, obviously Pasalacqua was the one who could give her a challenge. But the other thing I would think about is if you get far enough ahead, even if you blow up towards the end, you're going to have enough of a lead to be able to hang on enough.
If you can hang on. I mean, at this level, usually people don't fall apart that much. But like I said, she goes to the mile in under 5:10. She's never done that before.
Yeah, I think we'll see her at least fine through the mile mark, and then that's where we're really going to get a test there. And then Paterna seeing how she responds to actually having a challenge with her, because usually when she's going off after some sort of time, she's usually alone.
Yeah, you're not going to break something like 10:30 unless you get through something like 5:15 at least.
So it looks like Paterna ran about a 79 there.
Hazel DeLucia has moved into 4th place now. Lyman Memorial girl. She was 4th at the state opening cross country. She's now barely taken over 3rd place. She's going to go to Quinnipiac next year, Bobcats.
It's not far from home.
No, right down the road. One more lap till we're at the halfway split. Paterna, junior, Parrott, sophomore.
So we could see this again next year.
Yep, Pasalacqua moved back into 3rd place, sophomore. But yeah, how much difference is going to be in between a year? Somebody's going to get a lot better, somebody's going to stay the same, somebody might not be here for whatever reason. But yeah, the amount of growth sometimes between these athletes, and the kids you're going to see the most growth from is the ones in the back of the pack, way back there. Those are the ones that might see something. 5:13. Now we're on 10:26, 2-mile pace. We're actually it's probably a little faster. It's probably 5:12.
Sure.
So we're on 10:24 pace. Neither one looks the worse for the wear. The pack is all under 5:30 for the mile. Solidly under 5:30.
So yeah, as I said, the mile mark's really going to be the test as to where Parrott's at, where she's feeling. I'm really impressed so far with her sticking right on Paterna's back. And she still looks okay.
But I just noticed there's now a yard between them.
Yes.
2 things are going to happen. It's going to go to 2 or 3 yards, or Parrott's going to say, I got to stick with her one more lap. One more lap.
Right.
But you can see there's a little separation right now.
Yeah, if you can keep telling yourself a little bit further. One thing I always love to think about is at this point you can say to yourself, hey, I've got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of time.
That's right.
I can hang on for that long.
Or I even do something less. I just pick a turn.
Yep.
Let me get through this turn. Let me get through the straightaway. And look at look at that. That
She
1
hasn't let
yard
too much go.
has not grown to 3 yards yet. McNabb, right? Remember we talked
Yes.
about her in the mile?
Coming back with a great double. Now in third place. It's Pasalacqua and McNabb both alone in third and fourth.
McNabb, though, we talked about it earlier. She just showed up in the fall for cross country and said, I'm going to make your top 7. And this wasn't just an average team. This was a team that multiple year won New England's this fall, made NXNs 2 years in a row, and she was a top runner at NXNs.
All right, so here we go. We're going to have 5 laps left. We've got 7:13 on the clock. Now there's maybe about 3 meters of a gap. So Paterna's definitely more comfortable, but we'll see how determined Parrott can be.
That's Sarah Bogdan now in 5th place, the senior from Staples in Westport, Connecticut. She's really come up. She was nothing to look at really freshman year. She was pretty average, like a 23-minute 5K runner, but every season kept making another level jump. Now she's at the elite in New England.
Now we're starting to see that the squeeze of the pace right here as Paterna's cranking it up a little bit more and more. Under 8 minutes as we come through with 4 laps to go.
Bogdan was 5th in the state open just a couple weeks ago, but 6th at New England's in cross country. Now in 5th place is Anasi Vleeks from Daniel Hand in Madison. She was 6th place last year at New England's in the 32 meters outdoors. She was all New England's in cross country. She's coached by Steve Swift, who himself made the U.S. World Championship team back in the 90s sometime in the marathon.
Pretty good coach to have.
Swifty, there's like about 8 Swifts or so in Connecticut. All of them were fantastic runners. All of them wicked smart.
Well, speaking of fantastic runners, Lexi Paterna now has, I would say, about a quarter of maybe like 25, 20 meters of a lead. Parrott has not fallen apart at all, which I'm very impressed with. She's held in there really strong.
Yeah, she might have lost maybe a half second per lap, but it wasn't like she just fell.
Paterna now has 2 laps to go. She's going to be under 9:30. We'll see what kind of kick she can muster. She's now got a few runners to get around.
Pasalacqua right there, and McNabb in 3rd and 4th. Leaks in 5th right now. Who's in 6th? I didn't catch
We got
that.
a whole pack in 6th.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, coming up to the bell. So Lexi's broken away over this last half mile or so, and now she's got under 10 minutes in the clock. 9:56. Final lap. Already set a state record and got a New England title in the 4x8, and now she's going to come off here and get a 2-mile New England championship. And Paterna's really cranking it up here. Getting around this pack. Parrott also running a phenomenal race herself. Put herself in the fight. But Paterna.
The pack just went through, 1 lap to go. Bleeks is in about 5th place right now.
Here we go. 10:33. Congratulations, Lauren Parrott. What a run for her. 10:37.
That's approximately 6th or 7th all-time in state history. There's Pasalacqua, 10:47.
Look at this kick right here.
Oh, Fleeks just nips her. Grabs that 1 spot, moves up to 4th. And now the runners are streaming across the line, trying to get every second every 10th of a second out of their efforts.
There's Brie Paterna and Gabrielle Bedard. They've had a really great back and forth this season. And we're getting word that potentially second best all-time 2-mile run, either indoors or outdoor in New Hampshire. Maybe I'm just a New Hampshire fanatic, but I think I have to say she's my pick for performer of the meet. If you can win 2 different events, and set records in those events, then that's pretty impressive to me.
We'll have to take a look at this, but I don't think, we'd have to go down. I don't know who's gotten 2 medals.
Well, it was Thea Jackson who's going to be in the hurdles, I believe, or dash, and then she's also in the long jump. I don't know what she plays.
Nope, that was won by Sophia Brown.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I feel like they used to do. Here we go. We have reports here. Winners. Let's see. Has anybody won 2?
And I do say relays might count a little bit less than an individual win, but she was the best leg of any relay team, so I think that's something you have to count.
Aaron Retz setting the meet record in the long jump and scoring in the 300. And also, I believe he scored in the high jump too, I believe.
Okay, so that might be a good case.
Aaron Retz, well, he was 7th, didn't quite score. He just missed out on misses.
All right, so here goes. The boys are not quite in the line yet. I always like giving out a girls and a boys performer of the meet. I think they recognizing that top athlete you think really showed out today. Something's wrong with the gun?
Oh, I hate that. There's nothing worse than that when it happens. Okay, we've got Andrew Williams from Bishop Enderkin in 1. John Thornton Sherman from St. Johnsbury in 2. Enzo Giampaolo from Lewiston, Maine in 3. Cole Hart, these names all sound familiar, like a lot of them came back for the mile, from Champlain Valleys in 4. Jack Scott from Hampton Academy, Maine is in 5. Peter outranks them all from Deering, Maine is in 6. He's Peter Rank. And Bowen Mitchell from Yarmouth, Maine is in 7. Sam Tooley from Camden Hills Regionals in 8. Emil Owens from Portland, Maine is in 9. Ben Hollick from Champlain Valley is in 10. And rounding out nearly a dozen runners, in lane 11 is Garrick Suter from Bellows Free Academy, Vermont, BFA. I want to remind everybody, this is the New England Track and Field Championships at Reggie Lewis Athletic Center, brought to you by the State Running Network, with New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results in Connecticut, Bay State Running in Massachusetts, with the help of our sponsors that make this all accessible for no charge. Marathon Sports and New Balance. Marathon Sports has 27 retail locations covering the Boston area, North and South Shores, Central and Western Massachusetts. They've got a few stores in Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. I'm Marty Ogden here with you with Tyler Sheedy and Ryan Moyer. We're here, the best of the best, the top 6 from each state at the New England Championships now. This is the boys' 2-mile race, first of 2 sections.
It's a very good start right now from Thornton Sherman, that's John. So Joel ran earlier today.
I'm not sure when the first Sherman was running before COVID.
He was my year, so that's Evan Thornton Sherman.
Yeah,
so
because I remember here with Tim Coe and Jimmy on the, and they kept saying, "Oh, the Shermanator's doing this and that," and then there's the next one and the next one, and all of them are fantastic athletes.
So Evan graduated 2022. I believe Andrew was I think Andrew graduated last year in 2025. Evan's now at Ole Miss, sub 4-miler. I believe Andrew went to Harvard.
Well, Joel, that's leading right now.
I think John's leading right now.
Oh, John is leading right now. Okay. Well, there's so many of them out there.
It's like there's a factory of Thornton Shermans. Working in second place
here we
right
go.
now. Oh, and there's the, we'll pan over to the podium at some point as they come around that side.
Is Joel running in this heat? No.
No, so Joel, I think, was another
There's a
event.
scratch?
Yep. No, maybe not. Oh, was he in?
Because he's seated
Okay.
in 22nd, so I'm assuming he'd be in this heat. But
He is not in here.
Yep. John,
We got Hollick in second place of Champlain Valley.
John's a 9:49 seed time.
So this might be the only time of the year or ever that Boston has more snow than Vermont.
Oh, well, what about Providence? I understand
Yeah.
the last storm. Like, I have a cousin that lives in Providence. What, they got 3 feet?
Yeah, and, I live in Charlestown, Rhode Island, and it's not very fun.
Yeah, I actually, what was it? It started on Sunday and went to Monday. I actually shoveled before I went to bed at around 10 o'clock. Just got a few inches off. Woke up at like 8. Got the bulk off of the walkways at least, and then we got the snowblower out when it ended to get the driveway. But my poor 15-year-old daughter, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're doing the last little bit. She had to do the last little bit of it.
Hey, I want to give a quick little fun fact. So Lexi Paterna, who just won that 2 mile, apparently her coaches wanted her to just run the 2 mile and not run the 4x8, but she refused. Got that the new lowered state record in the 4x8, and then won the 2 mile afterwards.
She refused.
Yep.
I want to be there. I mean, I don't know who the 5th runner is. They probably should have gotten all New England.
That'd probably be Poteet, who is 3rd in New Hampshire in the 1,000 meters. Which is crazy she's not on their 4x8 team. But she'd probably end up running around 2:20 low. So you give up around. They probably would not have beaten their old state record.
But they would have medaled. But
yes,
it shows you the depth of Exeter, though. The fact that they could potentially, but the top runner is like, no, I still want to be there for my team. You know, it doesn't look like she gave up anything. Maybe she could have been a little fresher, maybe.
Sure.
But there's plenty of time between the 4x8 and the 2 mile.
All right, we got a nice little pack right here for that second place position. But John Thornton Sherman.
Hey, this is a feather in your cap. To win the first heat of New England's, that is a feather in your cap. Sometimes it takes a breakout race. 7 to go. Wait, is that right? He went through in 5. So he wants to run through the mile.
A little bit sub 4. Also a little bit sub 5.
450.
That makes sense. Good pace to be on.
Yeah, he came in with a 449, 949 seat time. It's kind of cool when you see an entire family all excelling at the sport. You know, what it must be like at the dinner table. You know,
yeah, right.
Or every day.
Hey, so what'd you do today?
Yeah.
Oh, I ran this fast.
Yeah, and every day you have a training partner right out the door. You know, maybe they're at different levels. Some of, you know, obviously one of them is running like 150 for the half mile, but still, on easy days you have an immediate training partner.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, what did you say? There's 4 or 5 of them.
4, that I know of, at least.
Almost across. They have to adopt one other kid
yes.
from Vermont to make it a cross-country team. Oh, I stand corrected about him. Well, this year, he's a junior. This year, he has run a 9:37 and 9:38 down in Boston.
So he's on the right kind of pace for that. We're going to be at 1.5 miles right here, 4 laps to go. The pack is coming back on him a little bit, though. Looks like we're at about 7:16, so that's 9:42 pace or so. they're definitely closing that gap. We'll see if it's enough.
We got a shout out here. I just want to thank you guys for doing commentary on the meet stream. Do an excellent job and are entertaining to listen to. Hey, all right.
Who said that?
That is Lance Pelkey.
Thank you, Lance.
Yeah, thanks. We appreciate the shout outs.
We try to be entertaining. Well,
Yeah, I don't know how much you like the dad jokes, but
it's hard not to be entertaining when you have all these great races happening.
well, the athletes are the ones that are
Yes.
entertainment. We just want to bring attention to them. It's always funny when people thank me for doing what I do. I'm like, well, all I'm doing is I'm recognizing you. It's your efforts. You're the one that puts in the work. I just sit there and write about what you did.
And it's also like, I always say this, this is what's fun for me. Like this is the fun thing. I'd come here, well, I shouldn't say this, I would do it for free.
Well, we practically are.
Yeah.
We're on air for 6 hours, plus we got here an hour early. I've got a 2.5 hour. Yeah, basically it's free.
Well, and I've also, watched these races growing up, and I think it's awesome. You get to see your favorite athletes, watch yourself even.
Yep.
And now, okay, here comes the kick right here. So that's Holick, I believe, in front.
Well, whenever anybody questions me why I do this, I'm like, because I don't go to bars.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't play video games. I don't watch football and set. Like some people spend all day, gambling on football or drinking in bars.
All right, here we go. The bell. So that's Holick in front, following right behind him. He's been basically in second place the entire time. That's going to be Giampaolo out of Maine.
Yeah, it's like when I come to track meets, everybody goes, Marty! It's like Norm and cheers, Norm! Another joke you probably don't get.
I don't get it, no.
Yeah. Cheers, go watch it, Ted Danson, George Wendt.
Giampaolo is trying to fight back to win the heat. They're going to be just above 940. Really good kick here. Oh, look at that. Hulk came back and got the win. So those guys are fighting for a high-ranking spot in the top heat. We'll see if they can end up scoring it all. So 9:42 or so is, I think, is what around the time was.
Marty, you got a question of who's your favorite runner in Connecticut?
Ooh.
I'm just going to say you are. I got to tell I've met so many great athletes, so many great people. It's so hard. Like, yeah, there are some people that I prefer to spend more time with, but there is nobody I don't like spending time with at these track meets.
I don't think there's any better community than track and field. And when you have a sport where everyone can lift each other up, it's hard to beat that.
Yeah, how many times do you see at the end of a race, people are, they're cooling down together from different teams, they help each other out, they train together sometimes, they meet each other up in the summertime, they go to cross-country camps together all over the place.
Some of my best friends are high school rivals. It's
I know.
incredible, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I was when I was coaching, at their weddings, they had kids from different teams in high school as their best man, usher, and all that stuff. Wow, they are really packing this in.
This is a very exciting field.
We've got number 1, Jason Roby from Pinkerton. We'll introduce these guys' accomplishments as we go along. Ethan Fisher from Bishop Garrett, New Hampshire. A couple Granite State boys right up front. Then we have the Connecticut State Open champion, Tyson LaBelle of Griswold. Then we have Hudson Shunk from Fairfield Ward, the Mustang. Next up, we have the next generation of Steve Prefontaine, Joe DeLuise from Oxford. He loves going out in the front. Jackson Missick from Concord, Carlisle, Mass. is in 6. Will Souza from LaSalle Academy is in 7. Luke Cushing from Amity is in 8. Shannon Malix from Pinkerton Academy is in 9. Josiah Connolly from Concord, New Hampshire is in 10.
Coming off that mile second place.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in his legs. James Hayes, I believe he was in the 4x8 earlier from Greenwich, is 11th. Quinn Cook from Hopedale is 12. Matt Pilon from Lunenburg, Massachusetts. I believe he's one of the campers at Foster Running Camp, if I remember correctly. Shepard Butler from Bishop Hendrickson is in 14. Matt Lewis from LaSalle, Rhode Island is 15. Lucas Gomez from Salem, New Hampshire is in 16. And all the way out in lane 17 is Oliver Lehman from Oyster River, New Hampshire.
We're seeing a new haircut from Lehman. Right now that is going to be Roby, who was the state champion, double state champion in both the 3K and 1500.
Yeah, the top seed, Sean Gray, decided not to run today. So Roby was seeded number 2. He comes in. He was you know all about him. D1 state champ, 12th at New England's in cross country.
Now the interesting
long
thing,
red line.
Yes, the thing I like about this is that last week, or a few weeks ago at New Hampshire State's, Ethan Fisher, who's on a number 2 seed now, he was the top seed and the guy that Roby just decided to follow the entire time. And now Roby's the target. And now Fisher wants to go to the front as I say that, so maybe I'm wrong.
And creeping up into second place is DeLuise. He's second, third place right now in the dark blue kit on the outside. He's a steeplechaser. He's run 6:01 for the 2K steeple.
That's great.
That's a stud time, yeah. Run like 9:44 for the 3K steeple. He's going to UConn.
And then Tyson LaBelle in 4th, I remember from New England, he had a great finish over the last hills of Thetford to finish 3rd place.
It's funny, I made a comment on the in our state open. I made a comment something like there was 4 guys with like 2 laps to go, and I said none of them were known as kickers. It looks like Tyson LaBelle has developed a little foot speed now. He was able to pop off the last 2 laps. He really impressed me. He's such an efficient runner. He's in the black with the white stripes, currently in 4th place. He's very efficient.
Right now we have Fisher in front, taking up after his teammate Matthew Giardina from last year, who led this race most of the way. Phenomenal runner himself, now at University of New Mexico.
Oh, yes. He was the runner-up, like you said, 16th at New England's in cross country. DeLuise was 3rd in the Connecticut State Open in cross country. This was his first year that he's become a year-round runner. He's run indoor and outdoor the past couple years. First year he left soccer. Now he's doing cross country, indoor and outdoor.
Well, and you know, soccer players tend to be great distance runners, but once you make that full-time switch to distance running, it may change things.
You get another jump, yeah. I mean, you can get away being a half miler, being a soccer player, even a miler. But when you get up to the 2 mile, you need that cross country base. Hudson Shunk has just kind of shunked his way into 4th place. He was 2nd at the Open. That was a bit of a surprise to me, but man, he's one of those kids, like, he just keeps getting better every season. He's going to Lafayette. He was 35th in New England's in cross country, so this would be a big improvement to get top 6 here.
Now we're going to have DeLuise in the front.
Yeah, he's always traditionally just went right for the gun. We've talked about this. He loves Prefontaine. He loves to make it a guts race.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, like, when the movies came out in the 90s, there were 2 movies that came out in the mid-90s about Prefontaine. Everybody became a Prefontaine. Like, he became a hero. And I have not heard people talk about him quite as much.
Yeah, you don't see the stop pre-shirts as much anymore.
Yeah, exactly. But he's still a legend in the distance running world. The great Oregon runner, 4th place in the 72 Olympics.
Yeah, we'll see if any of these guys want to try to run a sub-4 last mile to win the race.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but...
So now Fisher's back in the lead, so definitely a lot of switching in this lead pack. It's not in a 2 mile, if it's going a bit slower, you tend to see it really bunch up like it is kind of now. Or it's not, it's not terribly slow, but it's not crazy fast either.
Yeah, nobody's taking this out hard. But what I always like to see, I love to see these guys that get out like on pace, and the last half mile you start seeing them crank down under 70 seconds, on to 65 the last quarter or something like that.
Yeah, and that's something that Jason Roby is really good at. Is he's the kind of guy, I described him after he won both those titles as a very scary runner for anyone else who's racing him, because it's really hard to find a way to beat him because he can both run fast and he can kick with anyone.
Well, they went out in what was it, 9:41 approximately, 9:40, somewhere around there. So they're on 9:20 pace. Now all these guys have run in 9:15 to 9:20 range to 9:25 range, right around there. But it's going to come down to who has the wheels, who can accelerate. You can't just survive. You can't just get to the mile and a half and survive. You've got to get to the mile and a half and attack.
Well, we're going to be at the mile and a half in 3 laps. And that's where we're going to really see things. It's Ethan Fisher, the sophomore, still in front. And now they're starting to get all into a line. We're going to see really who's still a contender. It looks like we maybe have 4 guys breaking away. It is going to be Fisher, then DeLuise, then it's going to be LaBelle and Roby. And then we got the pack, still pretty much attached to them. But it's going to be Misek of Concord Carlisle trying to hang with these guys.
Seriously, we can make this race a lot shorter if we can just inject lactic acid into their legs and say, okay, half mile to go, your legs are feeling like crap, go. I would often set up workouts and say, okay, you're doing the first 3 at this pace, it's not going to be particularly hard, just to kind of get some lactic acid. The last 2, I want you to giddy up and go. And I said, we could just do the giddy up and go I just need to put lactic acid in your legs. So you got to be able to run fast when you're tired. If you can't run fast when you're tired, I don't care what your quarter mile time is, it doesn't matter. We got 1,000 meters to go now, 5 to go.
And it really, it's not slow, but it's really not that fast. We're looking at right around low 920s right now. I think we're going to see a really hard finish from these guys, so we'll probably get back into those 19s, but right now Fisher's trying to stretch it out, but he's still got those 3 guys right with him. Now a small gap forms, and Roby in 4th place right now needs to make sure he can respond in time. Doesn't want to let Fisher get away too much. And now here he goes.
Oh,
LaBelle swings around.
That just woke everybody up now. Half mile to go. Nobody wants to be out of it, but it did cut up between the top 4 and everybody else now.
So 7:05 right there.
Luke Cushing in the yellow. He's working his way up there a little bit from Amity.
And then Misek, I believe, of Concord Carlisle, and Conley as well.
Yeah, Luke Cushing was 15th in New England Cross Country, 3rd in the State Open. He was 7th last year at this race. He's trying to get in the top 6.
Now it looks like Fisher and LaBelle are maybe trying to get away, but here comes DeLuise back with them. Roby can't fall asleep.
Once again, there's 2 packs now.
That top 4 is not a close-knit pack. LaBelle is still right there. I think he's in a great spot. DeLuise keeps falling off a little bit, but then finds something left and gets back up with the pack. Now Cushing's right there. Misek and Conley still trying to stay within contact. Gonna have 400 left here.
Yeah, if this was an outdoor track, we'd hear the bell.
LaBelle now in the front.
Here comes LaBelle, doesn't wait for the bell, look at him break away.
That's a great spot to go. He's got a gap now, and he feels he can kick from 400 out.
I gotta tell you something, Tyson LaBelle has not done a lot of racing this year. I don't think he raced at all in December. He did Brooks Nationals, really only raced like once or twice in January, did his conference meet, won that easily, won the class meet, won the Open. This is maybe a 6th race. This whole time he's been working on strength. Approaching 3K right now in 8:45.
Ethan Fisher in 2nd place.
LaBelle, I stand corrected. This is now a kicker. He has developed himself to be able to accelerate.
But what I love was his kick came from far out too, and he was able to hold it.
Yeah, I think he's still leery of people like 100 meters to go, but if nobody's with you 100 meters to go, he's got the lead. Here comes your New England champion, Tyson LaBelle of Griswold, 9:17 unofficially.
Look at that great kick from DeLuise.
Takes 2nd. Connecticut goes 1-2.
I think Fisher got 3rd. Then we had Misek in 4th. That was a great race, really well set up, and LaBelle played it perfect. He never touched the lead, and then once Roby tried to go around him, LaBelle started feeling like, all right, these guys are trying to go. I'm feeling good still. Now I'm going to shoot out, and I'm going to sprint to the front and take the win.
Yeah, I can't wait to rewatch this because I want to see what the splits are. I wish we had live splits because I got to tell you something. The way he executed executed that. He just sat, and attacked. Great job for Tyson LaBelle, the New England champion. Another feather in his cap. He's been good since middle school. Like I think he still has the middle school state championship record for the 1600s. I was doing the PA that day, and the meet director gave me the wrong records. And his parents came up to me and said, "No, Tyson LaBelle has that." Oh, okay. So I remembered that.
Yep.
I had to correct that real quickly. Another year to go in high school, just trying to establish some credentials. So that's the boys 3,200 meters. Moving on to the girls 4x4. Our last events on the track. My partner in Connecticut, Tom Feliz, who we do our broadcast together in Connecticut, he always liked to say, there might be a lot wrong with the world, but ending a track 4x4 is not one of them. In Heat 1, we've got 3 teams: Hartford, Vermont, People's Academy, Vermont, and Essex, Vermont. We've got a Vermont State Championship here.
Now let me say, I think the gun's gotten louder the last few events. I don't know if you think that too.
I agree. Yeah, they must be using different caliber or something.
A little bit scary when I heard that. And here we go. So only 2 laps compared to the 16 we just watched, but it's going to be 2 laps times 4.
These guys will be much faster, hopefully.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the seat times are 4:43, so actually
could be pretty comparable.
It'd be very close. But People's Academy and Essex, Vermont, 4:32 for People's Academy and Vermont. Essex, Vermont is 4:42. But as we've been seeing all day long, haven't we noticed this? People just put new people on the legs, and things get so much faster. 106. So right off the bat, we're at 4:24 pace. But do they have 4?
And these 2 look really good to start.
Peoples and Hartford. This is Hartford, Vermont taking the lead. People's Academy in second. Essex, Vermont in third. Not too far off.
All right, so our second exchange, third leg is on. 2:15 in the clock, so they're definitely running faster than those boys just did.
Still, now they're under 4:30 pace. Okay, here's where you younger guys can help me out. Somebody's in the chat said, calling cap.
Ah ha ha.
What is calling cap?
Okay, so that means like they're lying, like they're not telling the truth. They're wrong, like
no cap.
No cap. So it's like, yeah, if you say no cap, I'm like that's for real.
Okay, you don't get my Cheers references or my my lawyer school references about Kingsfield and all that stuff like that, the paper chase, but I definitely do not understand. What did he say? He said calling cap. Okay. This is why I hang out with you young guys. Gotta expand my vocabulary a little bit.
I'm honestly embarrassed, I know that.
No, this is the age, you know it. I was younger than you when I first became a head coach. And I remember driving the van up to New England. First of all, my first year going to New England, I struggled to find a hotel room and a rental car because I was under 25. I had to find them.
That is the worst. I hate that rule.
So, but I found them and got up here. My athletic director laughed at me because I haven't had that problem in a long time. You know, but yeah, I was all the kids language back then. I knew who Nirvana was back in the 90s. Nowadays, you know, when Bad Bunny came on the Super Bowl, I had to look him up on Google. Like, who's Bad Bunny? I don't know.
Hey, a rabbit's performing?
I know. I don't know. Why is he bad?
Yeah.
Does he have big nasty fangs? like in Monty, you know? You get that reference at least.
Yes. I've watched Monty Python.
Yeah, a little Monty Python. Every time we see a rabbit in our neighborhood, we always say, you can catch it. If you catch it, you can bring it home. But they have big, nasty fangs that come after you. My daughter doesn't know what I'm talking about.
This is a great kick right here, down to the line.
Coming right down, just over 430 now. Essex, 433 with Hartford, just past that. This was supposed to be a really big ball, and it turned out it was a great race.
Look at Guilford's got some cool face paint on. Right there.
Oh yes, the Grizzlies.
Yeah, you can see it right there. Good stuff. Always love when teams show a bit of a spirit for these big meets. Last race of the season, you know.
I had kids that would shave their heads, put little ponytails in their hair. Oh, it's crazy stuff. Okay, so heat 2. From Rhode Island, we've got lots of gold.
That was louder than all of them.
I know, it's getting louder and louder. Cranston, West Rhode Island's in 3, Barrington, Rhode Island's in 4, Hope, Rhode Island's in 5, and we got Guilford, New Hampshire in 6. Now, I thought you were talking about Guilford, Connecticut.
Oh, yes.
Guilford, New Hampshire.
Yes, they are the Golden Eagles, not the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
I believe it's Golden. It might just be the Eagles, but the eagle is the color gold. So.
Yeah, Guilford, Connecticut's coming up the next heat.
Former home of Exeter coach Jeff Moretti.
Yay, Jeff. Former Guilford runner. He's got to have some mixed feelings if Guilford ever goes against Essex. Like, I would still want my team to win anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if there would be any mixed feelings there. I've had some mixed feelings today about any of the URI commits racing against New Hampshire runners. Like, my current school versus my former home.
Going through in about 64 seconds. Former New England champion of the 55 hurdles, Josh Mooney, just won the heptathlon in the Big East for UConn.
Awesome.
New school record.
How'd Strauss do?
We haven't gotten to that yet. I'm just looking at Instagram right now, what's being posted.
And we now have our videographer, Davio DeLuca, blocking the frame. So we're going to be halfway through these legs now. As with all events, they're going to get faster and faster. Nice little pass on the curve there. I believe that's Pearl Marvel, who is a New Hampshire long jump champion. Now it's a two-team battle up front. And it looks like Guilford's building that gap. Let's go New Hampshire.
Rhode Island's in the lead in day 2 of the Atlanta 10.
Oh, it's already over.
Oh, it's over?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Everyone had a phenomenal day today. Now we're handing off to Macy Sawyer, who was double champion in New Hampshire. But they're in second place right now. URI swept the distance events besides the mile.
Swept the distance.
So they went 600, 1,000, 3K, 5K.
On the girl side.
Oh, on the boys' side for URI.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking about, I'm back here now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like,
Well, that's Sawyer in front. So Sawyer was the 55-meter and 300-meter New Hampshire state champion, or D2 state champion. And she is showing why she's a state champion. She was my performer of the meet from the D2 races last week, or I keep saying last week, 3 weeks ago. And 4:16.
okay. That was 2. Now we're into heat 3. Bedford, New Hampshire's in 1. LaSalle Academy, Rhode Island's in 2. Portsmouth, New Hampshire's in 3. Natick is in 4. And 5 is Exeter, New Hampshire. And 6 is Bedford, Mass. These teams come in with seat times between 4:10 and 4:15. After this heat, we got 2 more to go. Do a sub 30, 200 meters.
Everyone's still in it right there. We got Exeter in this one. So they've got the lead so far.
That was a 61.4 approximately.
Yeah,
What is that though? No cap?
No, yeah. Yes, that would be no cap.
God.
So that was McBride from Exeter who ran that leg.
Do I sound awful when I say that though? I sound awful.
You're fine, no cap.
We're getting a little punch drunk after about 5.5, 6 hours. 27 through 200 meters.
Exeter was second place at New Hampshire State Championship. And they are winning this heat right now.
That was a 60.5 for the Blue Hawks.
They're approaching 4 minutes here.
We've been seeing this time and time again, these earlier heats. You cannot sleep on these earlier heats. Almost every single relay, we've gotten a score from the third of 5 sections.
All right, well, also be right there. You can see our podium for the boys real quick in the 2 mile. That's Potita of Exeter. So she was the alternate for the 4x8. So luckily she'll get a chance to come out here and put up a great performance at New England's.
She ran a 29 through 200 meters, so probably looking at a 61 approximately. But like you said, yeah, they're definitely going to be on the 4:05.
And they're handing off to Izzy Bremer, who was the second place runner in the 600-meter state championships. Also part of that 4x8 that got the state record this morning. Actually, it was this afternoon. They started pretty late today.
That's a 1:01.6. 3:03 through 1,200 meters.
Plenty of rest for Bremer.
Just to put this in perspective, the top heat, the slowest seed in the top heat right now, 2 heats from now, is 4:06.
So they've got it 3:31 right there. How well can she close? The bell is rung a little bit late there.
But at least you can hit it, though.
And I think also on the 400, it's not that hard to keep track of laps.
Oh, I got yelled at my first time officiating. I missed the lap at the 4x2.
What?
Exactly that reason. The timer yelled at me. Irv Black, legendary timer.
All right, here we go. Exeter trying to put up a good time to compete with those other heats. 402, 403, nice job.
403.4 unofficially, 60 flat for her final split. It makes sense if you have that kind of a 4x8 team. Of course, you're going to have a 4x4 team.
Yes. Well, and only one athlete came back from their 4x8, by the way.
Oh, so that's a show. Well, he said the fifth runner did not run.
Yeah, Petit would have been a solid option as well for their 4x8.
Jeez. Something's going on up next heat on the track. As they're all coming down, got people going on to all fours. Fairfield Ludlow is in 1 from Connecticut. Then we got the Guilford, Connecticut is in 2. Shelton, Connecticut is in 3. Moses Brown, Rhode Island is in 4. Franklin, Mass is in 5. And Averill, Mass is in 6. They're all seated between 406 and 410. Top seed is Franklin, Massachusetts right now. They were 4th, Franklin was 4th in the meet of champions.
Well, we're on a good pace so far, looking right around low 60, if not under. Not sure if we'll quite get there. Coming down the stretch now. Actually, we're going to be sub 60 for this opener. 59 low. Awesome job on that first leg.
Got 58.7.
Yeah.
Franklin's in 7th. Second, sorry, is that Franklin in the lead there?
I don't think it's Franklin's in second place right now. Now they're in the lead. 5 teams all right there.
Wow, they just bunched together. The quintet, 5 fingers and 5 runners. Look at this going back and forth in this leg. Incredible battle.
Yeah, this has been a great leg. Starting to spread out maybe a little bit more now, but they're kind of all in a line, so it should be a pretty fun handoff.
Here comes Averill at the halfway. 2:02. Previous heat was won in 4:03.5, so they're right on pace for the previous heats.
There we go, just above 230.
Franklin's back at it now, as expected. Takes 4 to run a relay. You need to have 4 good ones.
The 4:03.60 is the time to beat. Rounding the last bend. What kind of finisher do they have? So 3:04, gonna have to go sub 60. See if they can do it. If anyone here can do it. Actually, that's Skylar Maxwell, the 600-meter champion, who has the baton. So if anyone can do it in this meet, it's probably her. And she takes the lead. So Maxwell, already a New England champion today, 131 in the 600. And here we go. 3:33 on the clock.
And she just started running the 600 in the middle of the season. She's never really run it before. She's normally a 300 4x4 girl. They said, why don't you try the 600? And she did it. She was trying to get her school record. I think she did get her school record.
I'd hope so. There we go, down to the line. 4:03.60 is the time to beat. She's gonna get it. Nice job.
4:02 flat. Consider the pressure on now the fast heat.
Yeah.
You have to do more than just win your heat now. The top seed is Central Catholic with a 4 flat .11. Greenwich is 4:02. Those are some of the top times in New England, and we just saw some of the top times. Windsor is going to be in lane 1. Amherst Pelham Regional is going to be in 2. Nashua North is going to be in 3. Joel Barlow, the Falcons from Connecticut, are in 4. Central Catholic Mass is in 5. And Greenwich is on the outside.
So 4:02.32 is the time to beat.
Central Catholic was the meet of champions here in Massachusetts. Greenwich was the state open champions in Connecticut. Joel Barlow was the runner-ups in Connecticut. Nashua North is New Hampshire state champions. Amherst Pelham was 3rd in Massachusetts, and Windsor was 3rd in Connecticut. So we got 3 state champions all coming together. Who's going to be the New England champion?
The music's blasting. They're flying right now.
Oh, you gotta love the music blasting. It just pumps up the athletes. We're going to see a sub-4 here.
Well, we're off to a good start for that. It's going to be around 59, 58 high for that first leg. Four teams are in the hunt, trying to get a 5th in there.
The runners are bouncing around, waiting for them, cheering them on as they come around. Getting ready for their legs. Here we go.
And yes, 5 teams are certainly in this. And they are all moving right now. We are under 145 with 100 meters to go. Onto the stretch towards our handoff. The energy's high.
Central Catholic, here they go, halfway, 2 flat. Greenwich is right on their heels, 2:01. Massachusetts versus Connecticut now. Little state pride at stake.
Yeah, that's a rivalry right there. 4 teams all within striking distance. Once again, 4:02.32 is the time to beat.
Joe Barlow's creeping up on Greenwich.
Central Catholic now is starting to build up a gap right here.
The Falcons.
Look at that.
Joe Barlow, man, eating away into the lead. Approaching the halfway mark.
Well over the halfway mark. This is the last leg right here.
I'm sorry, we're getting to the last leg. Here comes the anchors. The killers on the anchor.
Who's going to take it? See if we can go under 3 minutes. Look at these girls come up from behind too. Onto the stretch, we're going to hit the bell right here. .329, we are under 4-minute pace. They've got to move. Who wants it?
On the back straightaway, staying tall, keep your form.
100 meters to
100
go.
meters to go.
New England title on the line. Central Catholics held the lead the entire way. And they go wire to wire.
Here comes the Bay State team crossing the line. So, and everybody's crossing the line together for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. Okay, we're just about wrapping up the meet. We've got 5 sections of the boys 4x4.
So in theory, 5 miles to go.
Don't put it like that.
5 very fast miles.
Yes, very fast miles. Let's say 20 minutes. Let's say under 20 minutes. Bedford Academy is in 3 from Vermont. Mount Anthony Union from Vermont is in 4. Mount Mansfield Union is in 5, and U32 Vermont. So we got a Vermont State Championship.
I do feel bad because a lot of these Vermont teams have really proven themselves from these lower heats and put up great times just because their seed times are so much further back due to their track they have to run on.
It happens though.
Look at this move right here. Gonna fly past everyone.
But that's why you come here, to get on the good tracks.
So 4 blue teams all fighting to the line right here. Handoff looks messy right there, but everyone got it off clean.
Real quickly, I want to go over the girls' high jump. We have not announced those results, I don't believe. 6th place, Alul Mayan, Lincoln Sudbury, 5.5. Hampton Wilson from Bow, New Hampshire, 5.5. Also at 5.5 is Ella Turner from Milton, Mass. Isabella Harmon from Scarborough, Maine, 5.7. And incredibly, top 2. 2nd place, Ella Palisano from Mount Anthony Union, 5.9, just missing the meet record of 5.10. Danielle Bates of Timberland, New Hampshire, also at 5.9 is your New England champion. The New England meet record will live to another day.
All right, so it's definitely strung out now compared to that first leg. We enter the stretch, and they're going to have a lap and a half to go. Sorry, 3 laps to go in this race. 1 lap for this leg. A leg and a half to go. Someone in the infield has a bell, and that's starting to confuse me a little bit. One of those cowbells. Cheer on their athletes.
I have a fever. The old answer for cowbell.
Oh, that's like the SNL thing, right?
Yeah, you got that way. We got one together here.
All right, so we were at around 2:44 for that handoff, maybe a little bit faster. Coming through with a lap to go. Giant lead now. It's a very satisfying heat with 4 blue teams in this blue track. Let me just say, what a track, what a facility right here.
Oh, when this place was open, this was a godsend. I mean, I think we used to have New England's at Brown.
Oh, wow, yeah.
We went to the very old BU track when it was basically in a factory, you know, not like it is today. We were at Harvard, and then this place was opened up, and it's like, oh, we have a home.
And I think that, maybe you don't hear about it as much because there's not, high-level pro meets happening here, but this is a track where you can run very, very fast, and I think that's amazing.
We had high-level pro meets, but then BU opened up.
Yep. and of course, New Balance.
New Balance, yep. We'll be there 2 weeks from now at the New Balance Nationals indoors. Won't be on the call, but I'll be doing interviews for winners. So.
Yeah, we're not high profile enough for that call.
You want it? Trust me, you can be high profile. Trust me on that. Let me know. Okay. Am I saying this right? Winnicott?
Yes, good job.
Winnicott. New Hampshire is in 3. Lincoln Senior is in 4. Pembroke Academy, New Hampshire is in 5. And Cranston West, Rhode Island in 6.
Cranston West with a great start. They've got about 10 plus meters over Lincoln.
Who's going to do write-up at New Hampshire track and field? Who does all the
Generally,
coverage?
Tim does most
Tim
of
does
them.
the write-up.
Yep.
And you said he's in New Mexico right now, huh?
Arizona, I think.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Hey, that's where my sister lives.
Well, at least Tim, confirm if you're still there or not.
Tim, we love you, buddy.
I saw a picture of him he posted on his Instagram or Strava or something, and he looked a lot warmer than I did earlier this week.
Yeah. Tim Coe has been the one that organizes all of this coverage.
Tim Cox.
Sorry, Tim Cox. Sorry about that.
Sebastian Coe is
my favorite runner of all time. Somebody asked me who my favorite runner was.
Oh, cool.
Sebastian Coe. Okay, not a Connecticut runner though. But yeah, Tim Cox though puts this all together. Has us little minions come into our part, but he organizes it all.
If you were to ask my favorite runner of all time, that's a great question. I mean, Kipchoge has to be up there for myself. Also a big Mo Farah fan.
Okay. Well, you know, it's funny. One teacher asked who your favorite baseball player was, and they asked teachers and kids, whoever your best runner was when you first got interested in sport, that's your best runner forever.
That's why I say Mo Farah is definitely a high pick for me.
Seb Coe was the world record holder in a bunch of events when I first got into the sport. And also, when I used to go to this running camp, 5-star running camp in New York.
Look at this leg right here.
We used to watch Born to Run. You can still catch it on YouTube. And it's cool little hour-long show about his training when he was at his peak. This is a great battle between these two.
Not to be confused with the book Born to Run, or the book Born to Run.
Yeah, that's another, A lot of people like that a lot. But yeah, Born to Run is a book about Seb Coe. It's pretty cool. His father, I actually met his father, had dinner with his father. His dad was his coach, and I was at my level 2 clinic, and this old guy sits down next to me. He says, "Do you mind if I sit here?"
Yeah.
And we look at his name tag, me and my friend just dropped our jaws.
Oh, yeah.
Like, of course you can sit here.
Well, I was at BU for the Valentine meet last year where Grant Fisher set the world record in the 5K, and I'm right on the rails watching the race, and suddenly I get a tap on the shoulder. Hey, do you mind if I come onto the rail with you? And I said, and she said, I'm Grant's mom. And I was like, oh well, of course. In that case,
cool.
Yeah.
I once met Shailene Flanagan's mom at the Elementation.
Oh, awesome!
She was taking pictures. She actually went to college with one of my former captains, and she recognized me before I recognized her.
Wow.
Yeah. She goes, "Oh yeah, Kurt Jacket talks about you all the time." I'm like, really? That's cool.
All right, so here we go.
One to go. Less than one to go. 100 meters to go.
On the stretch now. Around that final curve. So that's going to be Lincoln, Rhode Island over Cranston West. 2 northern Rhode Island towns.
Well, about 3 seconds better than their seed, approximately. Definitely a day worth having. Just getting here, the work that goes into getting here. You have to fight through the season, qualify for your state meets, get through all the pitfalls of getting through your state meets to be able to qualify for your state championships. And we are into Heat 3 right now, and they've all qualified. So we got Xavier Brothers of Mass in 1. Essex, Vermont is in 2. Dover, New Hampshire's in 3. Barrington, Rhode Island's in 4. Pinkerton Academy in 5, and Nashua North, New Hampshire in 6.
Yeah, and speaking of qualifying, I mean, at least the Dover boys who are in lane 3 here, pretty sure they were not expecting to qualify for this race at the New Hampshire State Championships, and it's a pretty cool experience to be able to come here and give yourself a chance to race at a very, very good meet.
Yeah, it's like our Olympics, kind of, you know?
Yes, exactly.
It's kind of like the Boston Marathon is like the everyman's Olympics. Like, I'll never make the Olympic trials or anything, but I made Boston.
Yeah.
You know?
So this is Pinkerton right now, looking great.
Leading the streak of red behind in their wake. Perfect handoffs. Oh, one down.
Hopefully, I think everyone got, oh no, they dropped the baton. Oh, that's tough.
We'll pick it up, it can still go.
All right, well, Pinkerton's got a giant lead right now over the pack. they're looking to put up a good time that will compete in these later heats.
Pinkerton came in with 332. Xavierans had the top seed of 329.
It's like Barrington's in second place and the leaders of that chase pack. But here comes our final leg in the 4x2. Or sorry, 4x4. No, what am I saying? This is our third leg.
We'll say 4x2 laps.
Yes, 4x2 lap. This is our third leg. I was looking at the time. I was like, well, that's too slow for a 4x2 and too fast for a 4x4.
Well, it's sub 330 pace, which is pretty fast.
Yes, definitely.
Look at how graceful this runner is, though. He runs so upright. He's such a strong athlete.
Barrington, Essex, and Dover right there. I believe that's Winston, who was one of the finalists for the 55 dash from Pinkerton. Also got Mello from Dover, who was 5th place in the 1,000 meters. So two guys who are in very different events, but all come together for the 4x4.
That is one thing I love about the 4x4. You can throw milers in here, 55 guys. It's a long jumpers. It's a hodgepodge.
We always love doing it, a distance versus sprints 4x4 at our first meet. Distance typically won, which I'm very proud of.
Yeah, because distance in the first meet is in still in good shape. The sprinters need to work their way into it. Distance people are always in shape. 1 to go.
3:02 on the clock, so we should be seeing a sub 3:30 pretty comfortably.
29 or so.
See where the other teams shake out. Pinkerton's coming to the line.
Look at him powering across the line. Here's
3:27.
Big season best.
Essex, Barrington, Dover. And what do you know? School record, Dover, New Hampshire.
Hey,
yet again. We're not sure.
Unofficially.
Yes. Luckily, that's not a super. Oh, no school record.
No school record. It's been announced.
By .04.
Okay, moving on to the penultimate heat. Second to last heat of the entire afternoon and evening. Classical is in 1. South Kingston in 2. Milton, Mass in lane 3. Danbury Hatters in 4. Lowell, Mass in 5, and LaSalle Academy from Rhode Island in 6. All of these teams, they're between 328 and 331. But we just saw a great time for the previous heat.
Yeah, that was awesome.
327.02.
LaSalle takes to the lead. And they've got our 300-meter champion on their anchor leg, Garrett Giroux Pizzulo.
Oh, we saw him earlier at 300 meters. Never count him out. LaSalle Academy had a season best time of 3:23.39.
Maybe a bit of contact there. But our leaders stay out of trouble.
51-1 for LaSalle.
So got a good race going right now. Two teams very close now, moving into the lead. That's going to be Lowell. So we talked about where's Lowell at this meet. There they are.
About a 24 through their corner split for LaSalle. Oh, look at that.
LaSalle back around.
Doesn't want any of that. 37 through 300 meters. That was a nice little move in the back straightaway. Here we are approaching the halfway. You can feel there's electric energy in the air right now. Not the best of handoffs. Another 51.5.
So now LaSalle is trying to get away from these guys. And now here comes Lowell coming back on them. LaSalle with a lap to go, and then they're going to hand off to their anchor.
23 high for the LaSalle runner.
And it's Lowell, then South Kingstown.
Look at LaSalle runner. He's firing himself up.
All right, so our 300-meter champ.
Waving his runner in. Come on, get it to me, get it to me. Now it's mine.
And you know what I liked is he took the baton as soon as he could. He wanted it in his hands as much as possible during the leg.
50.7, 233. They can definitely get under 23.
Yep, they're moving right now.
22 high for Garreau Pizzillo.
Big day for him.
He's trying to get a second gold medal. We talked about who's going to be MVP. If he can put out a second gold medal here, that's MVP.
Yep, keep an eye on the clock.
Definitely the next he's definitely watching.
3:22, and the bell was rung at the wrong time.
3:22, 3 I got.
Hey, SK with a great kick there. They get second place.
49-1 for Pizzillo. 3:22-3 unofficially.
That's a big thing to look out for. Final race of the meet. For many of these guys, the last race of the season.
I would normally say that would be, like that could have won any other year, but this year we've got some really top teams here. Starters getting ready. Hopkinton's in 1. Lane 2 is Snowden International, Massachusetts. Rockville's in 3, Bloomfield's in 4, Windsor, the Connecticut State Open champions, in 5, Hamden's in 6. 3 teams last week broke the Connecticut State Open record. Sheldon Simpson's on the card here. There he is. He was the runner-up in the 300. He's run 33.9.
So bold move having him as the opener. He is the one on the leg right now, correct? Or is he coming up later? Either way, flying around right here. We could be sub 50 in the clock right now. So 49.0. Awesome leg there.
That's Jalen Wesley for Windsor right now. Wesley for Windsor leading the charge. Hamden's in 2nd. That looks like Alex Medina, the 1,000-meter champ. We got Bloomfield in 3, Rockville in 4. It's Connecticut 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. But we have that previous heat, 3:22.76. That might hold up. It's getting tighter.
Yeah, we're just tying up a bit. They're starting to close around. Smell blood in the water.
Here comes Hamden, the Green Dragons. Bloomfield, the Warhawks. Oh!
Wow, big spin. He gave it all he had.
52-1 for Windsor. Hamden's in the white and green.
So the Green Dragons.
Green Dragons. Orange is Bloomfield, the Warhawks. Here comes the Warriors trying to gain the lead from Windsor.
Yeah, Hamden looks good right now. They've got about 7 meters. But Windsor's now closing back up. We're going to have one leg to decide it all.
And there will only be one after this. We have 3 great teams. This is definitely worth the price of admission. Here comes Hamden trying to steal the championship. Windsor's right on their tail though.
Hamden with a great start right there. They're building that gap.
3:21 through 1,200 meters for Windsor. Hamden's a tick faster.
Here we go, 1 lap to go coming up. There's the bell. 2:54 on the clock. He's got to run a 28. 3:22.76 is the time to beat.
Nothing can stop Hamden now. It's 100 meters from glory. He's just got to hold it together. Bloomfield's coming on strong. Windsor's going to try to take Bloomfield. But the day belongs to the Hamden Green Dragon. Here they come, crossing the line.
He does get underneath.
3:21.55, about 3:21.6 hand time. That does hold up, as long as no disqualifications.
LaSalle's going to get second place in that race.
After 6 hours of competition, it all comes down to that. Hamden 3:21.97, Windsor 3:22.76. Sorry, LaSalle 3:22.76 from the previous heat. Windsor's third, 3:23.11. We want to thank you all for joining us. This is Marty Ogden here, and we've got Tyler Sheen and Ryan Moyer, plus an entire staff of all of Tim Cox's minions. We have this New England Track and Field Championship, hosted by the State Running Network, New Hampshire Track and Field, Ocean State Running, My Sports Results, Bay State Running, with the help of our sponsors, New Balance and Marathon Sports, with 27 locations in Boston, North and South Shore, Central and Western Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. This is Marty Ogden signing off for you, and we'll be seeing you 2 weeks from now at New Balance Nationals Indoors. And make sure you come to our websites for all the recaps, pictures, interviews, and all that fun stuff, honoring these great athletes. We love you. We'll be seeing you in the springtime.